So we are on our way in. Welcome to the stream, and yes, hopefully I'll be delivering some truth, some love from love in advance of coming. You know, you think about some of those persistent. There's a bit of wind today and I don't have the muffler on. I really hope, I don't know where I put it, it's in the pocket somewhere. I really hope that's not going to interfere with my audio today. Let's let me know how that sounds. What I can do is set up the banner so that I'm facing away from the wind. That is better. Put a little bit of chalk down there just to remind people that it's flat, not a spinning, wobbling vacuum ball splashing with great cushions. Yeah, how's that? First in the house, much love, brother. Nice to see you here. Yeah, I hope my audio is not too windy. Like I said, I'll align myself. Last time I was here, there was all this area was all fenced off with a big festival thing. They do it for about a month. I guess they've just ended, cleared up. I thought I'd start early. I've got a decent amount of battery on me today, so it shouldn't be a factor. Weather may be a factor. It's nice and clear this morning, but the dusting was intense. I haven't seen it like that for a few days, or perhaps even a few weeks, really. I'm not sure whether, because it was so clear, and now all of this cloud that you can see is sections here would have had kind of some paneling and walkways and whatnot, which is why they look so yeah, if it's going to rain and it's feeling a little bit iffy, then that's going to change. But if it does rain, it will rain for a while and then pass, I think. Set up mentally to go the whole day. See how I play that. Woo! apparently invented in the 1970s. It was an invention. People didn't. I mean, I'm saying no one ever did. Chop as an activity. People chopped wood, carried water, and spun the mill to wash the clothing and grind the whatever.
And I was so
So we're early for Speaker's Corner. It's coming up for 11:30, I guess. I started the stream at 9:11. You know, the people who support, what surprises me is that the people who support, a lot of the people who support MAGA, Trump and co, are aware that they didn't get the truth about 9/11. Aware that they didn't get the truth about JFK, aware that they didn't get the truth about deceive, all of these things. They're aware of that, and yet they think, you know, like RFK and Trump and playing the long game, you know, kicking the can down the road, giving people a little extra pudding, and then they're like, go back to their cells. Happy, or not happy, but you know, because they're so invested in that savior. The savior complex, I think. Something obviously us in the truth community is being mindful of. But there is that need for a savior in the world, promulgated. Savior is you. You are the expression, you are the fractal of whatever loving essence created us. But I've heard more people recently talk about something that I thought about years ago, come across years ago. That is that there is a pyramid scheme here, and the top dude, or the top entity at the top of the pyramid is the monad, the one, the all. But there are, beneath that capstone, 4, I'm just making up that number because, you know, on a pyramid it would be like the next layer down, 4 would be the number. 4 people, 4 gods, if you like, maybe more, not, you know, all the pantheon of gods and so on, all of that I think is real, or rather relevant. So anyway, so that there's other gods here, and that what we're unwittingly, so I'm thinking of probably actually, even the wind is coming from that direction. I'm probably going to stand over there. And this is a cycle lane at the moment, quite busy, so if I relocate, I'll relocate. It's going to be a long haul, so you know, if you're watching live, then it'll be understandable if you need to pop out in between the stream and join back later on if weather permitting. And just say hello. I'm wearing the Carbon Life t-shirt here. How's my mic now? Because you were saying earlier you can hear me. Yeah, and don't forget the thumbs up and the Patreons and buy me some coffee. Very quiet audio. Okay, wait. If I turn this around. If I turn this around, then how's the audio now? You'll be able to hear me like a mofo. Not too good. Mic quiet. Yeah, we need to work on that, Tony. I do have these like attachable mics, but I'm not sure how, you know, they hold up in this situation when I'm trying to live stream. Mic very bad. Still better now. Okay, well, I've actually got the mic facing me now, so I would have thought that would make a huge difference. It'll mean you can't hear very well what people are saying to me, which kind of sucks. Maybe I could kind of sometimes take it loose, like this. How's that sound? Hey, Tony, how's that sound? I bet that's almost blown your ears off. Sorry about that. I'm going to put up the, I'm going to sit. Maybe I can do this, is talk with it, present it to someone else who's talking. See if I can do that at some point, right? Way better. Yeah. Something I'm struggling the mic. Well, here's the mic. As I said earlier, I don't have the cushion that's meant to go on top. I took it off a little while ago. When the phone's, yeah. So I've got a little wind behind me right now. It seems to have died off a bit. So I'm going to set up here so that I've got some wind coverage from my chest. I could even hang this on here. Imagine that. See that? Making a plan now. Anyway, hope you guys are all good. We're good. We've settled into our new abode. And we're starting to make plans to go to Spain for September and do the Alex Michael party, Guru's gathering, as I coined it. And then yeah, after that, well, more to follow. But we've got 3 weeks of this to look forward to, and yeah, I hope the crazy isn't too crazy where you're at. So hit the thumbs up and spread the word. This is going to be a long stream, a long day, hopefully, weather permitting. So we'll start by getting that banner up. amongst yourselves there. Sorry about the wind. So, who's doing the deep inner work? Because the stars at the moment are pretty intense. The energies out there are bringing things up, you know. Stuff is happening for people. All sorts of places. Some people break a leg, other people drop a precious cup, or whatever, you know. Ideally have it a meter higher so that it was at head height. Anyway, let's get the thoroughfare. You guys been popping in to listen to We Gather on a Friday? Some people are really enjoying it. It's a change of pace, something different. Not desperately seeking the truth necessarily. Just looking to do that kind of alchemical work. Huh? That's the truth. They've hidden the truth from us. So we don't do it. Never gone into a permanent cast now, do you? Swelling to settle in. Say the sun is not 90 million miles away. The sun is small and close, like we see. It's in the clouds. It's local. Yes, we are not spinning. Earth is not moving. It's the sun, the moon, the stars. They travel, like it says in Quran. The sun and the moon, they travel over the sky, over the earth. And God created a roof, a firmament, rakia, like a container. And so we live inside of that container with the gas pressure, but the earth is not proven to be moving. And the sea is level. That's why we say sea level. When we do a building, we can use the water level, spirit level, and we can create perfectly level and parallel lines which match with what we see at the horizon.
It's finished.
Mm-hmm.
Finished, yeah.
Earth is flat, not a globe. I've got some flyers. Some information. Information. Some info for you. How are you doing? We've met before, haven't we?
I think we have.
Yeah. I've given you one, haven't you? Take some information. You know, water is always going to find level. You can't measure curvature. Science requires measurement, demands measurement. Otherwise, it's just theoretical religion. Like gravity, theory of gravity, theory of relativity. All of globe science is built on theoretical stuff, theology basically. It's all if this, then this. Can't prove it. Water's always going to find level. Chalk down. Hey buddy, have you ever measured curvature over the surface of water?
I do not agree with your...
But have you ever measured curvature?
No.
No. So what is level?
Yes.
What is level? Earth, 70% water. No, water will fall off the ball. You can't measure curvature over water. Water's always going to seek and find level, must run downhill unless contained. Must run downhill. You can't have it on a ball, bro. Can't have water on a ball. Yeah. Circle map. Sort of Europe and to India and other bits and pieces around to China and Africa. This is Africa. Africa. India. South America. Peru. Nice and easy. People go, oh, that's Peru's not that big. I feel a few spots.
Is this the ice wall?
Yeah. China.
Is there more land outside it?
Possibly. I mean, it's speculation, of course, but it's possible. And actually, I think that if the whole system is a torus and it's in movement all of the time, you know, as we see, yeah, do you understand that?
Where's the hole?
Where's the hole? Well, they could be beneath us.
Okay.
And above us. So the point that we see and we describe as the sun could be the hole of the torus, top of the apple.
Okay.
And then the bottom of the apple, which is where the energy is rushing up in, it's light smashing into a black hole and becoming material for a brief moment in time.
It's a 3D torus.
Yeah, yeah, 3D torus. So, but in you know, we can imagine it as an apple. The outside looks like a donut, perhaps. Yes.
Okay.
And it's got that hyperboloid going up the center, like the water going down your plug hole.
Yeah.
Yeah, that, you know, like the hourglass.
Yeah.
So at the pinch point of the hourglass, where the sand must be compressed through the hole, well, imagine that being light coming through a black hole. And we're told in mainstream science that when you go through a black hole, everything becomes super dense. Light becomes dense. So I'm just hypothesizing that yes, it's a torus, and if it's a torus, you know, or even if it's not. But my preference is this idea that it looks like an apple, and if you cut through the apple at the center is the core. Well, where we're standing is the core of the universe.
Okay.
This is the hard part. This is the stony, rocky part, and above us is gas, and below us is water. But this is the core of the apple, and the apple has a skin.
Can I have a video? Show?
Yeah, sure. The apple has a skin, and that skin barrier cannot be penetrated. We call it in the religion text. They call it the firmament or rakia, a roof that God stretched out to separate the waters from the waters.
Okay. Is this what is above us?
What is above us?
Is that the firmament? Is this solid surface?
That's the best that we can say on that. Yeah, I mean, there's been a rocket that was fired up called the Go Fast rocket, and it was fired up 100 kilometers, and it hit something and didn't destroy itself. It just like stopped all of a sudden. It's spinning, and then it hits like a glutinous surface or some substance, and it just comes to an immediate arrest. And it was done by Red Bull. It's a legitimate thing. It's a big deal rocket, you know, and it goes up. You can watch the whole flight from. You never see that with NASA, but you can watch the whole flight from ground to the roof. Okay. And so there are ancient pilots, or you know, old longer time ago pilots who did write about hitting a roof at certain altitudes when they were like out at the Antarctic. So if you imagine like the London's dome, you know, the Millennium Dome. Yeah. Well, imagine that stretched over our whole Earth. At the center of the Earth, it would be its highest point, and then as you got to the edges, it gets lower and lower. And so planes, when they fly in Antarctica, have to stay below 13,000 feet. That's a matter of fact. So we that's just in the aviation. You know, if you get to fly down there, very few people do. It's all military and controlled, right? There's the Antarctic Treaty that prevents people from simply going where they want to go, right? So if you go, it's by permission and by, you know, license and so on. So people aren't just like willy-nilly taking their planes down there. A guy tried recently to take his Cessna on a flight around these places, and he got completely wrapped up by the military. You can't do that. So no, the idea that we're in an enclosure is not hard to imagine, because for there to be a gas pressure such as we have, you really need to contain it, and you can't contain it with an idea called gravity. Aarde is plat, Earth is flat. You can't go underneath
What are the borders?
the borders.
What are these?
This is called Antarctica.
All of them.
All the way around. So when you go to Antarctica from South Africa, you will come to an Antarctic
Yeah.
base here. Most people, the Americans, they go here. They go down in the bottom of South America.
Yeah.
That's the only place that they go. But they never go from here to here. They will come back this way and then they will go that way. Same with our air flights. Flights from this part of the world do not fly straight across here like you would think they would. They come up into the northern hemisphere before going back down into the southern hemisphere.
Why do they say it's slow? Why?
To trick you, to trick us, to make us slaves, to steal our soul. Because this is the devil's will. And he wants to trick you in every way. And this is one of the most powerful ways because it makes you feel
Is
insignificant.
there a cover also here?
A cover, yes. It says so in the Bible. It says so in the Bible. We can't get out. We think that it's 100 miles high. At the very top, at the center here, it's about 100 miles high. And at the edges, it gets much less high. It's much lower. But there
What
must
is-
be a roof.
What is the under of this?
Rock?
Under of the earth.
Well, there's rock for sure, because the deepest hole we've ever dug in the earth is 8 miles. The deepest we've ever been is 8 miles. You can look that up. So we don't know what's more than 8 miles because our drills will not go more than 8 miles. None of our technology can go beyond the 8-mile limit. In Russia and America did this a drill project in the 90s called the Kola Deep, the Kola Super Deep. And they gave up. They said we cannot make any more progress down here. 8 miles is it.
Is it
So-
a lie, Magellan, or
Yeah, I think Magellan, they would have sailed all the way around. And I can sail around London.
Is it very cold, huh?
Well, there's some areas, there's some debate about that, and I was just going to talk to you about this. Is that this idea that the sun is only ever going around here for thousands of years is not necessarily true, and that is that it's shifting, just like the poles shift. We know that the poles shift, yes. Well, the sun energy is also coming off that center, and sometimes it's going to melt areas that are currently covered in ice. We've got globes from the 1600s that show Australia covered in ice. From the 1600s, that there was no ice. But equally, we've also got globes that show continents or land masses in Antarctica that when they do ground penetrating radar in the modern times, they found, wow, they know exactly what the land mass looks like underneath this ice. How is that possible? But we know in the mainstream, they'll tell us that we have ice ages, we have cooling, we have heating and so on. Yes, we absolutely have that, but it may be because the oven, which we call the sun, slowly, over 26,000 years, they call it the Great Precession, over 26,000 years, it moves over other areas. It melts some land here, and it allows some land to freeze over that we can no longer be on that. We call it an ice age. So there's no doubt that...
Sun is smaller than the earth, huh?
So absolutely, that's what we see. What we see is a small sun. What we're told when we're 6 years old, that's a very big sun. It's just very far away. And they've changed how far away. They've changed that 13 times
What about the
in the
stars?
last 100 years. The stars, they are lights in the sky. Stars, yes, they are icy lights. You see lights. Your brain has been programmed to believe that they are rocks floating in space. My brain has been deprogrammed from that idea, and now I see lights. And I think now that they are electromagnetic points of energy, but they are not gas, and they are not lights as rock. And they are coming around in a flower of life pattern for thousands of years, where ancient people were recording exactly the same movements in the sky. You could only achieve that if you kept the disco stationary, the floor not moving, and the lights moving in the disco above you.
What about the photograph of the globe from the...
Those are
Nice.
all CGI, my friend. They admit that they have to stitch bits of strips of data together.
Blue, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, they've admitted that that is a composite. It's not actually a single photograph. There are no photographs. And actually, in the 21st century, shouldn't you expect to see a camera sitting on the moon, filming the Earth turning all day long? By now, if we went there with men 50 years ago, and they took cameras, why can we not send a Bluetooth camera up there with our satellites and all that, and then be filming the Earth turning all the time? They never did it. In fact, in 6 moon missions, in the 5 missions, they never said, hey, let's look at the Earth. Let's look up at the Earth. They never said those words in all the missions. And then only in the last mission, 72, they took a photograph of the Earth on their way back, or from the moon rise. They call it Earth rise.
Did they go to moon?
No, we can't go to the moon. the best scientists in the world before the NASA hoax, because NASA means to deceive, before the NASA hoax, the best scientists in the world said the moon is plasma, self-illuminating. They cannot land on a light. And the light, not only is it a light, but it moves. When you move, it moves. I took off from Dubai airport having watched the sunset while I'm standing in the building. And the plane takes off, and there's the sun again above the clouds. How's that possible if it's gone around? I've only gone up 20,000 feet. If it's gone around at 1,000 miles an hour, it's gone around this massive globe. I should not have seen it again above the clouds.
If you follow the sun by plane,
Yes.
you can always see the sun. Huh?
There are pilots who fly with the sun, and they can sometimes see the night behind them. They're watching the night in the sky. There's lots of pilots who say we make no account for curvature. We do not account for the plane needing to fly down or up, or that the globe is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, and we're flying either with that spin or against that spin, and we're landing on that spin or with this against the spin. These things are very important when we think about how these things work. Aircraft, aeroplane are machines flying over a plane. We do not account for curvature. Your body doesn't tell you that you're now going upside down to South Africa, because South Africans are standing at 90 degrees to me, according to the globe model. No, they're not. They're standing on exactly the same plane. And I can fly around London, doesn't make London a circle, a ball. I can sail around England with the same sea level the whole way. It doesn't make it a ball. And I can sail from Australia to America and across the Panama Canal over to Africa. I can do all of that very easily on this. But this idea that ships are going downhill and then to France and then coming back up again, that's absolute nonsense. That is perspective. What you're observing is perspective, and they've tricked you to believe that your perspective means that the ship is going down. When of course, when we take a powerful camera, we find that that ship hasn't gone down. The ship is still visible for another 20 minutes while it sails away.
Is it written all the old books like this?
Old books, all ancient cultures, the Mayans, the Egyptians, the Aztecs, you name it, any ancient culture. Hindus, they all said the earth is like a flat, and it has levels to it. There are levels, different heavens and all of this sort of thing.
How many levels?
7. Some say 7, but I mean, I like the idea that it's 7. I wouldn't argue against that. But what we can say for sure is that our measurable earth does not have curvature. We are not going down and around under the ball. The water is always level in your bath, in an Olympic swimming pool, in a lake. Doesn't matter how long the lake is. The only thing that you will do is lose things that are off in the distance. Like the train in the distance is small. As it comes closer, it gets bigger. The same is true with the ship. As it goes away, it gets smaller. But yes, because you're standing right at the bottom on the beach, looking at that ship, the bottom is what you lose first. As it goes up and everything compresses, right, you lose the bottom. But if you go into a 10-story building right behind you, you'll find that you can see the ship much further, and you can still see the bottom of it when your friends are telling you on the beach it's already gone over the curvature.
It's another line. Huh?
Another line.
How do you calculate the time zones on the platform?
Very easily. Time zones are very easy. So imagine that my chalk is the sun. And the sun is going to go, this is, right here, is the equator. This is your equator.
Listen, my friend.
So the sun is going to go around here once per day. It's not high, it's not far. What it is a wave running around. It'll be going this way. It'll be running around here once every 24 hours. A pulse, if you like, in the system. We recognize it as the sun, but that's how it works. It's small and local and personal to you. You carry your own sun, you carry your own moon. Now we observe the moon. I'll give you a great example. I can give you seasons as well. So what we've got is we've got Cancer here, and we've got Capricorn here. Now in this UK summer, which we've just kind of come to the high point, the solstice of, the sun is tracking all the way here, and South Africans, they're seeing a sun now low in the sky. Well, now in 6 months' time, it will, like the record player, have moved all the way to the outside track. We can observe it. It's called the analemma, this figure of 8 that it makes in the sky perfectly every year. It's making this every year, and it's coming across from the top to the bottom of the system. People at the bottom of the system are going to be enjoying summer in 3 months' time, when the sun has crossed over the equator and is now in the southern region of this place. This is how all ancient cultures understood it to work. Seasons are going to be the effect of the closeness of the oven. the closeness of the sun, the zenith of the sun. It gets up to about 85 degrees. Here we are in England. It gets up to about 85 degrees for us here. Now the moon is unbelievable. Scientists are admitting now that they can take a laser pointer and prove that the moonlight is cold. It's not a reflection of a hot light, it is a cold light. You can go around the shade behind a tree of the moonlight, and in that shade you'll find it's 2 degrees warmer than in the direct moonlight itself. How can that be? Heat coming from the moon, the sun. How can it be that we see the moon during the day for 3 weeks of the month? If it is what they tell us, that the sun, the half moon is because there's a shadow being thrown from the earth over the sun, blah, blah, blah. But I'm looking at them both in the sky at the same time. Guys, I can assure you, I believed what you believe. I was brought up in exactly the same education system, indoctrination system, that at 6 and 7 years old says, you're too small to measure that the earth is curving. You're too small to measure that the earth is spinning. Why? Because 100 years ago, they did the interferometry experiments to prove whether or not the earth was moving through space. The earth is moving through space at 30 miles a second. 30 miles a second, and they cannot measure that. They cannot find an experiment. As Einstein said, we will not find an experiment to prove that the earth is moving. The best astronomer in the world in the 1860s, the Astronomer Royal, George Airy, comes up with this experiment to fill a telescope with water to prove whether it's the earth or the stars that are moving in the sky. Guess what? They call it Airy's failure. Why? Because it proved that the stars are moving in the sky. And that's what you see. You see stars moving and cracking across your sky. And just like the aeroplane which comes off in the distance, low in the sky, it rises and rises and rises until it's above your head, and then perspective causes it to drop back down. Well, what if the light in the sky is doing the same thing? That it's approaching you, it appears to be rising, and then zenith, midday, and off it goes into the distance. There are other ways of explaining the world other than this ridiculous idea that because your pencil fell on the floor, that water will cling to the underside of a ball in Australia. That is absolute ridiculousness. Your mind has been stolen. Your common sense has been robbed. Thus that you do not know that you are not moving. You do not know that when you spin a bicycle wheel or when you drive in a car, the wind that is around your car when you start the journey does not follow you. You don't want to believe that to be true, but your common sense says, yes, it's true, of course. As I wipe my hand through the air doesn't follow me. Yes, there's some resistance. Yes, there's some drag, but primarily the air will stay behind. That's what happens in physics. So you tell me how this earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and the trees are not moving when there's no wind. The clouds are not moving when they're not getting any wind. And if they are moving by wind, it has absolutely nothing to do with a spinning ball that you happen to believe, that you stand on. And then, when I tell you that the water in your lake that is 1 mile across is perfectly measurably with a laser measurably level, and then we've taken that experiment and done it at 10 miles, and 20 miles, and 30 miles, what about 40 miles? And then the world record photos I've got here, according to Guinness, is 250 miles across water. Where's the curve? How can the US military have a weapon called the railgun that can shoot a Sabot Mark 15 from ship to ship 100 miles? According to the curvature formula, that should be 8,000 inches below because of the curvature over 100 miles. They never taught you the curvature formula at school. When I learned the curvature formula 10 years ago, I was like, hang on, I grew up by the sea. I saw things over ranges according to this formula I cannot see. Unless you imagine some magic is lifting those light poles or those distant objects above the water around the curve. There is no curve to our water, it's level.
If I believe this, what will change my life?
What will change was that you will know that this entire game here, the entire game, government, religion, education, the system of banking, even capitalism and all of this civilization, all of it has been designed as a mechanism or a tool for control. You could think, oh, well, that's just controlling me. Yes, I have to pay taxes and all that kind of thing. No, I'm not even focused on the physical. It means that this world is not even material in the way that they taught us. It is spiritual. We are inside an electromagnetic spiritual entity that emanates love. But we've been set here against each other, brother against brother, sister against brother. We've been set here against each other, colors, nationality, religion, all of these sorts of things. If you realize that it's all a game, then you do not support Russia. You do not support Ukraine. You do not support Israel. You do not support the games that they're playing to trick you, to hold your soul, to steal your soul. And so it's about coming back to that. Because if you've just discovered that your father was murdered by your uncle, doesn't that mean now that you face that truth, that you can realign yourself in terms of your relationship with that uncle?
Who's playing this game?
Well,
This is
that's
the
a
game.
big question. People often finger the Rothschilds and the Roman Catholic Church, and there's other groups, perhaps even non-physical entities might be in control. But these are things that I have to speculate. What I see is the result of the murder. I see the crime being committed. Do not make it my responsibility to solve the crime for you. You are the center of creation. This is your universe. This is your sun. This is your reality. And so therefore it is up to you, incumbent upon you, to be your own savior. Not to seek savior in Donald Trump or Jesus Christ or in any of these others. And I do revere Jesus. I do not revere Donald Trump. However, to seek savior in someone else outside of yourself is to give away your authority, is to give away your God-given sovereignty to some other. And that, my friend, is what you are doing in your life. No fault, because you were tricked, like I was, like we all have been. But we're in a prison for a crime we never committed. And you need to know that the warden, just like Shawshank Redemption, the warden is never going to tell you that he knows you never commit no crime. But he's turned you into a bad boy in the jail, so you will be useful to him. And that's what we are in the corporate system here. By the way, corporation means corpse oration, which means the dead are speaking. And when you're engaging with the dead and not with the living, you are giving away your life force to something that is, some say, demonic, satanic, evil, whatever. I'm not saying this that, oh, we're all victims. I'm saying that this is your opportunity now that you know that, now that you know the entire game is rigged. The entirety. There's not one part of this reality. Yes, trees are green, you can burn a fire with wood and all these sorts of things. Yes, the basics are true. But the nature of this game, the bread and circuses, the control, and that ever-increasing tightening of centralized control is robbing you of your divinity. Because we are, each of us, equal in the eyes of the Creator. Whatever name you give to that Most High. The divine essence, that is the spark we all carry. It is the spark of Jesus or the spark of Christ that this game wants to extinguish. This game wants you to make you all about your ego, all about your job title, all about your material, when nothing here is actually material, it's all spiritual. And we are the essence. We are created in God's image. That's biblical. You don't even have to be a religious dude to know that. We are created in God's image. We are not evolved from monkeys as the mainstream globalist science would have you believe. We are definitely not evolved. I was an atheist. I believed, like most believers in the atheism, was that we can prove that we come from monkeys. No, we cannot. No, we cannot. So our science today is all about demeaning the Creator and the Creator's essence. In other words, you and I. And so I'm here just to say, if you know this, the flat earth is merely a gateway to recalibrating your entire relationship with yourself and with the world out there. The madness out there. The craziness, because nature and God is love. Nature is perfect. But this madness that man is creating, this whirlwind, that he's creating this spinning ball and everybody's so dizzy and at war with each other, and we think that we're run out of resources, we're on lack, shortage, hardship, begging the government for some handouts. Nature never intended it for it to be that way. Nature made this world so rich, so abundant, that all 8 billion of us, or 10 billion, or 12 billion, because I'm not into genociding people, by the way, but if you're Bill Gates and his crowd, they like genociding people. And they use their needle program of 2021 as a big part of that. Absolutely. Absolutely. And if you do not know that, you've got your head so far up your back end, you probably don't know it's daytime. I would say, get the sheriff's rusty badge cleaned up and get yourself sorted out. Sorry. Now, I am dropping my flyers here. But I'm absolutely sure that we are all equal. But you would have me reduced in your mind so that you do not have to face the discomfort that actually everything in your life, your ego is attached to, is part of some great satanic Freemasonic cover-up that has us as enemies rather than as brothers, has us working for the dead, the corporation, rather than encouraging nature and local communities and all of that kind of thing. So there's lots that we can do once that we know that the Earth is not a spinning rock and that NASA fake it all. NASA stuff is so easy to unpick once you are old enough. When you go to a magician show and the children are all so excited and you can see what's going on, that's how I feel when I'm talking to people in the street. They are capable of seeing this, but until they see it, they will just swoon at the magician and go, whoa, look at his magic tricks. He's taking a rocket back up into space, and he's got men floating around inside of a vacuum. And yet, never have we successfully tested a spacesuit in a vacuum. We've never taken it into a vacuum chamber here on Earth and said, right, let's test your suit. You're going into space. You better make sure there's no leaks. Yes? Why have they never tested that? Why do we see bubbles leaving the helmets during spacewalks? Are they in the same pool that they test in, perhaps, with a blue screen? Is that possible? If you saw India land a craft on the moon, 60 years since America could go there, it looked like some old Atari game. It was so fake. Even Elon Musk said, when he put a Tesla car into space, his own words, it looks so fake. It must be real. Would you mind asking your question again, sir, a little louder?
Sorry, are you saying it looks fake? Well, surely they've got the technology to make it look so real. It
Yeah.
look fake.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when you're willing to kind of pick apart this Sandra Bullock movie, you know, if you're like really going to spend time, she did a movie called Gravity, which she is in space. So if you were really like critical, you could probably find mistakes, errors, and things like that. So it's an interesting question, because sometimes we'll see like a guy floating and a harness will show up, like there'll be a green screen glitch. Or sometimes they'll be doing a live stream, and so they can't really cut out mistakes. So sometimes we've seen like a harness pull on a guy's shirt or pull on his trousers and things like that. Or when Tim Peake, when he went up into the ISS, he did, for Channel 4, he did an interview, it's still on YouTube, where in 2 minutes in he says, I'll do a flip. And he does this flip and it looks like he's wearing a harness. And he's doing like a circus thing, and veins are popping up his neck. He's not doing what you and I would imagine we would do if we were in the sort of zero gravity. We would do all sorts of free things. We'd be doing flips off the top roof or whatever, and we'd do it for 5 minutes. Not for like what they do is they'll do it for 30 seconds and then cut the scene. And that, because they're filming that inside of the vomit comet, inside of that plane where they can get 0 G for 30, 40 seconds. So they film some of it there, some of it in a studio, some of it in a plane for sure, and some, because you can sometimes hear the engine, and then some of it in the swimming pool. Now people tell me that they can see the International Space Station. It is the size of a football field at best. Yes? Yes? Agreed? So it's about the size of a football field. Now when they're in the International Space Station and they look down with powerful cameras, they can't resolve football fields. They can't even resolve clearly any city. Yes? So how, if I can't resolve a city from the ground, can I look up and see something the size of the football field? Impossible. They're flying something else in the sky and making people believe that they're seeing the International Space Station.
What is the point? Why are agenda?
It's about controlling us. I mean, someone asked me, one of the earlier questions was, is there more land? Possibly. On a flat Earth, it's very likely more land.
Well, can I ask you something? If you say the Earth is flat, okay, so in that case,
Yeah.
the whole world see the sunrise and sunset at the same time. So why in like
Not true.
Yeah,
No. Well, let me answer you that right away. Is that if this was nighttime right now and Wembley Stadium had a football match on, could we see the lights in the stadium from here? No.
No.
So if something is like there's hot air balloons. By the way, there's 100 hot air balloons in the sky today, Sunday, in England.
Oh, yeah.
We can't see any of them. Why? Because we're not close enough. So when I'm standing underneath a hot air balloon at 500 meters, I was driving towards one the other day, and it was, when I saw it first, it was low like this,
I
eh?
understand.
And as I got closer,
that's spiritual, basically. So what I mean,
so that's perspective. That's why we don't necessarily
like,
see the street
let's
light
say-
from distance.
Let's say in Indonesia the sun is setting,
Yeah.
and let's say in Brazil the sun is just
Rising,
rising.
yes.
So if the earth is flat,
Yeah.
it doesn't make any sense of that. If it's flat, we
Yeah.
can see the sunrise and the sunset at the same time, all of us.
No,
That's-
you know why
that's-
you can't see this? Because you're thinking that the sun is
No,
millions
this
of
is
miles
what,
away.
according
So
to
let me
science-
offer you like
Yeah,
this. What if
okay.
the sun is only 100 miles? It's triangulation, and you wouldn't, light doesn't travel forever. So no, we have some theories on exactly how the sun works,
Yeah,
but we
I-
can't know for certain. But there is for sure, all the ancient cultures were comfortable with seasons, were comfortable with night and day, and they knew each other. By the way, we can tell from architecture that there were
Well,
great civilizations.
that's
in the
different
past.
thing, the nature of the things, But
So it can
like
work.
if we go like scientifically prove it,
Yeah.
like we can't find it, we can't prove it. The earth is flat.
Okay, let me offer it to you a different
me
way.
some example,
Yeah,
like
let me
make
give
it
it to you.
clear.
Let me give it to you like this.
Let's say
let me hear
Yeah,
this.
yeah, go
Hear
on,
this
sorry,
example.
yeah.
Imagine that you and I are standing here, and then we got some friends that are standing 20 meters in front of us,
Can't see you,
and,
okay,
and then
that's normal.
friends that are standing further 20 meters. Yeah,
right.
and now a tsunami arrives at Hyde Park.
Okay.
Now it hits your friends that are furthest away first,
Yeah.
and then it rises above them, and then it's starting to hit your friends that are next, and then it's setting for the first guys, and now it's rising above for the middle guys, and it's beginning to rise for us. It's daylight now. It's the sun is starting to rise. So the wave, if you like, is washing. The wave is washing over the world once a day, and just like any wave would do, someone who's further in the surf is going to feel that wave, even though it's the same wave. I'm going to feel it a moment after you because I'm behind you. Yes. And if I was left or right of that wave, if you imagine sometimes waves have a curve off like this, yeah, on their tail off like this. Well, imagine I'm standing towards the side where it's tailing off. I'm not going to get as much wave as you, who was standing right where the apex are. So think about that in terms of seasons. That right now the season for us in the north is that the apex is higher to us, and the southern people are only getting a smaller bit of wave that are arriving same time as them. South Africa same time pretty much as England, yeah, but it's like a low wave and it's not as high. But as it moves towards the southern summer in 3-4 months time, then they will be on the apex of the wave, and us guys here in the north will be on a low wave. So when it hits us, oh, that's not much sun, right? That's not much wave. Whereas your friends are going, whoa, we've been bowled over by that wave. You see how in reality I can actually create a model using electromagnetics and this toroidal turning system to bring such a thing into your environment on a 24-hour basis. Same is true with the tides, bro. We can actually create a thing that's breathing. Like if I created a terrarium for my creatures, yeah, I would have a pumping system that would, in this case, twice a day, draw in water, push out clean water, bring in fresh food, bring in light, and then bring out the light. I would create an environment just like that. I wouldn't put them on the outside of the terrarium. And often I say to people, listen, there's not a single thing in nature that we can point to that grows outside of its skin. Everything must be contained in a shell, a bark, peel, everything.
No, sir, I'm not agree with you at all. You just
Okay.
just
okay.
an
You don't
example
have-
you're giving to me, but you can't come to the point why the earth is flat. Why we can't see the different country, different at the same time the sun is rising and sun is setting. If the earth is flat, the earth is round and circling, so it has to be day and night concept. Day and night concept according to the Oxford PhD.
Okay, so I'll give you another example. Like if I took Wembley Stadium and I took one light, and that light was capable of only illuminating half of the stadium
Yeah.
at any one time, then I can go and take that light around the stadium, yeah, and I can achieve the same effect that we see on a flat Earth. And just like I said with the street lights, if the street lights are a mile away from you, you can't see them. Yeah. See this image here. This is what we got. This is our street lights, you know, and.
That's 5 feet from the boat. That's wrong, sir. Where did you get that from? Have you got anything?
I've seen that many times in my life on a boat. Many times I've been on a boat.
No.
What do you mean? What's wrong about?
The 5 feet from the boat. What do you mean by 5 feet? You can't take the photograph from 5 feet from the boat, from the sea level.
Yeah, at 5 feet of sea level, you can probably see about 2 or 3 miles. That's it. Yeah, that's it, and then everything drops down. That's according to Google. Google will tell you that if you're standing on the beach at 6 foot, you can see 3 miles. That's Google. Yeah, because of, they say, curvature. I say perspective is cutting that off. Because if it was genuinely that, then I should be able to say for sure that a boat that was 5 meters high would absolutely always go over the curvature at 4 miles or 5 miles. It would always be, and we learned that in school. They go, okay, so now we're going to do measurements. They never got us to measure this. They never got us to think about 8 inches per mile squared. 8 inches per mile squared is the formula that they'd say is the amount that the water is curving away from you from the beach. 8 inches per mile squared. So at 10 miles, it's already 800 inches. And 800 inches is a lot of boat. But if I can take a powerful camera and pull that boat in for 10 miles and even 15 miles, then you know it's not gone over nothing. And there you go up in the Burj Khalifa, or you go up in an aeroplane or something like that, and guess what? You're flying over the Mediterranean, and you can see boats for 100 miles around you. And they all look like they're on a mirror. Water at rest, brother, is level. Now, science should be scalable. I can scale that down and say I could make you a model, take a lake, a big lake, put some big old rocks in it and call those Africa and Asia and all of that, put a little magnetic sort of center, and now my ships can sail east and west around that, no problem. I can create that with $100. You cannot create, no scientist has ever created a model in which the water is being pulled into something and then attracting and holding to it. And then you spin that thing and say, oh, it's still going to stay on there. That's all against common sense and actual physical observation. So now we've demystified the curvature. The ship is going over the horizon, it disappears from the bottom up. We've demystified that. We can debunk that all day long, and I invite you to try and debunk it, to try and prove it. But I know that I've seen things like I've seen Morocco, the beaches of Morocco from Spain. It's like, how am I meant to, according to, people love in England saying, we can see the White Cliffs of Dover from France. Well, that's 20 miles, and according to the formula, that's 300 feet of curvature, which is the height of the whole White Cliffs of Dover. So we are seeing way too far. The world record photograph, which is probably beaten double up, is 250 miles according to Guinness World Records. How can you see something at 250 miles that's on a globe?
According to Guinness.
According to Guinness World Records, I pulled that out of there. So you can look that up. It's well known. But people have been doing much longer photos, even 600. Although people say, wow. A guy went up into Wales and he took a photo of 7 peaks in the Alps, and you can identify them from their distances apart from each other and all that sort of stuff. People say, that's just clouds, whatever. The point is that we, on a clear day, can see 500 miles, and with infrared, we can see 1,000 miles. Impossible on the globe. And if you were flying on a globe from England to South America or Africa or South Africa or wherever, you're going from here and landing, and you're going to stand up on what feels flat, but it's there, like that. That's not happened, bro. There's no gyroscope, nothing in your system, no spirit level will say you've done anything. Pilots will say we keep our nose 1 degree up the whole time until we want to come down to land. And that works over a plane, 30,000 feet, 40,000 feet, no problem. But you're going around a ball like this, or if a ship's going down like this from England and coming back up from France, well, no, the guy in France will say, no, it's going down again from where I am. So is it perspective that we're being tricked by?
Well, that's a debate, to be honest with you. Some of them, I don't agree with you. Some of them agree, really.
Like this thing, we're taught that gravity is gravity is the lie that holds it all together. And I can demonstrate to you how and something will either float or fall depending on the medium. A football, right, will fall in the air but float on the water.
That's gravity, basically, yeah.
Well, that's what we're taught. But what if it was simply to do with I displace more than the thing weighs, like if I displace more water, then I'll float on water. But in the air, because we're so thin, we're so thick, and the air is so thin, we always simply fall. Everything just simply falls. But a helium balloon, well, it doesn't displace as much air, so it shoots up. Yeah. You know, and then so where's gravity? And then how does gravity grab it? If it can't hold it at ground level, how's it going to hold it at 20 miles, 30, 40 miles up in the sky? And hold it at a level which is what we see with gases. If we let gases settle, just like liquids, if we've got different liquids, oil, water, washing up liquid, whatever, we put them in a container, they will settle at their own levels, yeah? Oil floats on water, yes? So if I took that and I said, I've got this oil and it's floating on water, in fact, they make mirrors on beds of oil because it's a perfect level, right? And the same is true with gases, although they're much easier to disturb, but gases will also have their own levels. Temperature variations will change some of that, but you know, everything levels off in strata, and if my container was 1 mile long or 1,000 miles long, I'm not going to see a different result. That's what I expect. So this idea that we have to be on a spinning globe, what if it's all designed to rob you of the truth of who you are? That's what I think. It's designed to rob you of the truth of who you are. That's why it matters, you know, because it doesn't.
Basically, who is robbing?
Well, I may have seen the crime. I may not know exactly who the criminal is. Yes. So I can speculate, but I can't name because I'm working on second-hand information. I'm not right in the boardroom of MI6 or whatever.
Is it NASA who's doing this shit around?
NASA, like Trump and these actors that they put into politics, like this current actor prime minister. They are window dressing. They are like the marketing department.
You think like India plant the moon, bring in the moon.
So fake.
Is it fake?
So fake. And it looks so fake, man. You must know that. And
do you think it looks fake or is it fake?
it is fake, and it looks fake. I mean, no. I mean, like unless you're sort of wanting to believe it, but like they present us with this what looks like a 1980s.
It should look like the fake counter.
Well, I mean, for one, something they've never done is they've never put a camera on the nose of a rocket. Let me answer you.
Yeah, sorry.
So they never put a camera on the nose of a rocket and followed that camera with one live feed, unbroken feed, anywhere ever, all the way to a destination, whether it be to the International Space Station or to the moon. So that would be a good thing to start.
Yeah.
And then when it comes to kind of landing on the moon, like what we see, they show us on TV, is a third person filming a craft kind of landing on the moon. Yeah, do you remember that? Did you see that? Like a yellow craft, and it looked like, to me, it looked like a 1980s Atari kind of thing. But the first question in my mind was, well, who's the cameraman?
Well, there's no cameraman. That's the thing. The camera is already installed in it. So when you leave, the thing is landing in the moon, so no physical things will cover the thing.
Oh, did you work on the program?
I know about the program.
Oh, how do you know about it?
Because I'm keen to do these things. I'm working on my things.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so I used to love everything to do with space, by the way.
Okay.
And back in the 1980s when the Challenger was doing its thing, I was all there,
Well,
man.
those times different technology. Now these days different technology.
Yeah, and yet, but 60 years ago they claimed they could put a man on the moon, and today we still don't do that. And if they can put craft up there, then why not take a man? 60 years ago, think about how our technology has developed in 60 years. We would have to, if you made a phone call to another country, you would have to go through a few exchanges. The ladies would have to plug things in to kind of get your phone, and yet they could phone the moon. Now when I drive out of the city, I don't get a signal on my phone unless I'm on a smart highway. So we know that the technology gap between what they claim they did in the 1960s and where we are now is a huge red flag, and we should be willing to kind of question that. That, for example, when they left the moon, the lunar surface, right? I think it's the last mission, but as they're leaving, the camera is filming the craft, and then you watch it, the craft goes up off the moon, and then the camera pans up and follows it up for a little while. You don't see it, it could have been lifted up by a crane, and it looks like little firecrackers coming out the bottom. It doesn't look like a thruster. There's no big dust storm thrown up. But the question I have, or you should have in your mind, is that how in the 1960s could they get that footage from that camera that was on the moon? There's no man there. There's no man, by the way, even to pan the camera.
Well, like I said, there is no cameraman in there in the space. There is the inbuilt camera in the space system.
Yeah, but you're not hearing my example. My example is this: the camera
in
is
1960 different
the
thing, different
camera is
technologies.
yeah
They have different things.
yeah.
Like in Tesla, like SpaceX, they have inbuilt everything. So you don't need to just sit down, relax on the couch, and you can see everything on the space. So that's what India sent into the moon, and that's I believe, and I read about it, and I doing research on it, and it's a fact. To be honest.
And what do rockets use for propulsion in a vacuum?
What do you mean?
Well, in mainstream science, we have for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction, right? Which is how like a helicopter's rotors will create a certain amount of downforce in order to push up. Yeah. Now, what we've discovered is that if we take all of the various fuels that they use in space and we put them in a man-made vacuum chamber, we can't get them to ignite. And we can't get fans or anything to propel, because we realize that when we're propelling a jet through the air, it works better in the thick air and not so well at 60,000 feet. Why? Because the air is so thin. There's very little purchase when there's such a thin air, and that continues to be true as you go higher and higher. Which is why I believe Felix Baumgart is the highest any man has been outside of a craft ever on human story, and that we don't take. You know, they've got those U-2 spy planes or whatever, they can get to 70, maybe 80,000 feet, but we really can't get, other than maybe the Branson thing and the other thing can get to 200,000 feet, something like that, because it's a closed castle. Possibly.
Sorry, Speaker, why would you need to burn it to move in space? Is that your theory? That you need to burn
that we
stuff?
need, that we need to.
Why is that? If every action has an equal and opposite reaction, let's say I'm stationary in space and I spit.
Yeah.
I'm going to move backwards with the same momentum as the spit is going to move forwards. So in fact, just ejecting stuff at pace in space will move you.
Okay.
So thrusters in space don't need to burn.
Okay,
they just need to eject at
all right.
pace.
Let me just accept that. So we enter the vacuum of
it's true.
space.
It's Newton's law.
But you
so
and
you don't
I,
have much
well,
choice
we've never
but to
been
accept
into a
it,
vacuum
Speaker.
and proven
No,
it.
but we have. Of course, we can create a vacuum on Earth and prove Newton's laws. They've been proved many times.
Yeah, but
are you denying Newton's laws?
No.
Okay,
But now,
good.
here we
Carry
go.
on.
Now here we go.
Good.
So we're going to allow for you to have us ejected out of the atmosphere at some 20,000 mile an hour or whatever they claim, and then we're going to fly to the moon, and then come back around, slingshot around.
Correct.
So what
Yes.
force is acting on me when I slingshot around?
Gravity.
There you go. There's the magic. You can't have that.
How come?
Gravity is a made-up pseudo-scientific concept that has got no basis in reality other than an expression of things that fall down when there is nothing to support them.
Right.
So when I lift my chalk up,
Yes.
I think we would agree, imparting potential energy.
You are. Yes, that's correct.
So when
Because, by the way, because of gravity. Only because of gravity.
No. Well, no.
Yes, unless
you're
it's
saying
electromagnetic
because-
force. You can separate two magnets and then have potential energy, but that's the electromagnetic force. So if you lift your chalk up, what force are you counteracting to create that potential energy to store it in the chalk? In your opinion, I mean, if it's not gravity,
I'm not
gravity
counteracting.
doesn't exist, that's fine.
Well, I'm not counteracting any force.
You're not counteracting.
So
if you throw the chalk up,
Yeah.
it will keep going. Because
No.
you're not counteracting. Oh, so
No,
what
of
force
course
is that? What do you call that force?
I have imparted force. Yes, I'm
Right, no,
giving
you've imparted it up.
more force.
But now,
because I'm trying to-
Newton's laws, Newton's first law, in order to decelerate and come back down and accelerate, there has to be a force acting on the chalk.
No, I don't. I disagree.
Well, that
with
is Newton's
No.
laws.
Oh, there's a lot of scientists.
So you
mainstream
definitely
scientists will
disagree
say-
with Newton's
Yeah.
laws.
Okay. In this case, yes.
Right.
Well, because one, gravity is not a law; it's a theory.
Oh,
But
well,
do you
no,
claim
no,
it-
no,
do you
but
claim it as
force
a law?
of well, no, the thing
So-
I'm claiming is law, no.
So if I lift
no,
this
no,
piece
no,
of
hang
chalk
on.
up, I lift this
No,
piece
you've
of
said
chalk up.
something wrong.
If I lift this piece
Let
of
me
chalk up,
correct you, I
that's
can correct
fantastic.
you on this. I
Okay,
can
go
correct
ahead,
you on this.
go ahead. We
The
got a
thing I'm
physics
claiming
guy.
as a law, is
yeah.
force equals mass times acceleration, not gravity. I'm not saying what the force is. Force is mass times acceleration.
Yeah.
So if that mass, you
Yeah.
throw it up
Yeah.
and it accelerates downwards, which it inevitably will,
Yeah,
so
yes,
will your camera if
yeah,
you drop
yeah,
it,
yeah.
there must be an unbalanced force working on that mass.
Yeah.
I'm asking you
Well,
what the unbalanced force is
well,
called.
The unbalanced
That's all.
force. The unbalanced force is either me lifting this chalk up to 1 meter of height,
Right.
or me thrusting it into the air
Yes.
with a lot more force.
Yes.
So it is me that is giving it the potential
Right,
to
so
go
who
to 5
decelerates it?
meters.
Who decelerates
to,
it then?
To 5 meters.
May I
it
have the chalk
decelerates.
and throw it up and
You
show
may.
you?
You may.
Sure. So
You may.
I'm going to throw it
Yep,
up,
yep.
and that's going to get an unbalanced force, and it's going to accelerate
this is
upwards.
good. We got a
It's going to
sign.
accelerate. Well, yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. So it's going to accelerate upwards, but then I theorize, because there's another force, not me, acting upon it, it's going to decelerate, come to a stop, and come back down because there is another force, not me.
No.
Should we
No.
see? Should we
No.
find out? Right, there you go.
No,
That's exactly what I said.
that's well.
Look
now,
at that.
now
And
what
by
if
the way,
we-
I'm also going to make another prediction. That when I do that, it is going to accelerate and decelerate at 9.8 meters per second squared.
9.8 is given as
I'm
an
just,
average.
that's just
no,
theory.
the 9.8 is
If
given
anybody
as
wants
an
to
average.
measure it with their phones, do your
9.8
calculation.
is, if you look into it, 9.8 is an agreed average. There are different rates at which things fall
There
in
most
different
certainly
places
are.
around the
There most
earth.
certainly
And I'll
are.
tell you why, my friends. Because there is different levels of atmosphere density
Yes.
depending on
That's
your
correct.
height above sea level.
Correct. Exactly
So
right.
when I go up higher to 2,000 or 3,000 meters above the same
Yes.
sea level, it doesn't
Yes.
matter where we are on Earth, it's all got the same sea level. When I go to 3,000 meters of altitude,
Yes.
guess what?
It will
the air
accelerate
is
quicker.
now thinner
Yes.
and it will fall faster.
That's correct,
Sprinters
because that's
at the
correct.
Mexico Olympics were able to
100%.
break new records because
Yes.
they were
The air
running
was thinner.
at altitude.
Correct.
The long distance runners
Brilliant.
could not break their records. Why?
Excellent.
Because
So
they had less air. Now let me finish. I have one more. As the speaker,
Well,
if you
no,
don't
no, but
mind.
you're-
let me finish.
I mean,
I have
your-
one
his
more.
knowledge of
I have
physics
one
where it
more. I'm
comes
going
to-
to counter
to
your.
friction
I'm going
is
to
correct.
counter
It's
your
brilliant.
throwing. I'm going to counter
Go
your
on.
throwing by offering you this.
Right.
What if I now take a football
Yes.
and force it underwater?
Please do.
Where's gravity?
Of course, there's gravity.
There's how?
Gravity acts on the football.
So
Absolutely, it does.
why is the football going to fly back up with a certain amount of force depending on how far I thrust
Because
it
there
under
is-
the
because-
water?
Because there
It
is a
is the
second-
opposite effect.
No. Well, I can tell you exactly why. I can
Opposite
tell-
effect. Earth is flat.
Well, may I tell you why? May I
Yes,
tell you why?
please do.
The chalk goes up.
Here
when I-
come the excuses.
Please. No, there's
Carry
no
on with your
excuse.
excuses.
It's a great
Okay.
opportunity for everybody to learn some physics in the crowd. It's fantastic.
It's my floor.
When I
Thank you.
throw the
Thank you.
chalk up,
Yes.
I'm exerting a force on the
Force.
chalk.
There's the
A
force.
force on the chalk.
A
That
force. And I
is-
push the ball down. I'm exerting a force.
That's correct. And let me.
triangle.
And please, may I finish? When I throw the chalk up, I exert a force. Gravity exerts a force downwards. Excuse me.
Excuse me, speaker's corner. Everybody has my water. I don't care about your policy.
Allow me to skewer him. You're just an ignoramus. Be
You're
quiet.
don't call me
Now,
an ignoramus.
What's the formula
You
for
are-
gravity?
you are-
I can tell
What's
you.
the formula for
No,
gravity?
you're changing the subject.
Well, you want to call
I
me
can
an
tell
idiot?
you
I
why
get to change the
a ball
subject.
comes up, because there's another force on it. Gravity, of course, is acting on a ball, which means when the ball comes up on the water, it'll come back down to the water. But when I push it down, the water pressure, the water
yeah.
tension
Yes.
is pushing the
The
ball
same is
up
true in air.
faster than gravity.
The same is
That's
true in
fine.
air,
Yes,
but
it
because
is.
we're heavier than air, the apple fell on Newton's head. But no one remembers that the tree had to raise that 200 grams of water into the
Yes,
apple.
it
So
is.
lift,
Yes.
and now fall. But guess what? If Newton was replaced
Through
by
osmosis.
a bucket of water, that bucket wouldn't hit the ground. The apple would not hit the ground. Why? Because it has now reached a different medium. Just like the iron anvil will float on a bath of mercury. Why? Gravity can't pull it down. Why? Because mercury is stronger than gravity.
Yes.
If gravity is so strong and pulling millions of ocean tons, millions of cubic miles of ocean, if it's
Definitely
pulling
is.
millions of cubic ocean to the bottom of the earth, how come butterflies can leave it? If
Very
such a
simple.
force
That's
exists.
extremely simple as well.
Now I know we've got
That's
explanations
extremely
for
simple.
this.
Gravity
But I'm here
acts.
today,
Gravity
my friends,
acts.
to remind you that water always finds its
per
level.
kilogram.
Now,
It's
gravity
extremely
is
simple,
still,
sir.
that's an accepted
Extremely
average.
simple.
It's an accepted
Yes,
average.
but it
You
does
should
act
know
that way.
as a
But it does
physicist.
act that way.
You should
But
know
it does act
that
that way.
9.8 meters per second
No,
squared
I said 9.8 meters per second
is
squared.
an average.
You've mistaken acceleration for force. I said 9.8 newtons per kilogram. That's different.
Okay, well, we're getting
Well,
into
do
the
you-
weeds.
do you understand
We're
the
get-
difference,
Well,
sir?
not right now. I don't want
Right,
to
no,
unpick
well, of
that
course
right
you
now.
don't.
I'm
You
here
have
to
to
remind
do
you, my friends, that when you lay in the bath as a child and realize that the water was flat, it's true in the lake too. There is no body of water that can curve around a shape. Water must be contained, and when contained, will form level. Yes, with the exception of a little bit of attraction to the walls. They call that resistance. They call that surface tension. But other than that, water must come to level when it rests. And if you come down a mountain and find a lake, guess what? You can find that the next lake down the mountain is parallel to the mountain above. And so it is. Now I've got a cutout on my flyer back there to show you the entirety of North America. If you were to walk and wanted to know the peaks and the heights across east to west of North America, I can show you a straight line with all the heights, 200, 500, 3,000 meters above sea level. But once you've gone to 3,000 above sea level in the Rockies, you will come down 3,000 to the beach in Los Angeles. There is only one sea level given for the all of England. There is only one sea level for all topographical maps. So when they say Himalayas is 7,000 odd meters above sea level, which sea level are they talking about? The British sea level, which is taken from Newlyn in Cornwall. They did that for 5 years in the early 1900s. They measured the average sea level and then they took that mean reading and said, this is Britain's sea level. So every mountain, every hill you ever climbed on from east to west of England has a given height above Newlyn sea level. And therefore, if I travel east to west across England and go up 300 meters at the highest point and come down 300 meters into Wales or whatever, does that make it a ball? If I fly from here, England, to South Africa for 12 hours or 11 hours, traveling 6,000 miles, 1/4 of the way around this globe, and I've gone from England here, standing up right here, to South Africa, standing on the side here, but not knowing it, feeling like I'm still on the same plane that I came on this plane for 11 hours.
Are you sure you went by plane?
I know I went by plane. I sat in the cockpit of a plane at 747 at 35,000 feet for half an hour, and guess what? All I could see out of the plane is a little different looking out those little roundy windows with the perspex, right? But when you look out the cockpit window, what you see is flat, a tabletop of clouds stretching as far as the eye can see. And now I fly for 5 minutes into that site. And guess what? For another 5 minutes, it's just another tabletop. If we were curving it as the way that they say, we would have to be nosing down half a mile every minute.
So are you going to explain what the unbalanced force acting on the truck is
Let's
when I
try
throw
and
it up?
stick with Earth is not a
I
globe.
asked you a question you've not answered. You've gone on to
But,
another
well,
thing.
now
By the way,
this
I
is
am
my
coming.
table.
I
This
am
is my
coming.
table.
I am coming to calculus of variation.
How do you
speaker.
explain the orbit on the sun of the moon, like in your
All right,
theory?
all right. It's not my theory. It's not my theory. The ancient cultures, the Mayans, the Incans. I will answer the question, but let's just clarify. When you say it's my theory, I am only repeating stuff, and I've done my own research. Yes, but it turns out that the Egyptians, the Mayans, the Incans, any ancient culture that you could look at described like this this ball, if you like, this half semicircle with a roof over the top and like a firmament. And in the Hebrews, they describe it as like with Sheol, like this dark place underneath. All the old biblical texts talk about that. And in the Quran, it says, and Shamsi, one of the preachers here, he's told me this. He said that in the Quran, it says that the sun and the sun and the moon travel over us. Now the sun and the moon, as the ancient, they travel over us. We're obviously not moving. You can't point to me the direction we're spinning or moving right now. But the lights, when we lie on our back and we watch the lights, the stars, the sun, the moon, they rise and they come over and travel. That's not me spinning. That's them moving. So they do make an arc. But the same is true with an aircraft. When an aircraft approaches you from a distance, say you've got a good view from like miles away, you can see the aircraft low on the ground and rise, then go low, like set again. The same is true with a hot air balloon. You know, if you're directly under the hot air balloon, it's straight up above you. But if you're 5 miles distant, it's kind of down there. And if you're 10 miles distant, you may not even see it, or it's joined the horizon, even though it's still sitting at 300 meters.
It's round. It's because it's curving.
Well, no, we believe that, but this is actually provable as an expression of. Ask an artist. It's an expression of perspective. You know, we understand how when we're standing at the train station, watching a perfectly flat line of the train track, and then the train approaches, we see the train increasing in size. But if we get the opportunity to stand on the tracks, we'll notice that the tracks seem to come together. you know they're not really coming together, right? When you look in the distance, if you've got a distance view over the beach or something like that, and you see the clouds touching the horizon, they're not bending around that. You only need to go up to the 20th story of a building and go, oh, it's still flat and level as far as I could go. So to answer the question, the sun and the moon are expressions of a force that we all see as a round disk of light. We could say it's a ball, whatever, but we all see a round disk of light that is local to us rather than off far in the distance. And I can prove this by saying we've taken photographs, pilots have taken videos out of their cockpits of the sun inside the clouds below them. Impossible.
And
then
satellite makes photos of Earth.
satellite,
and you see
well,
a ball.
yeah, but that can be made up, you know.
They didn't make up.
No,
What
it
you
can be
say
made
they
up.
didn't make up.
I see.
They-
And could I
Well,
ask
if you trust the authorities, if you trust the authority, then I can't help you.
Speaker,
I'm only here for
speaker,
those who are willing
speaker.
to challenge the dogma.
I promise
You've
you
got
I
to be
don't
willing to
trust any authorities, most especially you. However, if I call,
I'm not
if
your
I
authority.
Skype, hang on, if I WhatsApp someone in Australia right now,
Yeah.
would it be dark?
That's what I asked.
Probably, yes. What's the time
It would
now?
be dark.
Yeah.
So it definitely would be dark. But we're on a flat surface.
You see-
the sun is
you see,
above us.
You have
so
to have a
how
very
is that
limited,
happening?
very limited mind.
Well, that's why I'm
not
asking.
to
I'm so
consider
limited,
that
speaker.
the
I need
ancient
you to
cultures,
expand my mind.
that the ancient cultures like the Maya, who had
Carry on.
great
The
technology,
Mayans,
they already understood how this could work. It's
see.
not very
How?
difficult.
How?
Now I'll explain it to you. Imagine if I can have your attention here, friends.
Yes.
What I've got is a model of a flat Earth possible. Okay. Now what I've got at the center.
Come
Come
That is
closer.
very
Come on
important.
closer.
Very important.
I've got the Antarctic ice ring around the outside. I've got the North Pole in the middle. I've got Africa. I've got America. I've got China. I've got Australia.
Right.
Now, in the summertime,
Where are we?
This is the South Pole.
Where are we?
Everywhere is south.
We're about here?
And England is here.
Oh, England's here. Oh, well, that's good. Okay, carry on.
Now, please follow along if you can. Now, this inner line here is called the Tropic of Cancer. This is called the equator, and this line is known as Capricorn. In the summer, in the European summer, the sun does a circuit around the inner ring.
Right.
In the winter, it's doing a circuit around the outer ring.
Yes.
But because of it being low,
Above the
and we
outer ring,
understand
above it. So like this.
at a height,
Like this, okay.
well, at a height,
And therefore, it should illuminate the whole thing, just differently at different
okay, you
points
understand
of the day.
that the scale of this is slightly off.
Well, no, I
So-
understand that, but it should nevertheless illuminate the whole thing
Why?
at different times of day.
Why?
Well, because it's above it. Light will go everywhere, no?
The lights at Wembley Stadium are above me, but it doesn't illuminate me when I'm in South London. You do understand that, right?
Well-
when they turn on the lights at Wembley Stadium, I do
No,
not
the
know.
lights are directional at Wembley Stadium. So is there a directionality to the sun? Is it like a floodlight?
Well, it appears to be illuminating downward, so we can agree on that.
I see. Well, it definitely illuminates downwards, but which direction? How does it know? Why does it illuminate in a particular pattern
There's
that
a lot
makes
of
the Earth
questions
look
here.
round?
There's a lot of questions here.
Oh, yes,
But when you're in
there are.
junior school and
Right.
people are coming to you with calculus, you've got to say, listen, child, wait a while.
I'm
work
waiting.
out the basics.
Yes.
Work out the basics. And the
Definitely.
basics
I'm
are, you
very
cannot prove that
patient
the Earth
speaker.
is spinning. You cannot, and science cannot prove the Earth is spinning.
Yeah, but you
I would invite you to bring those making the claim. You see, because your senses, if before you went to school, your senses would have said you're not moving. Teacher brainwashed you to believe you are moving. So the claim lies with teacher to prove that you are moving.
you believe
And
in
teacher
God?
never proved, yes, and teacher never proved that you are moving. So that's the first thing. One
When
is
water
that
was
we are
going down the
moving.
drain, speaker.
Two is
Pretty
that
sure that wasn't
water
the teacher's brainwash.
Water cannot
By the way,
form on the
in the
outside of a
Bible,
container, any
speaking of
container.
speaking
The water
Right.
must be contained. Can anyone demonstrate to me how water can run around the outside of any container? No, it cannot. Water, when at rest, is level. These are the two tenets, the two basic tenets. Before we get into weather authority and NASA and how exactly science has been manipulated and inculcated this theoretical thing that Jesus walked on water and gravity makes balls stick, water stick to the bottom of balls. And not only that, balls of gas. Balls of gas, you know, in reality, if we let go of gas, it fills the available space.
By the way,
It fills the available space. So how is it possible that we can have a vacuum adjacent a pressure system without a fixed barrier? This is basic thermodynamics that a physicist should be able to help me with.
What's basic
How is it
thermodynamics?
possible?
What is that?
How is it possible that we have the vacuum of space,
Right.
and a pressure system
Yes.
without a fixed barrier, because in reality, to create a vacuum chamber, we need very thick walls.
I actually
To
do
create a
have, I
gas
have an
canister,
answer
we
to
need-
that, but you're not going to like it, Speaker. Do you want an answer?
Yeah, but I don't want religious mumbo
No, it's
jumbo.
not religious
I
at
just
all.
want- I
The
just want
reason,
provable.
the reason.
No, not
that
reasons, I
gases-
want evidence.
Of course, the reason gases don't escape from the Earth is because of a force called gravity that you don't believe in. That's why.
Because I'm not into religion, bro.
No,
That's for you
absolutely. But
religious
I did
types.
throw a chalk up and it came down, and you failed to
You threw
explain
it
it.
up.
So that feels like a religion to me.
No, you threw
There
it up.
was an unbalanced
Where
force
he
on it.
and I
We all saw it
disagree
coming down.
is that for me, when I move something out of its place of rest, out of
Yes.
its place of equilibrium, once I attend to it, once I adjust it, once I knock it off the table, I have given it potential force. Firstly, it was lifted onto the table, and secondly, I bumped it then and it fell off the table. I gave
How?
it potential
How?
energy.
How have
I
you given
get-
it
by
potential
lifting
energy
it.
without the force of
It
gravity?
has-
The potential energy is created by counteracting a force.
Because I can adjust
so what
that
force
potential
have you
energy.
counteracted?
Okay, so I can adjust that potential energy by
How?
adjusting the medium.
How is but what
By
describe what
adjusting
potential
the
energy
medium.
is?
Listen.
Describe it to me. Define
Listen,
it for me, sir.
my stone that I lift up
Yes.
is going to have a certain amount of potential
How?
energy. We can
How?
agree.
What is that? What is potential energy?
It's an expression of displacement
The displacement of what?
of the medium.
Of what?
The
Medium.
air,
Which
or
one?
the water. Because
So
if
by
I drop a
displacing
stone
air,
in the
I
air,
create
if
potential
I drop a
energy, is
stone
that
in the
correct?
air, it will fall with a certain speed.
How?
If I drop a stone in water,
Right.
it will fall with a lesser speed. What is the variable? The
Friction.
medium.
Friction.
Yes, of the medium.
Friction.
Of
But,
the
but there is a
medium.
force acting on both.
There was
It's
only-
just friction that's the
No, there was an
the-
expression
the-
of force, but it's a formula. It's a comparison of not only the medium, but the item. So as I said earlier on, if I went to 5,000 meters of altitude and dropped the same stone, guess what? I'd find it fall quicker.
Yes.
Why? Because there is a thinner medium there, and the water is a much thicker medium, and the mercury an even thicker medium.
That's
Hence,
right.
I can float iron on mercury.
That's right.
So gravity is not required on the flat Earth. Gravity is only a contraption designed to make the globe possible.
So
to
then
make
what
it
is the
possible
force
that
acting
you
on
could
the
be.
chalk, speaker.
The force is that I have.
You throw
left-
the
I
chalk
gave-
up so it
that's the
goes
force.
up.
Force.
What makes it come down?
That's the force.
What's making it come down? Not your throwing. You've let go.
Yeah, because
what makes
it
it
is
come down?
the fact that it's heavier. The helium
Well,
balloon.
but what does
the
heaviness
helium
mean?
balloon.
Hang on a second.
It's heavier.
Heaviness, you're talking gravity
Well,
language.
well,
you're
it's-
talking gravity.
it's-
You
it's
are a
displacement.
sinner. Straight to hell.
I'm not in
Sheol,
your religion.
Wherever the fuck it
That's
is.
your
That's
religion.
where you're going.
That's your religion.
No, it's your religion.
That's your religion.
Don't look at me.
Science is.
You're going. You just said.
Science
You
is a
just said.
religion.
That's shocking.
Earth is flat because
Shocking.
we can't prove water is curving. Water is always going to seek and find level when at rest. And try and move a bowl of full water. Try and move a bowl of water around. You'll find that water wants to slosh everywhere. But you can spin a globe at 1,000 miles an hour and the water's not going nowhere. How's that possible? Oh, gravity. Gravity. We always have to bring in gravity. Because the pencil fell on the floor when you were 6 years old, teacher said now all magic is going to happen. Because of this thing called gravity. But what if the entire Earth is an unmoving plate that we're standing on? It has water around the lakes, around the plate, and we call those oceans. It has some lakes, and those Great Lakes are unaffected by the moon. You should already know that. The moon does not pull on the Great Lakes. There are no tides on the Great Lakes. There's no tide in the Mediterranean Sea. Why? Because these are not part of the breathing
And the
system.
pencil falling on the floor, how does that happen on
so
that
the Earth is not moving. The Earth is not moving. We have an enclosure, like it says in the Bible and the Quran. The God separated the water from the water. So maybe there's water above us, but there's a roof between us, the gas here, and the roof. Go on. Yeah, no, this lady first. This lady first. This lady
You
first.
have Australia there on
just
the
asking.
side.
I mean,
So
you
if
might be
someone
you might be an artist.
flies to Australia on a plane,
Yeah.
why do they not see nothing? Like what? Like you should fall off the earth if it's flat, right?
Why?
If you're at the end. If it's flat, if we're
Okay.
on something flat, you fall off.
Yeah,
at
you've
the
been
end.
programmed to think that.
But
Most
you
people,
don't.
we
You
were
can
all
walk-
programmed to
can-
think that you would
walk
fall
and
off.
swim around the whole earth and come
Okay.
back.
I also
What I
want to say,
invite
if
you
you
to
fly-
do,
let's
Kat,
say if you
ladies
fly to
asked me a great
Australia from
question.
the USA,
The lady has asked me a great
why not go to
question.
China?
Let me just deal with this lady's great question. This is a question that most people
I've
think
flown
of.
from there.
When people think about the flat Earth, they're programmed to think, why can't we fall off the edge? So what if we live inside an enclosed system? What if we live inside of the apple rather than on the outside of the apple? What if the fruit
is inside the skin. What a surprise. Nature never does that, does it? But putting the fruit inside of the skin seems like a damn good idea. So what if we have a roof and an enclosure that would prevent man from going out? So now I do my own research and I discover that there's a very famous American by the name of Richard E. Byrd. He was an admiral given 5,000 soldiers and 15 years to explore Antarctica.
Right.
Guess what he comes back and says? I've walked on land that no man has ever seen.
Yes.
I've walked on land larger
And he
than
found
America,
a big
and I've
fucking
found
glass dome at the
resources.
edge.
I
That's
found
what he said.
I found
That's why it's like the
resources.
Simpsons movie.
Well, but I found resources. See, now this is science.
Did he find a glass
Quoting
dome at the edge,
Simpsons-
though, sir?
Quoting The Simpsons is science.
asking.
Now he says that our planes cannot fly over 13,000 feet out here because we keep hitting into something. And so all planes who do fly out there, have you heard of the Antarctic Treaty? Who can tell me about the Antarctic Treaty? Genius over here. Genius. Tell me about the Antarctic Treaty.
I believe
I'm
he's
sure
serious.
people want to know why all the big governments of the world who've been at war with each other over the last 60 years signed the Antarctic Treaty in the 1950s and have never broken it. The year after Admiral Byrd came out and made this admission about what he discovered, they lock it down. And the only way you can go past 70th parallel south is by permission. And the only way to get to 80th is onto a military-controlled system that is either British or American or whatever scientists, and they're all controlled, and they can only go on around an area of maybe 100 square miles. They're not exploring this whole thing. But Captain Cook, back in the day, a guy called Captain Cook, you might have heard of him, he said to sail around Antarctica, guess what? He sailed 65,000 miles. 65,000 miles, and 3 years it took him. Now, if it's 12,000 miles Antarctica, like they tell us, wouldn't take 3 years. But if it's this, then yes, it's very possible. And if it's this, it's possible that sometimes the sun is moving, just like the North Pole moves, the sun is moving and shining its torch on a different part, which might melt areas that we've never seen before and freeze areas that we used to live on. This is very possible. But it's all electromagnetic, it's not material. Like Nikola Tesla said, if you want to understand the universe, and by the way, Nikola Tesla thought that Einstein was a complete tool, a complete idiot, marrying his cousin twice. He was a plagiarist, this Einstein. He worked in a patent office and he stole other people's ideas. Relativity wasn't even his idea.
Whose was it?
He was, I forget the name now, but you won't know that either because you come through the brainwash
It
system.
was Bosch.
Well done. There you go. So he is a.
It helps having an education.
So Einstein is not the genius that people like to believe that he is. These people are tricksters. It is some kind of Jewish Kabbalah, mysticism, or whatever that has us tricked into believing we live on something not created, but something that is simply an explosion.
What is the point of people saying that the Earth is flat? What's their agenda?
Now, what's the point of them saying it's a globe?
Yeah, so
It's
what's
to-
the point? What is the point?
Of them saying it's a globe?
Yes.
I've got a handy flyer which you can take away with you. It
well,
answers
can
a
I
lot of
have
those
one,
questions.
please, I
You
really
share them
want
out,
to
share them out,
handy.
share them out.
Look how popular it is.
Share them out, share them out, share them out, share them out, share them out.
When someone's this crazy, everybody wants to buy it.
Share them out, share them out, share them out,
What
share them
makes
out.
you
In the Bible, it's written that we're spinning. In the Bible,
No, it's not, man.
Yes,
When I was
know
12 years
the
old,
Bible.
before I was
I know
indoctrinated.
all the
Wait, what's the
Bible.
verse? What verse? What verse says it's spinning? Because how does God stop the sun for 3 days without us dying?
And the other stars are moving.
The stars are moving, yes. The stars are moving.
The stars are moving and we're not moving. And the stars are round.
The stars are round.
stars are round.
There are lights in the sky, man.
No,
What we
no.
see is lights in the sky. We could debate about that all day
stars.
long. But
Do
the
you
point
believe-
is, until you really,
You believe in outer space,
yes,
right? Okay.
outer space.
Yes.
Yeah, you got to believe in it.
You believe in
No,
space.
no, no,
You
no.
don't believe that
So
there
there
is
must be
space?
millions.
No.
Space.
This is the only space. This is the only space that exists.
Oh.
Outer space is not real.
Oh,
There might be water above, like the Bible said.
Oh,
God separated the waters from the waters. Yes, that's Genesis. Genesis. God separates the waters.
Everyone that went to the space, they didn't go anywhere.
No, no,
Oh, I see.
no. You can't believe that. If you believe in the Bible and you believe that they left this place and landed on the moon, you are insulting God.
Wait a second ago.
The Bible is all about
You
flat
are
Earth.
insulting
The
God
Bible is all about flat
because
Earth.
The great.
This is called creation. Do you believe in Big Bang? Do you believe in Big Bang? Do you think we come from monkeys? Do you think that and read the Bible?
A very big. The
No,
Rambam.
religion. Religion is control.
The
Religion is a control. Religion was the control. Now they use government and scientism to make you believe that you are insignificant. Religion makes you feel insignificant. What Jesus was trying to say is that you are the creation. You are created in the image of God. It is you who will go on and do greater things than I. How could anyone but an equal say that? Well, how could anyone but an equal say that? If you want to fight, you say these words that Jesus says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to God but through me. You say that in the mirror, you are talking to God's creation, which is you. You are God's creation, and the religion and the science would have you believe that you are monkeys or too insignificant to eat at the table of God. You are born sinners who have to spend your entire life repenting and paying taxes to the government.
Right. What's wrong with that?
I was walking around South Africa in 2021 telling the African people there, I said, stop wearing this silly thing on your face and do not put needles in your arms. Trust God or trust man. You can decide. You can decide. You can trust God or trust man.
I see. And so God never said
And
we were
the,
sinners
and the
as
men
well
said
in
to
the
me,
Bible.
and the men said to me, the
interesting.
Bible says to me, I must follow the government. And I say back to them, so that means that the apartheid government of the 1970s and 80s of South Africa was worthy of following because they call themselves government. Because Tony Blair, do you follow Tony Blair? What about Royal Trump, eh? Donnie Trump. Do you follow Donnie Trump? Are you following him? Are you following this current guy? I don't even know who the clown is at the moment, right? Oh, he was an actor. The one who's currently in the Prime Minister. He spent a year at Oxford. Did you know that? Your current Prime Minister spent a year studying drama at Oxford. What's wrong with that? Because they are all actors, and it's Shakespeare who said that all the world's a stage. It's not Shakespeare.
I've got to tell you, I think that was a year wasted for Keir Starmer. I'm just telling you. Just FYI.
The world is flat.
Yeah.
That's over for all government.
Now, I'm not here to support anything, any
know about that.
organization,
You
any
seem to be.
corporation. I say that all of these things are machinations. They are all baubles, trappings of a materialist system that had you believing, like Madonna had us believe in the 80s. I'm living in a material world because I am a material girl. Bullshit! You are not material beings. You are the expression of something. Just like your TV can express a signal.
missed your
If you got
calling on
Sky
X Factor,
TV,
speaker.
if you got Sky
Just saying.
TV, your TV can express sport, soap operas, whatever drama you want. It can express that. Well, our world is similar.
Would that be
in
through
it can
satellites,
express
Speaker?
that.
Would that be through satellites? In
Satellite.
geostationary orbit?
Well, let
I'm
me
just
address
asking.
it. Well,
Because it doesn't work without a dish on my house. I'm just saying
yes,
to you.
and the dish on your house
Is?
is not pointing at the sky, is
Oh
it?
no! Oh no! It's pointing
No.
straight towards
No,
the ground.
it's pointing
Sheol.
towards the ground tower. 99% of all data, according to the industry, 99% of all data is undersea cable.
Ah.
All of
Satellite
the
navigation,
reason why
Speaker. Satellite navigation. It
Satellite-
definitely works in my car.
it works in my
With-
car.
to the nearest
Yes,
meter.
yes,
It's bloody
yes,
brilliant.
Yes, but that's using triangulation. You seem smart enough to know that.
Triangulation of what
Triangulation
exactly?
Triangulation of towers.
Of mobile.
So when I travel in Portugal, in the mountains, when I travel in Spain, in the hills and what have you, guess what? That triangulation is very inaccurate, and often I don't even get a signal. Now, if it is the case that this is all coming from satellites in the sky,
Yes.
why is it when I just drive up to Lambourne, up in the horse racing country, and I'm in the valleys there, I got no signal?
Oh.
Oh, how come? If the satellite's above my head? No, because the tower is just over the brow of that hill.
Do you see
and
that?
guess what? When I drive over the brow of the hill, full signal. Full signal, and our phones have only gotten better as those nasty 5G towers have increased their their location in your city.
That does lead to
So
a question,
all
no,
of-
Speaker.
now, if you
because
don't already know
Speaker,
this,
no,
sir,
Speaker.
sir, you do not
Speaker,
get
no,
to
no, I
speak.
do have another
If you
question
do
for you.
not
I have a
understand-
supplementary
let
for you,
me
Speaker.
offer to
Because
these
I was
people.
in
You
a
do
plane
not
2 days
understand-
ago, and I'm
you
in
do
a
not
plane later on
understand.
today,
The man doesn't
and it
understand
shows me
how
where I
his mobile
am
phone
at
works.
30,000 feet,
Yes,
Speaker,
yes,
with
yes.
no signal.
Yes.
Now, I
30,000
just
feet is
thought
what?
that might be GPS.
You think 6 miles is high?
Pardon?
You think 6 miles is high?
It's fairly high. The
they
tropical
found the moon
cause is
from
fairly high,
250,000 miles away. 60 years ago, they found the moon from 50. And now I drive out of the city and I can't get a
So
signal.
why don't I get
Why?
mobile
Because I'm
signal,
away
Speaker?
from. At 6 miles, you're not far from a tower.
You're
at
not
6
far from a
miles,
tower?
No, at 6 miles, you're
Even
not
above
far.
the ocean.
Even well, the ocean.
You are quite far from a tower.
Satellite
I'm not going to
positioning.
make a video call there,
Allow
am I?
me.
I'm
Allow
not.
me. You brought up the ocean. Satellite locating of ships was the original location system used on the Earth, known as LORAN. Look into it. LORAN was a series of buoys or buoys located at different positions in the ocean, and using simple triangulation, guess what? I can tell you just about where you are. And the more buoys I have, the more accurate for the
more
5G.
accurate the
And when they
location
bring
is.
in these drones that are going to deliver your packages from Amazon, they need 6G. Why? Because they need more towers to give them pinpoint centimeter
That's a
accuracy
large
and precision.
conspiracy, speaker.
It's not a conspiracy.
Well,
We're
there must
buying
be.
ourselves. If you
Some
don't
lot of boys.
understand how
Someone has to change the battery, speaker.
these things existed. Look, satellites, satelloons existed in the 1950s.
What is a satelloon?
NASA is the biggest buyer of
Is that where
helium.
you live?
NASA is the biggest buyer of helium in the world. It owns 3 helium mines. Why? Because it flies hundreds of helium balloons every day. They get launched from Sweden, they get launched from Saskatoon, they get launched from all different places in the earth, and we can see videos of these massive 1-ton satellites being lifted off by satelloons. They fly them up in the sky and they can hold them up there for a week, maybe longer. And then sometimes they land in the jungles of different places and people film them. You can go on YouTube and see people walking up to these satelloons.
Yes.
They're a big balloon with a satellite device and a small sun array, a solar array on them.
Why do they
So
use
these-
helium, speaker?
Helium floats because
Why?
helium doesn't respect your theory of gravity.
Oh, I see. So if the helium runs out, they won't come crashing back to Earth because
will.
there's no gravity. Oh, why?
They will come crashing
What
down
forces them to?
because they're out of their equilibrium.
Out of their
They're not meant to be
equilibrium.
up there.
Oh,
You see,
interesting.
gas giants do not coalesce. If you let go of gas from a canister from your body, it does not coalesce into a little football or a basketball.
No.
It'll spread into the environment around surrounding space. We all understand this.
Why do
But we
people have so
somehow
much defect
we will not accept that because we live in a pressure system, we must therefore. Second law of thermodynamics demands it. We must therefore
What's the
have an
second law of
enclosure.
thermodynamics, speaker?
Why don't you tell me? You're
No,
the
no, no, I was
student.
asking you
If
because
you do
I was
not
wondering
understand,
if you knew.
So if you do not understand how a mobile phone works,
I was wondering
then
what
you
the second
probably
law of
not-
thermodynamics was. You mentioned
The thing is,
it. I was
that
wondering.
there is entropy. You
Perhaps
cannot,
you-
you
what is
cannot
entropy?
lose.
What's
You
entropy,
cannot
speaker?
lose. Well, what he's
I will
trying to get
accept
me
the
to,
thermodynamic
what he's trying to
or
get me to say is
physical
that
mechanic definition
there
of entropy
cannot
from you.
be
Carry on.
in a closed
I'll
system.
accept either. I promise.
Energy is neither created nor destroyed. So
Oh.
this system is a constant entropy.
That sounds
System-
like the first
hot air
law of
is rising,
thermodynamics,
Hot
speaker.
air is rising.
That sounds like the
hot
first
air
law
is
of
rising.
thermodynamics,
No
speaker.
problem with gravity. Hot air
Yes.
rises, cold air sinks.
What's the second
it's
law,
hot and
speaker?
cold that determine whether something goes
What
up
is it? Could you
or
state
down.
the second law of thermodynamics for
When
me,
you
please?
tell me what the formula is for the curvature of the globe, and then we can have a.
Oh,
further
we'll
conversation.
talk about the calculus of variations after because I
No,
do
no,
have
no,
questions
no,
about
no,
that
no.
too.
This is
but
my
I'm
question.
asking you what is the second law of thermodynamics? You can state it in any
Let
way
me break
you
it
wish.
down to you guys simply.
Please do. Define entropy
If you
for
want
me.
to
It'd be
have-
brilliant to hear.
If you want to have pressure, like in your car tire, you got to keep that car tire sealed. Yes, it might be a 2-bar, 2.5 bar pressure, not an awful lot more than regular pressure. It was 14 psi, something like that. So when we've got a tire, we know that if we get a nail in that tire, we got a flat. And the problem is that if you have no tire at all, but you tell your tire, listen, my tire, I want you to be gravity. I want you to have gravity and hold this air around you so that at 2 psi, at double bar, whatever. That's not going to happen.
Wasn't how
because
I learned
in
the second law
reality,
of thermodynamics at
in
Imperial
reality,
speaker.
in
With
order to have a
respect
can
you.
of deodorant,
With
that
respect.
can must be closed.
I see.
Tell me your
Is that the
version.
second law of thermodynamics, is it?
Yeah, no.
Would you define entropy for us then? How does entropy
No,
fit into that?
tell me what
it?
is the formula for curvature. Who
I-
can tell me the formula? Because this scientific mind here
Do
doesn't
we need
know.
to know
it.
everything to know it's true?
Well, if I told you that you lived on the side of a mountain, you'd say, well, what's the measurements of that?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So
If
you'd
I
be
saw
interested
a
in that.
bottle
Speaker,
that
all
says
I'm asking-
poison on it, I wouldn't know factually if there's poison in it, but the fact that it's written poison, I wouldn't drink it.
Yeah.
Also, if someone told me that, if I had this, like, I don't know everything. It's impossible to know everything. We don't have to know everything. There's scientists and people that can
But you
do
don't want to be
things
lied
for
to.
us.
You don't want to be lied to, right?
But that's why we have cross-referencing. Like,
Yeah,
how do
yeah.
we know anything in the world ever? People tell us. People qualify to know.
Well,
Like,
there are things you can test for yourself. In the real world, there's
Yeah,
things you
but
can test for yourself. Like,
we're
for
all
example,
retards, though. We
boiling
can't all
water.
test. I could take
let's see,
LSD, take a pee, it comes out blue. That doesn't, like, I wouldn't base that. We can't base on
Don't do
ourselves,
that
'cause-
anywhere near me.
I won't.
No, no,
they
but you,
can't talk
there's
about
science
this,
that we can test. There's things that we can test. Like if
Yes.
I said, listen, the distance
That
from my
wouldn't
house
work
to
in
your
the
house is
functional
such a
world,
distance, we can actually go and measure that, come
That
up
would
with a
be chaotic.
measuring system.
It's 8 billion people. If we were to all independent
You really
research to
think
know
so?
things, it would not be productive at all. at all. Like,
But
we
what
would
if?
need people
But what
to
if the
tell us.
majority or 95% of the people are basing their worldview, 99% are basing their worldview on a lie? That means that they're off on a
But how would that-
direction
okay.
that doesn't serve them. Because I wouldn't lie to you unless
How
it
would
didn't
that
serve
affect
me.
us though? Like 2,000, 3,000 years ago, people thought the world was flat.
And
It was
Jesus went
fine.
around telling
There
people
was-
that
there was
don't trust
improvement,
don't trust the authorities.
How would it affect
Tell
the
that.
agrarian normal person? It wouldn't. Like right now, the normal working person, the world being
What
flat.
if-
globe,
okay,
How would
okay.
it affect the normal?
What if I was to
productive
offer to you that you and I and all of us here are inheritors of the earth?
person? I wouldn't believe that. I'm Muslim.
Okay. Well, okay. So, I mean, Muslim, the religion might also, in my view, anyway, just like Christianity, be created to control your mind. So that
besides the point.
so I'm saying my view is that if this is a flat Earth, it was created by a creator, and therefore we are the central purpose of this creation. And therefore, like the Bible says, that we are inheritors of the earth. And
What's it really about that?
it would seem to me natural, even if I didn't have a book to read,
No,
that
no,
I've
but
been
you're trying to
born
say,
here.
what's this
This
all
nature,
about?
this nature is offering a certain amount of food and shelter and all of this sort of thing. So it would seem like this is mine. Now, the earth turns out to have lots of valuable things in it, like gold and rare earth minerals and all these sorts of things. So what if I was to say that the corporations hatched a plan to steal all of that from you and us, rather that we are meant to be the inheritors of
Those
the value of the
corporations
earth?
didn't exist 200-300 years ago.
Yes, they did. Do you know De Beers? Have
500
you heard of
years
Dutch
ago.
East India Company?
Yes.
Dutch East India Company went in and ripped India apart, and they did all sorts of other things. And so, well, you know, whether
How
it's the
would they be
Roman
able to
Empire.
maintain life? Because it's a gigantic, I'm thinking pragmatic term, it's a massive,
Conspiracy.
gigantic investment,
Yeah.
resources, manpower
Yeah.
to maintain a lie. Now,
Yeah.
Yeah.
can I be asked
Yeah.
on a macro level
Yeah,
to
but
be able
that's
to maintain
yeah,
a lie?
Well, that's
for what purpose?
Just because your
And this is
levels
where-
of
where
incredulity
where
can't
democratic
manage
people-
that, I would say.
Kings and monarchs don't rule the people. We do in a roundabout way. So
When it comes to when it comes to controlling the
why would
narrative.
the general
Okay,
population want
enough
to
talking.
maintain-
Let me give you an
Okay,
answer.
go
My
ahead.
goodness. So we know that with the Manhattan Project, you know the Manhattan
Yeah, yeah,
Project, yeah?
Oppenheimer, yeah.
100,000 people are alleged to have worked on it. No
Yeah.
one knew about it until after it happened, yes? The
Yeah.
B-52 or the B-2 bomber or whatever, it was retired at the same time as people discovered that it existed.
Okay.
Yes?
Yeah.
Have you heard of a non-disclosure agreement?
No, but you're going to tell me.
Signed many.
So right. So once you sign one of these
Of course,
things
yeah.
for the military or whoever,
Yeah.
you know, you're not going to be talking out of shop. Yes, you understand that. We understand that in military, we're very hierarchical. So you get a little piece of the job to do here, you get a little piece of the job to do here, and I'm the one that's coordinating all those together. If you were a university in England and you got to build a probe or a satellite or something that NASA was going to launch, the rules are you give NASA all of the schematics,
Yeah.
they get all of the background stuff if you like, and then you give them the piece that you're sending up to space,
Okay.
and then you never see it again. The next time you hear from it, it's sending data back to you.
Okay,
So I could, if I'm the magician, I could recreate what you're looking to find. I met a diver actually, well the father of a diver, scuba diver, who works for NASA in South Africa. Now I never knew NASA had a toehold in South Africa, but it turns out that he goes down on a daily basis. He dives down to the bottom of a deep lake. He plugs a device into this black box, takes data off of that, and then sends it back to NASA. Gets a very good salary for doing that. Now, this is the sort of if I wasn't up in outer space, I would be using satelloons. I would be using ground-based technology to give me data that I could feed back to the university. Say, here's the seismic stuff you were looking for. Here's the weather stuff you were looking for.
But
blah,
how
blah,
does that link to a cool?
so it's
flat
possible.
Earth? How?
Well, so it's possible. It's possible to keep a lie because you can keep it amongst a small number of people. However,
macro level,
because
I'm just trying to
mankind, yes,
understand, sir.
because mankind is generally good, you wouldn't get people to, en masse, to lie for you or for me.
But we
Yeah,
don't
we
care
wouldn't.
that much. All we really
wouldn't-
care about is
So,
growth.
as I say to people,
Why
let me
does
make
murder
my
and
point.
rape
Let me
happen? Mankind's generally good.
There-
You can't tell me mankind's good because people murder and rape people for no reason at all. Mankind's not generally good.
That feels like
Everybody lies.
All right, that feels quite an angry position to hold, and I understand that you've probably got some emotion attached to that. However, let me put it to you like this: if I had 10 puppies, yeah, beautiful brand new puppies, 1 week old, and I now put those puppies into a cage, and I put 3 puppies worth of food in every day, what is going to happen to those puppies?
Well,
What
the
is going to
strong-
happen to those
the
puppies? They
stronger
are going to
ones are
bite
gonna
each other,
take
they're
it.
going to fight each other, they're going to become nothing like the dog that you would love to own. Yes? And that is true with mankind. Mankind is killing each other, raping each other, doing all sorts of terrible things. But they're not doing it on the back of just arriving here. The beautiful baby that you see born at the delivery room comes beautiful. But the parents and the society and this dog-eat-dog world in which we live, and this masochistic, patriarchal system that, treats women in some places terribly, is going to create that in some. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. But I could take one baby, I could take twins from one mother and have one beautiful boy and one wrecked boy.
Is it nature or nurture?
Combination. I think that we carry a frequency in our family. We are vibration. And so if your father was a very violent man, even if you never met him, that vibration, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. So that vibration will need to be assuaged in your lifetime. Yes, because the sins of our father applies. We carry the vibration of our community. There are communities here who make women do things that you would find abhorrent, but for them it's normal, So, we are this messed up thing that men are, the way that we are messed up. There's a great experiment that was done in the 1970s where they took a rat house and they filled it with 200 rats.
The rat utopia experiment.
Yeah. And it was designed for up to 3,000 rats in total. And first 2-3 generations of rats had a good life and they were cool with everything, But by 4th and 5th generation, overcrowding started causing behavior things. They were biting each other. There was homosexuality, all these sorts of different things that were coming through that they were seeing. And they got to about 2,500, if memory serves me, and they decided to cut it. They never even let it get to max because the behaviors of the rats were so appalling. And that's what's happened to mankind, because we do not know where we are. We have abundance, we have infinite land, and we've been corralled into these little camps. We complain about animals being treated badly, and yet humans are living in boxes that are disgusting. They are so small that no human should have to live in that. You should feel bad putting an animal in some of the houses that I've lived in, I've seen, that people live in. It's terrible. And then people are forced to beg on the streets and do all sorts of things. And this is the nature of this, what do they call it, like Hunger Games. It's like we've been put in a Hunger Games world set against each other. But when we know that the world was created by some divine spark and we are all emissaries of that divinity, then we start to love each other, then we start to respect each other, we start to treat each other right, and we start to raise our children right. But the way that the world is, it's heading, it's like a Sodom and Gomorrah future that's coming our way. So I would be saying, my advice is step out of the way, because it's coming.
That's the problem. No one can decide which God is true. They all can't be true, can they?
Well, no, okay, so like it might be like this. There is an ancient text that suggests there was like a monad, a one, an all, and then below that all was sub-gods. And so what we're perhaps, in Islam and Christianity and so on, we're actually engaged with sub-gods who are like the Old Testament angry motherfucker, like you got to do some slaughtering, you got to, kill your oldest, your youngest, your firstborn, you got to do all these sort of darker stuff, right? Well, this is not a loving, all omniscient kind of, beautiful God. That's something that you'd be like, okay, I can see why people want to steer clear of that. So it might be that the God of our world, that's our first sort of, that people kind of, is trying to get us to war with each other and against the intention of the Most High, that there is a Most High. It exists. I had a near-death experience 10 years ago. I was an atheist before that. And a near-death experience, in 7 minutes, I came back and said, it's true, there's a God. We are eternal beings. We never die. We're here for a schooling, a lesson. I don't know why they've messed it up. I don't know why, because for me, it's obvious that there is all sorts of horrors being wrought upon mankind. I went to war in a country called Angola when I was 19 years old. All bullshit, all made up, all, so that they could steal Angolan oil, and control the people. This is the world that we are brought into. And the question is, are you going to be broken by it and angry? Because you could be angry at religion. That's why I was an atheist. I was angry with the religion. Because it's like, what the frick? But still, like I went to war in 1987, and the Berlin Wall comes down, and we're still at war with each other. There can't be no God in that. There can't be no God in all the horror, all the children hurt, and the vaccine agenda, all these. There is something dark playing out in our world. And it's like, I'm just here saying there's something dark. I'm not telling you to go be fascinated by it. I'm not telling you to love it or even revile it. I'm saying be aware of it and walk your own true path. Because if you're in politics, for example, you're ripped to the left, you're ripped to the right, You know what I mean? There's nothing, you know, it's always got to be on your Trump side or the Biden side, whatever, you know. It's always got to be that. It's always got to be, I'm super religious. I'm all up here in the heavens, you know. This is it. I'm in the heavens with God, in the temple of God, right? Or I'm down here in the trousers. I'm all a bad boy and I'm all like, blah, blah, blah. You know, we got to get to the heart. The heart is the earth. Anagram. Heart is earth. Earth is green. Green chakra is the heart. We are meant to come into balance, to love. Yes, I hope that's been useful. Thanks, brother. Trinity 4 on YouTube. Trinity 4 on YouTube. Ask me a question, any question. Or maybe I'll just take a break. You got a question? Yeah, go for it.
Anyway, nice to meet you again, man.
Oh, we have,
me?
we have met. I thought I recognized your face.
Yeah, I know. We talked last time about 6 months ago. I work out in Saudi Arabia. I came back here every 6 months. And we talked about the flat earth and that.
Oh, yeah.
So and we talked about South Africa and the Angolan War. It's interesting. So what do you think about, I don't know if you've seen some recent research that's been found with some old maps that show the center of the earth around the North Pole with 4 land masses with 4 rivers coming out of it and a central black rock or something like that.
Yeah.
What do you know about that?
Yeah, they call it the Rupees Niagara.
Yeah,
This black rock. It's meant to be the magnetic lodestone that gives us our North Pole.
Yeah.
I've always treated that with caution. I mean, I came across that years ago, and I was like, okay, this could also be something that's been created for us to believe in. But I've got another theory that I've never actually said out loud. Actually, now you ask me the question, and that is that. Okay, they say that it's 4 land masses in rushing seas.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder whether the continents that we stand on right now aren't those very 4 land masses. Well, not necessarily. I mean, the scale of the map. You know what I mean? It might be that it was drawn in that way, and our sea levels have risen. We believe that. So it has cut the land that might have been much closer together. You know, like the English Channel, for example. If we had to raise the sea level by 40 meters, for example, the English Channel would be so much wider that any current running through it would be weakened by the width of that. Yeah.
Right.
So as you narrow the river, it gets tighter and everything flows faster. So I have a theory that I've never shared with the other flat earthers, is that what if that bit is the center, that's the bit that we're on, and then the outer lands that you see there are part of this hidden stuff that's what we call Antarctica.
Lovely to meet you, speaker. What's your name?
Dave,
Nikolai. Good to
Nikolai.
meet you, Dave. Do you genuinely, I mean, I get the impression you genuinely believe it, you're genuine about what
I wouldn't give up my Sundays if I
No, of course. No, well, some people just do it for entertainment. I was just genuinely wanting, it was lovely talking to you, mate.
Thank you, Nikolai.
And,
you were enjoyable.
No, absolutely. It'd be lovely to see you again. I hope I do.
Next Sunday.
Take care, guys.
All the best. All the best.
Yeah.
Even the word blessed, we think might be me less. God be less.
I don't know. It depends on like the true etymology of the word, the origins, the languages come from. I don't know. But what about the Tierra de Eso? You heard about that? The land of Jesus. A bunch of maps being discovered with this a landmass between Canada and Russia, right?
Okay.
And it's named the land of Jesus. And it's apparently no longer there. Yeah, that area of the earth is got, you know, the Aleutian Island chain?
Yes.
It's like round like this. It's a very military controlled zone.
Yeah.
Don't really allow people to freely travel there. So it's the idea there might actually be something there. And our maps are completely fake anyway. They're all disproportionate. So it might be that there is a hidden land there that nobody's allowed to go to. But it's on these old maps.
Okay.
And it isn't just the 4 part in the centre, it's this Tierra de Eso.
A couple of things. Have you seen the globes with Australia covered in ice?
No.
Where Australia is not on the globe at all.
No.
It's all like covered in ice. And then Newfoundland in Canada, you know, the word Newfoundland makes you wonder whether there wasn't some area that melted, and then all of a sudden the continent or the land masses that were beneath the ice And the same is true with that, is that I speculate, and I have done for most of my time in the flat earth, is that the sun doesn't have to stay on exactly the same track. We know in nature things go through seasons. So we learned about the precession of the equinox being a 26,000 year cycle, right? Well, what if over 26,000 years the sun sort of does this flower of life so that it's opening up different parts for a few thousand years.
I've heard this theory,
And then melting, freezing at the same time.
It comes from some of the ideas from the Prague clock. And it's moving around, and this bit's meant to be covered now.
I was talking about that just Friday.
Fascinating, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
that's from an astronomical clock. It apparently may have some significant clues for us.
So one thing, maybe if you've got the time to research, like I said, look into this Tierra de Eso
Yeah.
thing, because people, you've heard of the millennial reign theory,
Yes,
right?
yes.
That the whole reign of Jesus has already happened in the
Right.
past. We're not waiting for the apocalypse or anything like that.
Right.
Very interesting idea, man. Definitely might want to look into that, because it goes really into these hidden lands, like the holy city, Jerusalem, the center of the earth. Maybe it come back down from the sky. Maybe this hidden land. It's fascinating, man.
That is fascinating.
Yeah, really recommend you look at
And
it.
I think the placement, I mean, everything that's going on in the Middle East right now is all the people who are running the game are doing the things they're doing on purpose for
Yeah.
a reason, towards some end, and it has to do with the nature of this realm.
Yeah. Well, have you seen the whole thing with Trump saying that he's going to annex Canada and he's going to buy Greenland? Well, if you're familiar with, you might be familiar with the prophecies in Revelation, right? Where it talks about the Gog and Magog, the battle, the final battle, where it says they'll surround the camp of the saints in the north. This idea that they're building an army to surround the north, the literal center of our earth, and that's the idea behind that they're wanting to purchase this land, which they already have anyway, and it's covered in military bases anyway.
Yes.
And Russia and the USA are not enemies.
Yes.
We know this.
Yes.
Freemason handshakes in the middle of the Cold War.
Yeah.
Seen that. So it's this idea that they are surrounding the camp of the saints. They are surrounding the center of the earth. This frozen realm that maybe is not going to be frozen for much longer, and then something's going to happen. That's the idea anyway, and it directly corresponds to, like I said, the Book of Revelation prophecies of the end times. So
Yes. There is sometimes I allow my mind to wonder about possibilities that include that if the other lands are becoming available, that what comes in from those other lands could be either friendly or not. And so, what if, I don't like to make excuses for the Rothschilds and the system and so on.
No.
What if you discovered that there was something coming in the future that was going to just seeking to destroy mankind, and what we were working on, but we couldn't tell you the truth about that, was that we were working on weaponry and technology between us all. Because it is interesting how, like, the Africans and the Russians and the Chinese, if you go into this, if you understand that the space programs are all faked, that means that the Indians and Chinese and
they're all in on it.
They're all keeping stum. Even what's his name, Gaddafi. Why didn't Gaddafi put a newspaper out, buy a newspaper in the West and say, "Let me tell you the truth about what's going on in the world"? I just don't get it.
Yeah.
So what do they know? What does Tim Peake know? That what if you were in the military and you're like,
I got an idea for you.
All right,
it's that they plan on inheriting the kingdom in the center. They plan on going there. There's maybe a cyclical apocalypse type of thing. I believe in the divine though, so I think it's biblical. But
yeah.
Maybe they're trying to get that land for themselves.
Yeah.
You remember this whole idea back in the 1920s or whatever, they were seeking the Northwest Passage?
Yes.
All this nonsense? Like, why? Oh, we find a little shortcut between Canada. Are you serious?
Yeah.
They're trying to find the way to the north.
Right.
If you're familiar with when Jesus talks about the narrow gate,
yes,
right? He says, broad is the way and wide is the path to destruction, but narrow is the gate. And I think he's actually talking about a strait of water. Wow. It's called the Strait of Anyan, which is between Siberia and Alaska. This is the idea. I think some people's ideas is they're trying to build this army to capture that land for themselves so they can get eternal life or something.
Yeah.
But they've got no chance of getting it.
That's fascinating.
And keeping us out of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you were saying about an evil force on the earth. I definitely don't think the powers that run this world are doing anything for our benefit. Not for a second, man.
Is my first prize. Yeah, I think that's clear.
I've got a question for you. Yeah. So you know how all of the countries in the world, they can't agree on anything, they're always at war and always that thing, but they've all agreed to not, like, for some treaty with Antarctica.
Yeah.
Like, can you explain, like, what would their motives be?
Well, I mean, okay, so let's just say when they first signed the Antarctic Treaty in '58, it was only 12 countries, the sort of biggest Western countries or whatever at the time.
But like, I'm thinking America and Russia, they don't agree on anything, but they can agree with Antarctica and stuff like this.
Yeah, they won't break the Antarctic Treaty.
Nope.
And yet there's all these resources that if they're greedy oil men and whatever, you'd be like, they found reasons to go there.
Maybe they are using it though, that's the thing.
Maybe they are.
They probably
I
are.
feel like these people in charge as well, they like to say that the supply is lower than it really is, so
sure.
they can profit more.
Artificial scary.
On a flat Earth, an enclosed system, the oil is abiotic. Like your body makes blood, so the Earth makes oil.
It regenerates itself, right?
Yeah. It's
Heard about
creating.
it. It's
pardon
not.
me?
Telling us it's running.
Oh well, he knows. So there we go.
What I was going to say was the problem with this conversation is if you say
I don't know, like, whether
if you say the Earth isn't flat, that's fine. But the pictures that we get shown, it's all CGI. There's not a single authentic picture of the Earth from a distance.
Yeah.
That all doesn't
would say
if it exists, we haven't received it.
They would say the
If you do
Himawari.
research into it.
Yeah.
There's not a single picture that has ever been taken of the Earth from outside the Earth that actually shows what it looks like. And people have actually don't believe this, have gone out of their way to try and find it. And they're like, wait, why is it all CGI?
Yeah.
So I don't believe the Earth is flat, but I question why is there not even a single picture authentic of the Earth?
What do you think it is then?
Why not a video, bro? If we can put, if I can put a man with a dune buggy and cameras in the 1960s, can I not fly a camera up there 4K onto the moon, load it there, little rover, whatever,
And then just take a picture,
and not picture. 20, 4K, like moving.
Yeah, video. Yeah, exactly. Yes,
let's
yeah,
watch
exactly.
that storm.
Yeah,
Let's
the
watch the whole thing
exactly.
turn for
Never
weeks.
happened. Yeah.
For weeks. They got the Voyager flying for 30, 40, 50 years out into space, but they can't put a little rover on the moon to show us the Earth.
It's like psychologically, when you hear the statement that Earth is flat, you're just predisposed to be like, that's just nonsense. And I don't believe the Earth is flat, but what I'm saying is, even I went into this conversation just with an open mind saying, is there an authentic picture of the Earth? And I couldn't find it.
Or a satellite.
I used ChatGPT, I couldn't find one single picture.
Or satellites. You won't find satellites. They're all CGI. Satellites in space are all satellites.
But whenever you watch like movies, you see what the Earth looks like. I watched Fantastic Four yesterday. You see, there's this scene where they're outside and you just see the horizon. The curvature's there. You're like, wow, like if they can do this on the Hollywood level, of course they can do that on
The reason why the line is so powerful is because you reinforce the lie in every part of society.
Universal Pictures had a globe at the start of every movie, and they had that globe in 1920, 1930 before we went to space, or so-called space. So how would they know what it looked like?
And this was the part that kind of made me fun. I asked ChatGPT, do the powers that be have the ability to simulate what the Earth would look like using $100 million budget in a Hollywood studio? So of course they can. So because we don't have an authentic image, they have the ability to simulate it even if they wanted to. Because they can just literally say, I'm going to spend 2 days of the NASA budget to produce a very accurate...
That's about 100 million?
It's 2 days.
2 days,
So for me, while I don't believe the Earth is flat, what I'm asking for is for just one picture.
Evidence.
Just one photo that's actually legitimate from space.
And then,
just one. That hasn't been edited.
The thing is though,
it's not CGI enough.
If you go back and look at 1960s footage, Yuri Gagarin, the original black and white stuff where they were going into space,
it wasn't very clear. It's fuzzy.
So it looks so obviously fake now with the 2021 kind of 2025 like goggles on, right? It looks so fake. The thing is the point is that technology is improving such that Sandra Bullock looked like she was, you know what I mean? Like
and then that movie, they were in space.
They'd be like, wow, this woman's in space. No, that's all in the
It's a movie.
green screen, calm down. So the technology is getting so good that I believe that the Elon Musk deception, he's deep state, but the Elon Musk deception is to make people believe that we're really going to Mars. And
also, that video with his car in
looks so fake.
Yeah, the car is fake.
That actually is fake as well. That's a CGI.
Of course it's fake.
That's
CGI.
But he says
the video of having the
Tesla in
and
space
spinning.
Yeah.
That's actually a fake video as well.
Yeah, and he says.
Well, that's true. I was like, this is the first video we have. Like, I actually thought initially it was real. Then I did research.
So do you know why they take videos in CGI now?
Go on,
explain
what you want to say.
No, I've spoken to it before. I'm telling you.
No. I'm just saying. I say what you're going to say.
I'll tell you.
Battery's about to die. If I die, I'll start it again. 1 second.
Exactly. We don't have it. That's what I'm talking about.
We have several images.
We don't have an authentic one.
That's right.
It's like having
CGI
a broken
components
bike and they keep telling you change the wheels.
From my
The
perspective,
bike chain is broken.
So you said you were talking about electromagnetism.
I'll tell you what.
Yes.
So you believe in magnets?
Give me the narrative.
Okay, so if you hold a compass,
it is.
how does that work? Because it points to the
It is
north.
narrative. I'll tell you
So
what.
anywhere on the map, it will point there.
Yeah, although what we were about to talk about was this magnetic stone in the middle.
Yeah.
That I don't subscribe to that. I think that the magnetic field is a local phenomena or local thing. So if you imagine a bar magnet with the iron filings on it,
Yeah.
and imagine it's like now a million times bigger. So wherever, and that's our Earth, say a bar magnet, wherever you stand, the iron filings are going to align themselves towards the north.
Okay.
Yeah. But there is going to be inaccuracies within such a system, which is why we have a thing called declination, right? Now, if you take a compass reading in Cape Town, you have to allow 25 degrees declination, and as you travel up the east coast of Africa, it starts to reduce to the teens. Eventually, as you get to the very north of East Africa, it's down to about 5 or 8 degrees of declination, meaning that what we're taught is that there's one central kind of thing, and it's always pointing at exactly that. No, it turns out that there's a lot of anomalies when it comes to compass readings, and unless you're in the game of that, you don't sort of see these. And then compass readings, apparently, when you get to the 70th or 80th parallel south, and even 80th parallel north, they're completely inaccurate. They're all over the place. The readings are cannot be relied on.
Could that be because all the magnetic waves are going in?
Yeah, I mean, that may well be. Yeah, if you imagine the end of the bar magnet, how that iron filing is like grabbing around into the pinch point at the well, exactly, exactly. And those
But you can't explain that using a flat Earth, though.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you can. Yeah, because imagine the flat Earth is a bar magnet.
It's not a bar magnet.
Why not?
A bar magnet is a rectangle and it's going two sides. So where's the rectangle here?
What do you mean a rectangle?
Okay, so if I'm standing here,
Yeah.
it's going to be pointing here, the north.
Yes.
If I'm standing here, it's also going to be pointing north.
Correct.
But a bar magnet, if let's imagine like this is the bar I'm going to have first. If I'm standing here, it's going to be pointing this way, and if I'm standing here, it's also going to be pointing in the same direction.
Towards
this way, because the magnetic field.
Okay, so we can't get out here, right? We've never been out here.
That was just an example. Like my foot was
So what if it was a ring magnet rather than a bar magnet?
a ring magnet, then we go around the ring.
Yeah. So the south would be
then
around
north
the
would be-
ring.
If you're standing here, north would be pointing in that direction.
All right.
Is it
Let me offer you this.
Is north not the center of a ring magnet?
No.
Where is it then?
It's a different magnet. So if you have, like, what are you talking about, ring magnet?
Yeah, like on the spin.
Like a donut.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, it goes, so imagine the donut's like this. It would go around the donut towards the in and
Yeah.
out.
Okay. So imagine I had a ring magnet around here. They call it this area here. That is what we call the tropics. Yeah. So I had a magnet there. Then this
Then
would
it'd
be
pointing down.
this would
or
be
up, not towards this way.
no.
Pointing down and up.
Well, we can't. Okay, so we can't go down into the hole. If the hole of the ring magnet is our North Pole,
Right.
we are actually unable to travel in that place. You know,
We can't go there.
No.
We can't travel to this point.
I don't think so. I've got to. I mean, I know we can fly over ice, Greenland, and northern
What's stopping me from
Canada.
going there? Like,
I
if
think
magnets-
it's I think it might be to do with the magnets. There's stories that
Yeah, but why?
that are
What,
written.
what a magnet? If there's a magnet in front of me, I can touch the tip of that magnet. I can do stuff to that. But why am I not able to go there?
Well, I can't say for certain that you can't, but I'm just offering. We're in the realm of.
Observatories.
Well, I mean, the same can be said for the Antarctic thing, is that we have this idea that they sort of blanketed the whole of Antarctica with stuff, but actually when you look at where these bases are located, there are sort of pinch points at the bottom of South America. South Africa has its own, and Australia or New
I had a
Zealand.
lecture. I had a 2-hour lecture yesterday. They were talking about the observatory.
I have no problem with that. What I'm trying to say is that if I said to you, if I went back to South Africa and I said, I was in England, and I saw England, but all I did was visit London. You wouldn't claim, no one could claim I've seen all of England.
Yeah.
So the same is true with what we believe to be the North Pole. This idea that we're walking to exactly the 90th north, and that there's a pinpoint that it doesn't matter where you come from, it's exactly the same. I'm sure. Yeah, I'm doubting that. So I could put at 80 or 85 degrees north. I could put a base there. That doesn't mean that I've answered all the questions about what the North Pole might really be. However, let me offer you this, because I don't know exactly how the system works. Where we're at in the flat Earth community is we are trying to have debate, and there is healthy debate and disagreement about exactly how the system might work. And so, for me to be trying to reinforce a theory about how it works with someone who hasn't yet got through the I've been lied to, I need to look again, then we're never going to have fruitful conversation, because I can show you like the primer field experiments, I can show you star in a jar experiment, I can show you how we can use super chilled magnets to make them levitate. You've probably seen that.
I have.
Yeah. So there are things that we can build in our mainstream world that support how a flat Earth, electromagnetic flat Earth, and I'd say it again, primer field experiments, but for me, the very mainstream thing started done in 2008 by a guy called David Lapointe. He's now built technology based on this, but basically it's a cylinder filled with a gas, and in it he suspends two oppositely charged magnetic balls. Then he fires a very powerful current into that, and he can essentially create a quasar, but within the center of it, an accretion, what he calls an accretion level, or an accretion disk.
That's the three magnetic waves interfering with each other.
So now I see that accretion disk. He puts iron balls in that sometimes, and he'll get them to form the flower of life pattern. So I see the accretion disk as being an anagram for creation. So I believe that our creation is an accretion disk within separated by two magnetic poles, inside an ether, inside a medium, and contained. And that's exactly what primer field shows us. And I believe that is, if you're wanting to construct in your idea how it might be that we've got this blue and red, cold and hot, which is exactly how that seems to appear in these experiments, then I would offer to you that this is more likely to be how Earth works, although obviously I'm speculating at this point.
Right, so let me ask you another question.
Go ahead.
You hold your compass out.
Yeah.
You have a person in, this is South Africa.
That's Peru. Yeah.
South America. South Africa and Australia. All three are holding their compass.
Yeah.
They look at the north line.
Yeah.
They turn on and walk south.
Yeah.
In a flat Earth, they're going to end up at different points.
Yes.
In a
yes.
normal Earth,
yes.
they're going to end up at the same point.
That's a brilliant experiment. Never been done. Never been done. I would love to do that, and if you can show me evidence of that.
And I got a video
of a UFO
going on.
Now,
you got a UFO?
I've been on a UFO. So,
well, let me offer you this. Because that's a bright mind and a great question. Very few people have asked me that question. I think that's what I want to do, because I want to say, like, why don't we all three, as you say, three people, one lead from Australia, one from South America, and one from South Africa. You travel south. You travel south, and now we've never
People have gone on planes. They said, okay, there's an observatory in the South Pole that they use. I had a lecture on it yesterday. And someone came from South America, someone came from South Africa, other people come from different parts of the world. So how do they travel the same distance from different parts of the world, but they end up on the same point on this planet?
Where?
So there was someone from Chile, I think there was someone from Cape Town University, there was someone from England, all different parts of the world. They all travelled the same distance if they were on the equator or whatever they were, and they got to the same point
in Antarctica.
Yeah.
Okay, so I would want to see the flight logs that showed me that, because as far as I can tell, well, as far as we've Googled, there has never been a flight that has gone into Antarctica and come out at 180 degrees on the other side. Yes, we've. What?
Why would they do that?
Well, if we live on a globe, it should be the shortest route. The shortest route between Peru.
Bro, what we're saying, if you can fly around the ball, then it proves to be a ball. Right?
Yeah, I mean, if you can fly underneath it from Peru and come out in Australia, 180 degrees on the other side, there or thereabouts, that would prove the globe. But we've never done that, and we've never walked or done any mission. Yeah, we've never done any mission. Well, you say we have all these bases in North Pole and South Pole. Well, we've never walked to the North Pole and then carried on the journey and come out the other side. We've never done that. Now, if it was easy enough to walk in the first way, I should be able to walk out the second way. And Ranulph Fiennes, who was Sir Ranulph Fiennes, one of the most famous explorers in this country, took him 5 years. I met his crew. Took him 5 years to get permission to walk across one peninsula of Antarctica. 5 years to get permission for Sir Ranulph Fiennes. You'd think that if you had the money, you should be able to go, okay, I'm going to do an exploration across.
I think that's a political reason.
I think you're making excuses for the system. We've never gone out. So I would. Well, it's the truth. The truth is that we are programmed to make excuses, like a Stockholm syndrome. home to make excuses for the system that indoctrinated us. Your education, what you know, has been given to you. As smart as you might be, the books were put in front of you and said, learn this and repeat it. If you can repeat it, you're an A student and you'll go to uni and you'll get a good salary at the end of it. All you're doing is repeating someone else's work. You've never gone to space. You've never gone to Antarctica. Now, what I would say to you, and I think your experiment is really good, is that three people should go to the Antarctic and then carry on walking south. And then, according to the globe model, they will bump into each other, assuming their compasses are right. However, we've never seen that, and what I believe is that if I had to travel from this base here in South America to the South African base, I would actually be doing this journey, and more likely the person who met this person there came up to the northern hemisphere and then traveled down south. You know what, when the Argentinian rugby team used to fly to South Africa for a big tournament, their best rugby players would go into a tournament, they'd fly from Argentina up into the Europe and then back down to South Africa. It's like if you take a piece of string from Argentina to South Africa, it's shorter on the globe than it is from London to South Africa. Why wouldn't you make that flight? Weather conditions. See, the excuses just keep coming. We can fly over north.
Why would you?
Why would you?
Quicker.
Well, so
you could die. Wait. You could die.
Wait. So we're taking
a lot of things.
Why would you die?
Sometimes it's worth it.
Why would you die?
Ow. Weather conditions.
Where?
Perfect.
So remember, to fly from South America or Argentina to Cape Town does not need you to go to the Antarctic. You go nowhere near the Antarctic, even on the globe model, right? You don't go. So why is it dangerous?
Dangerous weather conditions.
Where?
In the south. You're saying.
No, Argentina is here, right? And Cape Town is here, so it's a straight shot to here. You're not going anywhere below 50th or probably even 45 south.
Oh, why aren't you going straight like that?
Yeah.
Oh, because it's curved.
What?
It's curved.
No.
If you take a string like that, it would be longer than if you went curved.
So you mean it's quicker to fly to Europe and then down to South Africa?
Europe. I'm saying it's if you go like this,
they don't fly
you'll go
over
like 10
Europe.
hours. If you go straight,
Okay. So if you take a piece of string, you'll find that the string is shorter from South Africa to Argentina. You haven't tried this. And then you take the same piece of string from Johannesburg to Heathrow, and you'll find that the 11-hour Johannesburg Heathrow flight, the piece of string is longer than the 14-hour flight from Johannesburg to Argentina. Go figure that. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question about what you said a minute ago about the system, You said the book that's laid in front of us, it could lie,
Yeah.
But at the start, when we came and started listening to you, you said that you're repeating what the Aztecs and Maya are saying. But that's something that was laid in front of you. What tells you they're not lying? So why do you believe one system but not the other? I'm not saying we should believe everything that's told to us.
I'm offering that. Okay, I'm offering that as evidence, but my belief comes from my own testing of the globe. So I went out to test the globe first before I started looking at Mayan and all those ancient cultures. It just happens that there is a thing called an astrolabe, which is known as a computer from 2,000 years ago. The Sumerians used it on a flat plates, like discs of records that move around each other to work out when there's going to be eclipses and all of those sorts of things. They were basing that on a flat model. So these are things that support. When people say, why do you say that the earth is flat? I'm like, it's not just me. There were ancient cultures who before our current schooling system, even if you go back 200 years, most people here would have said the earth is not a globe. They wouldn't have believed in the globe. They would not have believed in the globe. So my first testing, when I heard that there was a formula for curvature on the globe, I went out and tested that.
That's 8 inches per mile squared, right?
8 inches per mile squared. And I went out and tested that because we never got taught that at school. None of us did. Because if you were taught that at school, you would go and look at a lake of 10 miles across and say, how come I can see the other beach when there's 800 inches of curvature between me and that? How? Impossible. But it was the measurement first, the testing it first, and then the realization, yes, I can't feel that I'm spinning. Let me go look at the science that proves that I'm spinning. And that science has got holes in it like Swiss cheese. There's so many things wrong with that. And like, why haven't we got experiments today in the modern time that can demonstrate how Earth is rotating like this once a day and flying through space at 30 miles a second? You know, why can't we test that now in this modern time?
Certainly doesn't feel like we're moving, does it?
No, and our powerful cameras that we have in our pockets today allow us to see 20 and 30 miles, things at distances that should be impossible on the globe. So no, it was first me discovering that I can't support the model anymore, and then going and being willing to look at other, you know, how the history of all of this and where's the history of the globe. I discovered in learning this that the oldest known globe, and this might also be disinfo, is the oldest known globe is 1493. 1493 is only 500 years ago. If they believed in a globe 2,000 years ago, why did it take them 1,500 years to bother to make one ball and say this is how the Earth looks? Yes, ma'am.
Although that was 1400 or whatever, I went to school in the 50s. Right? We were taught it was flat.
Yay!
In the 60s, when it came to the moon height, we had to relearn. We had to then do latitude and longitude, and I questioned, why is it a globe now? Why are globes in all the shops? Why are you putting booze in globes and in people's houses? And they said, so the children can play with the globe and learn geography easier.
There you go.
Even the scripture says four corners of the earth.
And set upon pillars.
Yeah.
Set upon pillars. And the globe is put in front of you from the earliest age. And if you've got watching TV, as your generation have done from a very young age, then there's globes and Disney and things flying around in space and doing all of these sorts of things. That for me, when I was a child, when I heard about dinosaurs, that was weird. But you tell a 7-year-old today or a 10-year-old today, they go, of course dinosaurs, because they've had dinosaurs rammed down them. But when growing up in the 70s, as I did,
and the
dinosaurs
bones in the museums, plaster of Paris.
Bones in the museums are plaster of Paris. Oil can never run out. Your body makes, you take a pint of blood, your body will replace it in a few days. The same is true with oil of the earth. The earth will replace it in a few days or a few years.
It's an interesting one, that, man, because I don't know, I told you, but I work out in Saudi Arabia in the oil fields.
Yeah.
They're finding the same thing, bro.
Yeah.
And in Libya, mines that they tapped, they're refilling.
Yeah.
So they keep it under wraps.
They keep it under wraps. And they say, oh, we've got new technology that's allowing us to take oil out of previously.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? All these sorts of stories. But actually it's all made up to control us. To control who we are.
Everybody bought into the
Everybody bought in.
Yeah. You know.
But another lady I was speaking to the other day, she said, you know, I used to get out of my older lady. I had the most incredible views from where I live. And I used to get out in the morning and just look at the horizon like this. And with both arms, she goes,
exactly.
Because the horizon is flat.
Yeah.
The horizon, as far as we can see, is level.
That's not an argument, though.
Yeah.
Just because something appears a certain way from a perspective doesn't mean that's what it is. It just means that's how we see it from our perspective. The question is, what does it look like when we're far enough away where we can see the whole thing? That's the unknown.
A guy called Auguste Piccard, a Frenchman by the name of Auguste Piccard in 1880 or somewhere around that, he took a sealed gondola up to 10 miles high. This was the highest that any human had been. And when he came down and asked, what did it look like? He said it looked flat with upturned edges. That's right. That's what it looks like from 10 miles. And when we take a weather balloon, I've got one there at 120,000 feet.
Without a fisheye lens.
Without a fisheye, yeah. You don't want to fake it with a fisheye, right?
You see that often as well.
Yeah.
The fisheye lens they use, it literally distorts even straight lines. It distorts it. So,
Felix Baumgartner, may he rest in peace, but when he did the Red Bull jump, you know, everybody was saying...
There was a fisheye lens on that.
Fisheye lens. And
it
you
was
know
obvious.
what? But the problem was when he jumped out of his cupola, there was a regular lens behind him. And you can see the horizon through the cupola from that height, super level. So Neil deGrasse Tyson had to come out and say, damage control. He wasn't high enough to see curvature. But people tell me they see curvature at the beach, in the plane, blah, blah, blah. But you know what? Science is scalable, bro. If I can prove to you over 10 miles that this lake is level, why not over 100 miles? You know, there's a lake that freezes over in Russia, 300 miles long. It's an ice rink in the winter, perfectly level, 300 miles. Now, if I scale that to 3,000 miles, where's your magic curve coming in?
Again,
by the way, that's gravity.
Here's a fair point, though. From our perspective,
yes.
if we cannot see, you can't see curvature from almost any height from what you're saying.
Yeah.
You got to be so far away to really be able to see the fullness of what you're looking at. If you're in a plane, if you're even like 10 miles above, you're not going to be able to see.
Okay, so remember the formula for the curvature is 8 inches per mile squared, which means that it's already 8 inches.
I don't know that.
Yeah, that's the globe science, right? That's what Pythagoras says, that if you're standing on a point, then for every mile squared away from you, it's going to increase by 8 inches. So by 10 miles, it's 10 times 10 times 800 inches. 800 inches at 10 miles means that you and me should be able to do a scientific experiment, take an 800-inch boat, sail it away, and it should all be gone by 10 miles. And we should see it incrementally go away. But what if I was to say to you, oh, let's get the zoom camera, and there it still is. People have taken pictures of the whole of oil rigs at 9 miles. You know, according to the curvature, we should be losing that.
The biggest issue with this conversation is people who don't actually have evidence think they know the answer to this question. And what I mean by that is, the average person is say, of course it's not this. But if you be honest and say, wait, what do I actually know? What have I seen? We haven't seen the Earth, but none of us have seen what the Earth looks like anyway. From our perspective, like none of us have seen it.
Okay, but you
like
would
rather. No one has seen it.
But well, you're not you. But we would rather believe the authority that says something that goes counter to what your senses tell you.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. Just because your senses tell you something, that may not necessarily be the truth. But what I'm saying is, even to those who dismiss this completely, ask yourself a question: have you actually seen what the Earth looks like? And no one has, except a very small group of people.
Yeah, because we only have we have a circular view about 10 miles, maybe 5 miles. A little further if you're on a mountain. Yeah, that's about as far as we can see. But if you had to replicate that, you know, walk all the way along the Mediterranean and go, okay, I still no curves, still 100 miles, 200 miles.
But here's the issue: we're still in a situation where we're depending on an authority to give us the answer.
You're the authority.
No. I'm saying the majority. Like, so even if they say no, this is obvious, they're still depending on an institution to give them the truth. They don't know it. They're like, oh no, but these guys here figured it out. Here's the evidence.
It's like religion.
If we're in a boat and the boat is sailing out into the sea, why is it that when you actually see what do you call that, the sail, why does that tend to get shorter the further, the longer distance you get away from it? Is that not because...
Perspectives will make things get smaller in the distance.
But not shorter.
Not shorter. Well, look at this. I've got a picture here of street lamps. Can you recognize those as street lamps at the bottom?
Yeah, this one. It's that.
Do they appear to look shorter in the distance?
Okay.
No trick.
Yeah.
No trick.
They do, but that's the angle that it's at. That's the angle, surely.
No, you know, like how a plane flies from a distance. It appears to rise, and then it appears to set. Yes?
Yeah.
As it goes over you,
Yeah.
As it goes past. So that's exactly the same
By the way,
thing.
I don't disbelieve, I'm just...
Yeah. So it's exactly the same thing. However, you know how, like, if you stand on the train tracks, and you look in the distance, you can see the train tracks appear to come together. They're squashing together.
Yeah.
That's your perspective saying that. It's not real. Of course, they're saying the same distance apart. Now, if you stand on the left side of the train track, you'll notice that you can see further, a little bit further on the right side than you can on the left. It appears to crunch in quicker on the left than it does on the right. And then you swap to the other side and you'll find, look, that effect has changed.
I agree with
so
you.
now when I'm standing on the beach, I'm at the very bottom of that image that I'm looking at. And so therefore the bottom is going to ramp up what appears to be more quickly than the sky, because there's a lot of sky and you're not noticing, there's nothing to measure in the sky coming down, but there is obviously with the boat. You can see that boat's hull disappearing, right? So it seems like, oh, it's gone over some curve, but then if I go into a 5-story building just behind the beach that I was watching that boat, guess what? I can see all of the boat still and the bottom of it.
That's true.
And then when the higher I change my angle of resolution on that subject, then the easier and the further I will see it, and I will lose less of the bottom. Say I'm in a plane, right? I'm flying over ships, and those ships are like 10 miles, 20 miles away from me. I can see all of the ship 20 miles.
So I agree with you. I was just wanting to hear what you were going to say.
Have you
Because
seen the footage from the cameras that zoom in on the boats? Because this will blow your mind. Right, yeah. It's on, on YouTube.
Oh, we're talking about the Earth not being a globe, and that your entire reality
But
being fake.
before you interject, let me just quickly finish with the gentleman.
I've got a flyer.
So I was going to say, so I do agree with you.
Oh, good.
And in fact, I'm a follower of the Most High, and I do read the Book of Enoch, and it clearly says actually that the Earth is on. It says it's on 4 pillars.
Yes.
And
it's not
it
only
also
Enoch,
says
even in Genesis is that.
exactly, and it also says that in terms of the sun and the moon and the way that there's nothing about them. They come through
gates,
portals and gates. So I
And there
agree
are
with you.
4
I agree with
corners
you.
with
That's
the
right.
winds
Yes.
that come from. We have a south wind.
Have you read?
I've read some of Enoch,
Yeah.
but for
But
me,
it
Enoch was
supports-
taken out of the Bible because it doesn't support the globe. It's too much.
Precisely, but I think it's also taken out because it gives us too much information and power.
Because we are the expression of the Most High.
Yeah. Amen. Amen. Amen.
No, I think there is objective truth, but it's not what I mean. What I mean is, I wouldn't trust the authority of man. That's what I'm trying to say.
I'll give you an example of objective truth, and that is that you could put your foot in boiling water. We all agree you'll probably get burned by that, yeah?
Yeah, but that's based on facts, not feelings.
And we can, okay, but I can also bring that water to boiling point at 100 degrees centigrade, and it'll start to turn to steam. This we can measure, yes? We can also measure water being run over, we use it level based on a parallel or horizontal datum. That all buildings are built based on a horizontal datum. So if I'm building up a mountain, I will find the horizontal using spirit levels.
Well, it's horizontal. It's horizontal in relation to what?
The sea, the horizon.
Horizon.
Because they're up so big that
so we're told that, but do you know what the formula is for curvature? If it's a ball, like we believe, what is the formula? If I'm standing on the beach and the ship is going away from me and it's going over the curve, what is the formula? What is the formula for that curvature?
I don't know the formula, but
we didn't get taught that. Do you know?
The curvature.
Yeah. It's not taught to you in school. It wasn't taught to me in school. I was 47 before I heard it. And when I heard it, I was like, oh damn, I grew up by the sea, man. I know that I can see 10, 20, 30 miles on a clear day along the beach.
I can see about 50.
50. Oh, yeah. And according to the formula, it's 8 inches per mile squared. So that's 50 times 50 times 8. You can work that out for yourself. 250 times 8. What would that be? About 2,000 inches, something like that. So 2,000 inches, you should not be able to see anything because most buildings are less than 2,000 inches. Obviously there's something tall like the Burj Khalifa or a mountain or something that can be seen much further away because perspective will obviously squeeze it down in the distance, but the bigger it is, the spire on the church, the crow's nest on the top of the boat, the higher you go, the further you see, and that works perfectly on a plane. But if it's a globe, then the globe has to be bending down. It doesn't matter how high you go, the physical curvature exists. And at 8 inches per mile squared, you cannot measure that. We've taken lasers, we've taken sunlight flash tests, we've done all sorts of things to kind of demonstrate that we can hide something in the distance just based on curvature. We cannot. There's the world record photo as I've got here.
Yeah,
it's
so
Guinness World
this
Record.
Photo,
yep.
Did you notice something wrong with it?
What?
So here.
Yeah.
What's the difference between this and this one?
What is the difference?
Yeah, between at this point and this point.
Well, this one is close.
Down.
This is close, and that's further away.
Yeah, it's lower down.
Yeah.
But the size is the same. Notice here, this and this is lower down. But the size is
Okay, there are. Yeah, that's a very good point. Now we see sunsets. Sometimes the sun is huge, and I've taken.
No, it's always the same size.
I've taken photo. I'm an avid photographer, and I've taken photos where the sun is massive, and sometimes where the sun is tiny.
No, that's not because the sun is big.
I've also, for example, I took a plane from Dubai. I took a plane from Dubai and saw the sunset while I was in the aircraft building. In the airport building. And then I got on the plane, and the plane took off. It got to about 20,000. As we came through the clouds, I saw the sun again above the clouds. Impossible. Now, so this obviously is what we see in reality. Impossible. No. If I'm only at 20,000 feet, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? 20,000 feet or 30,000 feet is like being within the skin of the globe.
He doesn't believe in a flat Earth, though. Why are you using his theories?
Well, because he's the one who says you can't see curvature from a plane. He's the one who says that you can't see curvature from the Red Bull jump.
But he believes that it's a globe. He does believe so why are you using his theories?
He does believe that.
So he says.
So he says.
No,
I think he's punky.
I think he's lying to you.
Yeah, I think he's punky. Yeah, I think he knows that it's not.
But not you guys.
Well, because we stepped out of the lie.
Oh man, what kind of argumentation is this? It's just confrontational.
We can't.
Okay, so if you can't prove it, neither of us can use his argument.
Look here.
No, if neither of us can prove that he's lying to us or either you or me, right? He's lying to one of us.
What I'm trying to say is that I don't trust him.
Okay,
a lot
so
of
why is he
people,
using his argument?
in their defense,
because he's trying to argue for the ball, but he's saying people say they can see the curvature from planes. Tyson says no, you can't, and he's claiming to have this pedigree of education behind him. So we should default to him if we believe it. That's what I mean.
So yeah,
But you don't believe it.
Yeah, but the point is that people are using as their defense for the globe that they can see curvature from the boat, from the beach, from the plane. Yeah, they can see
You see a
curvature.
boat, it gets smaller and it disappears. Why?
This is perspective. Have you not heard me talk about perspective?
But it gets smaller, it doesn't disappear in perspective. If you get a camera and zoom in a million times, you'll see the boat there.
Yeah, so it's not gone over the curve.
But you won't actually.
But we have done many times.
Haven't.
Many times.
Have you not seen the Mythbusters episode where they did that exact
You trust
same thing?
Mythbusters?
They were flat earthers, the people who did the experiment.
They were?
Yeah.
No one, unless they paid, leaves flat Earth. Once you realize that you've been lied to about the globe, you cannot go back. And the thing is, to kind of grab a hold of flat Earth, you really have to go and study the globe theory and really try and understand all the elements of it. Because remember, you don't remember, but I raised children through university on the globe and evolution. I raised them there, so I understood the
You went to
model.
university?
Yeah,
Which university?
Hertfordshire, but that's neither here nor there. I don't need someone to tell me what to learn.
He's got to grade your pedigree.
Yeah,
there,
yeah. This is
Are
what
you
you
worthwhile
get.
listening to?
Oh,
or
you
not?
can't. If you haven't studied at my school through my system, then you can't be very smart. I'm what they call autodidactic. I can teach myself. I do not need someone to spoon feed me what I know.
But how do you get that information?
By going out and testing things.
Yeah.
So the thing is if the ship is going over the horizon at 3 miles, according to Google and yourself, then we should be able to do a scientific experiment that proves that amount of curvature is there. And we've tried that, and we found that, we thought the ship had gone away, but now we can still see it with a powerful camera. We thought that we wouldn't be able to see the beach at 10 miles, but now we can see a mirror flash from 6 feet. We thought we've taken. I've conducted some of these experiments myself, and if you haven't thought about these things yourself, then you're not willing yet to open your mind, because it is the sign of an agile mind to say I can hold two competing theories simultaneously. But when there's so much evidence for water being level and never sitting on the outside of a subject on a ball or anything like that.
So if we're on a flat,
nothing like that.
Do you think we could see, like we can just keep seeing?
We're just talking about perspective. Perspective means that even this tree, from far enough away, I cannot see it. Yeah? You understand that? I can't see Wembley Stadium from here. Even if we were on a perfectly level, flat thing, I walked away 20 miles from Wembley, I wouldn't know it was there. If you get it more than 100 miles away from the Burj Khalifa, you can't see it. But from 100 miles, you can take a photo of it, and all of it can be seen. So things in the distance will get smaller and smaller. We know that, but the thing is, like I say to people, if the ship has gone over the horizon and yet you can go into a 3 or 5 story building just behind the beach, and now you can still see the ship and it still seems to be on level, and there's another ship behind that one still on the level, we're starting to question, wow, was that perspective and my angle of resolution being so low? Because if you put your head on the floor here, you will start to lose people within 100 meters. You will start to lose their ankles and then their knees eventually as they go away. And when you're standing on the beach in such
let's test that. I'll stand here and look over there. Will I see
people? You can put your head on the floor. You got to put your head on the floor.
Ready, watch this.
Put your head on the floor.
See that? The guy with the yellow thing on his heady, right?
Okay. Now put your head on the floor. Are there people looking smaller as you go further away?
No, I still see the entirety of it.
All right. It will work.
You try it.
It will work.
You said you're a man of science.
I've tried it. I got my little boy to run away from me on a rugby field, and I filmed it. And eventually his body disappeared before he got to the other side. You can do this test for yourself. You can take a coin on a table and put your camera in alignment with the base of the table, the top of the table, and you slide that coin away, and you will see that coin disappear like the ship going over the horizon.
No, maybe you have a shit camera.
Maybe you have a shit table. But maybe the table is flat.
Where the table's round?
The table is round, yes, just like the earth might be round, but it doesn't make it a ball. You can't eat on a ball. You can't play football on a ball. You play on a level pitch. You have to play on a level world.
Can I ask quickly, what do you think of Agatha?
Agatha?
Yeah, wait. I've proof.
Okay.
What about lizards?
Well, there's all sorts of things. Remember, the world is electromagnetic. Have you ever seen the movie They Live? It's a good movie, 1988 movie, They Live. Yeah, now in that movie, you should check that movie out. It's on YouTube. In They Live, there is a pair of sunglasses that people can put on, and if you put them on, you can see that there are some people that are lizards.
Is that the lizard people?
Yeah, that's kind of like so yeah, I allow that possibility, but obviously I'm not building my basis on reality that half of us are human and half are lizards. And
how do we tell the difference between a human and a lizard?
Yeah, how would you know? But they might know each other. But yeah, I mean, I keep these things on the table. There's a lot we do not know. Our realm is metaphysical. It's not physical. It's not solid. It's all electric. It's all electromagnetic. It's all light, vibration, frequency, like Nikola Tesla said. It's all electromagnetic, and it's a system that's cycling. Yeah, like a torus. It's like a constantly moving torus. Energy coming into the bottom, rising, and they say in quantum physics, there's so much energy rising through the floor all the time. Huh?
Where's the studies on that? I'm hearing that.
That's the best quantum physicists in this country. If you go and listen to their lectures, because they're all available on YouTube, you'll hear them say that. You'll hear them talk about how much energy is rising through the floor.
He's done the scientific tests to prove this.
Me?
Him.
No. Oh, you have?
Yeah.
Okay.
The authority that you're appealing to right now has he done those?
Well, I understand. So having studied a bit of 6 months of quantum physics, I understand how it could be that we live inside of an apple, a metaphysical apple.
6 months
at the center of the apple is the core. And at the core, the seeds are. And at the seeds, let me finish. Well, how much evidence do you need there? How many spherical things exist in the world that have the same shape? You know, like apple, orange, plum, you name it. And they always put the seed in the middle. The seed is always in the middle. So I say to people that what if we are the seed? If that the continents are the seed and the fruit around us is the water and the gas, and that there is a pith, there is a peel that we can't get out of. That's my theory on that. Hi. Some thoughts. Nice talking to you guys. This is why they lie. You can take my fly. That's why they lie. That's the question that often people ask. Why? Why would they lie? What's the point? What's the point? What is the point? Why lie?
Hate God, that's why.
Because like people that are into science mock the religious people for believing, stuff that but they mock the religious people. You guys are into science, so I classify that this pseudoscience of globe I classify that as a religion because it's all based on theories, theory of gravity, relativity, Big Bang.
Yeah, but the science can't die and then come back again 3 days later.
Science can't walk on water as well. But you know what the point is that I think that religions were all designed as control, and this science is also designed as control. But there is, Nikola Tesla and the best scientists in the world were saying the world is not material like you think it is, and that's what they want you to believe, because we are not evolved apes. We are something much higher.
How is religion controlled?
How is religion controlled? Well, let me offer you this. Like, let's say you were a Christian, and someone else was a Muslim over there, right? And then now we would, if we went to bed at night as Christians, we would say those Muslim brothers of mine, they've got some stuff wrong, yeah. And so, but they are not lying to themselves. Their preachers truly believe it, yeah. So the same is true with science teacher. She truly believes that you can swing a bucket of water around the string and mimic gravity holding water to a ball.
Yeah, that works.
What? So when I was 10 years old, I was smarter than you.
Centrifugal force.
I used to say, annoying my science teacher, I would say, how is that gravity? I dropped a pencil to the floor, you invoke a force, and now I swing the bucket of water. There's got bucket, you got string creating centrifugal force or centripetal.
But to be fair, that's different.
You're creating that force by swinging it inside of a container. Because water needs a container. You cannot put it on the outside of the bucket and swing it.
So what do you think holds us down, like right now?
Well, the fact is, we were not in agreement with a science guy here earlier on, is that you are more dense than the air that you displace.
Yeah.
If you jumped in a swimming pool now, you would bob if you hold air in your lungs. You would bob with your head above the water. Why? Because you are displacing more water than you are.
But in space, I'm still heavier than the vacuum.
You've never been to space, young man.
No, but anyone knows that.
Anyone believing that. Yeah, so we can't test that. I can show you how your buoyancy, through displacing either air at sea level or air at 5,000 meters of altitude or down in the water, will create a buoyancy or a displacement. So that's why a lump of steel, a 1 ton lump of steel, will fall in the water, but if I shape it into a hull of a boat, now it displaces more than 1 ton, and therefore it floats. Yes? No gravity required in this world. Gravity is only an invention, it's not a force. Someone else was trying, a science guy was trying to invent, it's not a force. You impart force when you lift something off the ground. You impart force when you force a football under the water in the pool. You impart force. Now that football is going to shoot up like a helium balloon. Why? because it's now it's now displacing more water than its buoyancy would allow for. Boom, and up it goes.
So back to the list. I have a question. So if we're more dense than water and we're sinking water, why do we go down? What is down?
Because you are more dense. So
but why do we go down?
There is only one down. There's no confusion. You see, the globe needs you to have multiple downs and ups.
Because in gravity we say that the Earth, the Earth's mass provides that gravitational force. So we go down towards the Earth's center. Yeah. When you stated that if we're more dense, we just go down. Down in accordance to what?
Down in accordance to there's only one up. So there is there's no confusion with that. So there is only one up and down. Now, riddle me this. I'm going to give you your model back tonight. Perhaps you'll think about this. By the way, if you're Christians, I was telling my preacher when I was 12 years old, why is the Bible a flat earth book? Because I was believing the science by then. But why is the Bible a flat earth book? And if you cannot read it, then you're not reading it. Someone else is reading it for you. The Bible is riddled with 200 verses that strongly speak of a stationary earth, flat, separating the waters from the waters with a roof, a rakia, a firmament. Psalms 19:1. He set it firm upon pillars. But let me riddle this for yourself. If helium cannot be held at ground level by the gravity that you claim exists, yes? Helium, can we agree that? Helium is not held onto by gravity. Helium will shoot up, yes? Yes. Now, if we live on a globe and gravity is not attractive to helium, because it can't be, if it's not attracting it down here, you can't claim it's attracting it up there. So you can claim that, but common sense will say that if I can't hold you here, I'm not going to be able to hold you 20 miles away from me. So I'm saying this, that if we lived on a globe and helium is unaffected by gravity, then it should all gather at the top of the ball. Not be, it's going to go out here perpendicular there, and in Australia and South Africa, it's going to go down there and meet a more light, dense air. No, things get lighter and lighter when we go bottom, top. This magical, like M&M or whatever gobstopper that you guys believe you live on is completely made up pseudoscience. It's not biblical. It's actually a degradation of God's word to believe that you live on an evolutionary Big Bang. You know, that came from 14 billion years of slime turning into monkeys turning into you. That is a degradation of yourself and a degradation of your creator. That's a fact, Christian boys. That's a fact. That's why I don't subscribe to Christianity or Islam or any of these religions, because each of them within them holds a sweetness and then a poison. There is a poison that has you. I used to say this because I got a lot of Christian when I was young. I used to say every Sunday, I am not worthy but to eat from the crumbs under your table. That's what we would say every Sunday. That is brainwashing me to believe that I am insignificant rather than I am equal and I am created in God's image.
Equal to God?
Well, equal to you, equal to all. There is no queen, there is no king, there is no superior to you.
If somebody did create us, would you not be
somebody or something
subordinate to them?
Yes.
You would?
Yes.
So why do you not think that you should worship
them? Not another man, not Jesus, not Muhammad,
God.
Not another man, God. Allah, whatever, the Most High.
Jesus is God.
So do you believe
Jesus is God is according to the Bible.
Are you not Christian?
Jesus never said that. Jesus said, you will go on and do greater things than I. How can it be possible that you could do greater than God?
I think it was
Jesus says, you will go on and do greater things than I.
I think he was talking to the guys in Acts, right? And I think it's meant to be that they'll be infused with the Holy Spirit after he returns to the Father. I think that's what it's meant to be, with the Spirit of God with them. I understand your position. It's an interesting. I like to see where this goes.
I like the idea that Jesus is saying to you that you carry the spark of Christ. Each of you carries the spark of Christ. The Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
We are a fractal of whatever the Creator is. In the same way, your child one day, you could say simply, would be a fractal.
So you believe in a creator?
I know there's a creator. I don't have a belief. I know that. I know that, and I believe it's the same creator that you believe in. I do. Well, worship is.
What does worship mean?
Well, yeah, worship is
worship means to
praise.
Well, it literally comes from worth, like the worth that you give to somebody.
Yeah.
So if God is almighty and all powerful, do you give him that worth? Do you adore him and give him?
Now tell me, my brother in Christ, tell me how do I meet God? Yeah. How do I meet
through his love.
Yeah, so I can do that in two ways, in my view. There's probably more. But I can do that in two ways. One is to connect with God's creation, i.e. the earth. Yeah, this is all God. The tree is God. The grass is...
The tree is God.
It's
not
an
a creation.
It is not obviously...
Wait, do you mean in a creation of God or it is God? It carries God's
in the
essence.
same way as we are... God spoke the world into existence, yes? This is all the vibration of God. So when God made trees, God made animals, God made plants and fish and all these sorts of things, it spoke, created, and saw that it was good. So all of these things are the expression of our Creator. You may want to divide yourself from nature, but it is my perspective that we are intrinsically linked to this nature. And so the other way that I can connect God, other than going barefoot and earthing and being with the soil and hugging a tree and things like that, and respecting the earth and taking care of it much as I can, yeah? The other way is going to the temple. This is the temple of God, and so if I'm to speak to God, I am going to speak to God directly. I do not need a third-party interloper to help me speak to God. If I am God's emissary, if I am God's fractal, then when I speak words, or even when I think thoughts, God hears that.
You say that's worship.
Well, it's about honoring. You see, if you are the temple of God, then the best way that you could honor God is to honor yourself first. You've got to honor yourself first. If you do not, then you end up being. Your temple is like God says, the 7 deadly sins. Mind what goes in your eyes. Mind what goes in your ears. In your mouth.
Yeah, but loving yourself first is pride.
Do you believe in the Bible?
No, I don't believe in the Bible, but I think it's a book that has some really useful content. Yes, I don't have my wind resistor.
If the earth is flat, I say there's no gravity.
Yeah.
What's the flat earth not? Like,
Well, like the Bible says, God set the earth upon pillars.
Yeah.
That's what the Bible says.
Well, we don't know, man. We don't know.
So I can't answer that.
We don't know.
So we're the only flat planet.
I'll answer your question. Okay, good question. So the Bible says God set the earth firm, fixed upon pillars. Yeah. What's below that?
Must be metaphorical.
Well, you get. Okay.
The
other
difficult thing
Christians who would
with
say
that
that-
which parts do you choose to be metaphorical and which parts don't you? Like walking on water or whatever. It's a metaphorical.
The earth is it's a circle and there
Hey, thanks for the thumbs up. So let me offer this question.
yeah, there are three or four elephants and then there's a
Turtle.
turtle, yeah.
Turtle. You know what's interesting? I know this is a little bit deep and esoteric, but a turtle is a tortoise, and a tortoise is a Taurus.
The turtle is not a tortoise.
Well, they're in the same family,
It's a tortoise, he's right.
right? So and a Taurus is what we believe. I believe that the Earth is an electromagnetic torus, and that we're sitting on top of.
He's hugging the tree.
Now, what's happening? What's happening in the skies is there are lights that we observe. We call them twinkle, twinkle, little star. How I wonder what you are. Right? These are when you're 3 years old, they're just stars. When you're 7 years old, you're taught that there are rocks and balls of fire.
Yeah.
So I go with what we saw when we were 3 years old, is that there are stars. And then when we take a powerful zoom camera and look at them, we see that they're doing like this repeating, flickering
Have you seen
pattern.
that? The images of stars when they zoom in close? Have you seen it? It's very
Not
interesting.
NASA's rendering.
Just check it out. It's interesting.
Yeah.
We have nothing else.
Yeah, that's very kind.
100%. 100%. Yeah, yeah. Well, for one thing, I believe that it's in the Bible as well. My interpretation of what I've read in the Bible gives me the indication. No, I think because there's difficulties with words, right? With what does religious mean, the connotations of religion.
But do you believe in Jesus?
Yeah, I think I do actually. It's been a very recent thing though. Like I only read the Bible like 2 years ago, and I've been on this kind of journey to discover the truth of the world. But I look at his view as well. That there may be issues of control within religious systems, structures that have been built on top of a truth. Well, the institutions of like a church system and priests and popes and bishops and these dudes, I don't really think Jesus talks about that.
Can I remind you?
I don't really need that.
Can I remind
You know
you?
what I mean? But if you
all
want
of
it,
us,
you can. But just my understanding of this like that.
all of us must. We often forget this, but the Crusades were a brutal period in the Christian story, right? And so now what we have, if you ask yourself the question, who were the people prior to the Crusades? Prior to people being burnt, boiled, and slayed into a religion or a religious doctrine. Well, what did they believe in? Well, you find predominantly they believed in the natural order. They believed in nature, and that whatever the God is, it was an essence of whatever this nature is. So religion, I think, has been used as a weapon to control mankind. And of course, if you're a Christian, if you're raised a Christian, and you're told that the Muslims are coming to fight your town, you're willing to go to fight against them, yes? And so that's what we see in the world, quite simplistically.
Not really.
Quite simplistically, what we see in the world, and what we're seeing developing in the Middle East, is like people's religion being used against them, weaponized against them, for sure. And I'm like, wow, same as me, like when as a kid, like I was weaponized in South Africa to believe that the communists were coming and we had to go to war in Angola, right? Which is what I did.
Yeah, they really were.
They really were, but the only reason those commie boys would come to another place and cause wars because they receive programming that said, we have to go and stop them for whatever narrative suits that storyline. So for me, it's about segmenting, because God is not about division. I used to ask my preachers as a child, like, how is it possible that God would create a religion that caused so much division? Do you know, even amongst your religion, there are more than 3,000 different doctrines that, and some would say the Seventh Days or the Mormons or whatever, the Jehovah's, they'd say, we've got the truth. Not them over there. So even within your home of Christianity, of course it causes conflict. If we realize that we were all one and we should not be dividing ourselves into these houses, but if I raise you to insist that your wife wears a cloth over her face, then you will insist your wife wears a cloth over her face. That's how it works.
Can I jump in for you?
Yes.
Just one thing. I'm not sure how much have you read of like the words of Jesus, like in the Gospels? Have you read them?
Yeah, a lot.
All right, because like Jesus says, he says that I've not come to bring peace. He says I've come to bring a sword. I'm going to be dividing man against wife, son against father, friend against friend. He says I'm here not to bring peace. I'm bringing division. Wow. Because it's the separation of judgment, right? How can you judge someone else's actions unless you have values? Those values, then maybe they come from God. You know what I'm saying? So he's saying that there has to be righteous judgment. Like I agree with you, we want peace, we want to live well. But there's plenty of things in the world that are evil. And it's not, we should just let it be. It's that it needs to be taken out. It says, what does he say? Any branch that does not bear fruit will be cut off and thrown into the fire. Right? You know what I mean? That's my understanding of it.
Okay. Well, I think that there is definitely like for me, I resonate with the Sodom and Gomorrah story of how man loses his way and gets so caught up in
demon worship, demon worship,
which is really like the music industry, the fashion industry.
It's real, bro.
You know, all of these things are
never stopped,
and they're all what they call like these attractions or attachments that we build in this lifetime, and they're designed to be like. Appealing to you, like gambling or pornography or whatever. The sugars and the what have you. All of these things are offered there as a temptation.
Well, like evolution in the ball earth to pull you away from God. It allows you to live in a world of sin where nothing matters and there's no accountability.
We're just nihilistic. It doesn't care. We don't live. God's all bullshit and blah blah blah.
That's what I think it's about.
When it's like for me, it's almost like I'm your son, you're my father, and I'm coming to you and saying, you're not my father. I don't even know you. Like who are you, kind of thing. Well, this is kind of what Jesus was saying, right? People are going to go that way. They're going to be like, we don't know you. And even those people that are high believers in their kind of Christian faith, I swear to you, they have not dealt with their darker demons, because we all carry the dark and the light. I believe that we carry the dark and the light, and we're meant to. I offer this to people like the Muslims. I'll say to them, listen guys, I wouldn't tell my children not to drink alcohol. I would tell them the dangers of drinking alcohol and allow them to discover for themselves the harms of drinking alcohol. But you've got to be allowed to experience this life for yourself and then learn for yourself, rather than me mastering you and say, no, you must turn up at 6 o'clock tomorrow. If you don't turn up, I'm going to do this. No, that needs to be on you to get a good night's rest so that you're up in the morning, ready to do your work, blah, blah, blah.
I'm really interested to ask you, I don't want to digress away from anything you want to talk about because you're on the chat, but you said earlier you had a near-death experience and that pulled you away from being an atheist. Really interesting, because I had basically a similar experience. I don't know if I told you to, but I had a near-death experience back in 2018, and it led me down this path to investigate God and the real nature of the world and everything. So what happened? with you, if you don't mind, if you want to.
I don't mind, but I
Another time.
couch it like that. No, I couch it like that because it's very quick and easy for people to understand. But actually, what it was ayahuasca.
Oh right.
So it was DMT.
Ah, you had out of body like.
Yeah, and I've done acid and mushrooms and all sorts of things over my lifetime.
Okay.
But this was like I died.
Yeah.
And I was taken out of myself, and I was shown things, my higher self. I sensed God, although I may not have met God, as it were.
Yeah.
But I sensed God, and I sensed our connection to everything. And in the 6 or 7 minutes that I was in the DMT experience, I was given so much information, a lifetime of information. And I was 47 at the time, and I said, wow, up until this point, first words out of my mouth was, it's true, there is a God, and I was an atheist 7 minutes before. And the second thing I said is, this should be offered to every 16-year-old, because if we knew who we were, it would be a rite of initiation passage. If we knew who we were, we wouldn't go to war. And the reason why we have such darkness, a young lady asked me earlier on, like, there is so much this rage, there's all this horror going on in the world. Yes, because we believe we are monkeys evolved, living on a ball, subject to these corporations.
Do what you want.
Who can, but it's because I put my neck on your throat as a society that you've got all sorts of bad behavior coming out.
Yeah, it encourages it. Of course. Yeah. It glorifies it in many ways.
And we don't honor each other.
Yeah.
We don't respect each other. So we are going to do harm to other people. We are going to go to war. We are going to do rape. We are going to do stealing. We are going to, work in the insurance industry and rip the hell. But it's just my little bit of salary. But I'm working for the dead. I'm working for the corporation.
Right.
Corporation.
Yeah, I know.
So we need to step out of this if we are
100%. Reject this.
The devil
reject
or
the devil's
Satan
world.
or whatever. And come into harmony. I believe that the system wants the left wing, the right wing, the heavens, the hell, whatever. But harmony is heart. Heart is green. Green is the chakra for the green is our earth, and earth is an anagram for heart.
Okay.
And so I think that we're meant to come into love, into balance, into harmony. But yes, be willing to set down those who would come against you from their wrongness, from their state of, whatever, self-righteousness.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Yeah.
Any questions here?
That's good, man.
This man had a question. You had a question?
Yes. I'm a bit confused. So, in school, I've been told how tidal waves happen. But I'm not sure how the flat Earth theory explains how tides happen. How there's low tides, high tides.
Okay, so difference between tidal wave and tides.
Yeah.
The tidal wave is the tsunami, whereas the tides, yes, it's twice a day, up and down. Yeah, so I'll answer that and say that my quick answer is, this is my flat Earth, a potential flat Earth, but imagine it was a swimming pool, or a lake. And in that lake, I was twice a day, I would suck out a vast amount of water, clean it, and then push it back in again.
Who sucks it?
The system, obviously, when we're talking this deep into how the Earth might work, other than, because for example, if you'd never been to school and I told you see that light in the sky, it's creating the tides, you'd laugh at me. But because you've been taught that idea for all of your life, you believe it. However, it turns out that the Great Lakes in America, which are massive bodies of water, no tide. Now, if the moon is pulling on the water like they tell us, why is there no tide? Why is there no tide in the Mediterranean Sea? Other than there's a little bit of swell at Gibraltar, but that's because it's connected there to the ocean. The ocean is breathing twice a day. One time, many years ago, 20 years ago, I'm standing in Cape Point, the most southern point of Africa, and I'm standing there and watching the Indian Ocean on my left and the Atlantic Ocean on my right, and you can draw a line as clear as day between those two seas. One is dirty and clear as day. Clear as day. I was like, look at that line. It's a perfect line. Salinity.
Because the concentration
I would accept.
of salts.
Yeah.
So it's like you said. It's like salt. Water. You can see a straight line.
There will be a difference in it
because there's a concentration of salt, so they don't mix.
Okay. Now, the water that's going down the east coast is dirty, warm, and has been all the way down Africa, and it's heading down to what we would call Antarctica.
Yeah.
And then water mysteriously is just pumping up clean, pure, brand new seawater coming up the west coast of Africa. Yeah. So now, if I was to model that for you in a swimming pool or in a circular pool, for example, we could easily see how I could have a suction in here and a pushing system out there.
Yeah.
So that can work. And then when it comes to the tides being, some tides like in England can be 20, 30 foot of tide, yeah? Whereas there's tides on the equator that are 2 foot of tide.
Yeah.
So if the Earth model, the globe model is true, where the moon is sucking on the sea, then there should be a greater bulge at the equator and less effect further north, right? So it fits with this idea that if there's a 20-foot tide up here in England, perhaps that's because it's near a pumping station. And that's why you get much more press. If your friends jump in, they do a dive bomb into a swimming pool, yes? The person who's nearest your friend will be swamped with the water. The person who's at the other side of the swimming pool, they will barely feel the ripple,
but
yes?
who is doing that suction?
Well, we might not know, but there's an idea like with the sensor, yeah?
I think it's. So you said about the lakes in Nebraska, but you said they're very big. I have no clue about the lakes in Nebraska, but I'm pretty sure they might be big, but they're not big enough. It's like, for example, gravity.
Yeah.
Everything gets gravity, but I'm not getting pulled towards you because you're not big enough.
Yeah, we can't prove that though, bro.
But for example, if you go into space and there's nothing there.
Yeah.
So here we have air. You get two cubes. Eventually they'll float together and they'll stick together because each of them has a small gravitational force, and no other gravitational force is attracting.
What if I was to offer you that could happen through electrostatics?
Electrostatics. What about it?
You understand, like if I can take a balloon that's inflated and rub it on my hair, I can get it to sit on my head.
Yes.
That's electrostatics. So the balloon is actually drawn to my head through electrostatics. So we do not, and so the idea that we can test this thing in space, yeah, that's theoretical. You know, I know we're told these sorts of things. But if it was true that large things attract small things, then we should be able to make a test on Everest or some other large rock, like Kilimanjaro, that stands alone. We should be able to say, look, what things are going to be drawn towards the rock.
It's not big enough. I know
I was taught that when I was 6 years old. Let's move on from that. Let's move on from that.
If you, where's the baby boy? If you take a big hand and you make the Earth the size of a pool ball, it'll be smoother than a pool ball.
Correct. I used to repeat that exact same line myself when I was on the globes. But even on a flat Earth, if we had to shrink the flat Earth down to the size of your dining table, it would be smoother than your dining table.
Yeah. So it's not big enough to like track gravity.
What?
It's not big enough to.
Yeah, but remember for us, the theory of gravity, we have to be strict about that and remind people it is a theory. I know people like to say, well, it's because it's been around for a long time and most scientists agree with it, therefore it's not really a theory, it's more a law. Well, I would say to you, it's still a theory. And the idea that, yes, I can lift something up, impart power to it or energy, and then see an expression of that, and then turn that into water clings to a ball.
And I would agree with you.
So, bro, I need to go. Are you here next week?
Yes.
All right, cool.
3 Sundays in August.
Yeah, I need to talk to you about South Africa, bro.
All right.
I'm going to go there next year.
Till since. Till next time.
I'll agree with you. It's a theory, but the theory is the highest classification you can give it in science. There's no such thing as a fact.
Yes, there is.
No, there isn't.
Yes, there is. So there's no laws that affect, like the law of thermodynamics, the law of entropy, the law of...
It's a theory. It's a theory.
No,
no. A systematic study of structure and behavior of physical and natural world through observation, experimentation, and testing of theories against evidence based. Yes. So you take evidence, and if, let's say, a million years ago when he was there and the lightning would strike, there'll be fire, and people will be like, wow, fire, God made it. But now we know that was the theory back in the day, that God creates fire. Now we know that fire can be created by rubbing two objects together or friction or some other method. I can just pull out a lighter and make fire. So the theory changed. It's the same with the laws of thermodynamics. If someone comes up with a better theory and can prove it, then the theory will change. So it's not a fact that thermodynamics exists.
What?
It's a theory. It's a theory until it's proven otherwise.
Well, we can take a deodorant can and puncture it, and we can observe how all of the gas in the deodorant can will fill the available space. Let's say I punctured it inside of a box, a sealed Perspex box, and we can observe how all of that gas, say, made it colorful. That gas would fill the entire space immediately. Yes, so that's something that we can provably test.
Yes.
So the idea that water is curving is the claim that needs to be tested. So we go out and try and make honest observations over extended distances and find that we cannot measure the bird just shat on my face.
Yeah, you're standing right under the pigeons.
The bird just shat on my face.
That's what Newton had with an apple. You had it with a.
That's insane, man!
That's how beautiful gravity.
Bird just shat on me. But you see, the only reason it came down is because the bird lifted it up. And if he'd gone up high, bird just shat on my face. Bird just shat on my face. And that's not some kind of porn thing. That's just, that's insane. That's never happened to me before. I must be on the right track.
Apparently it's good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck and it's good for money.
Yeah, I like that. Thank you.
Right.
That's great. But did I give you a flyer to take away with you?
Yeah, sure. Give me a flyer.
I'll
follow you on Instagram or wherever.
Yeah, a friend of mine has got an app that you might find interesting because it's got like it's got hundreds of videos that are people doing their own experiments. Because really, we must test these things for ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've opened the door. It's up to you if you want to walk through.
Right. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. It's been good talking to you. All the best.
Hi, you're right.
Good. How are you?
I was just listening to your conversation.
Awesome. Well, let me see. Snare these. How are you guys doing there? How about that? Bird shat on my face. That's a first. Let me see if I can. Good day, gentlemen. I'm great. How are you today?
Perfect. Thank you very much.
All good. All good. Have you seen my my question here? That Earth is not a globe. I know you can't comment on it, so I'm not going to be seeking a comment from you gents today. I assume you're here because the religious guys are a little bit. Yeah, they're on a breach of the peace. But if it's true that, as the Quran says, that the sun and the moon are small lights that travel over us, and if it's true that the Bible is true, that the Earth was created with a roof, if it's true, then it means that our whole reality has been faked by some ne'er-do-well, you know. And I know obviously you gentlemen are in the business of trying to protect and serve the people, so I admire that. However, what if our entire game is rigged, like Shawshank Redemption, you know, like we're in a prison and we're all prisoners inside of that? I just offer you that for thought, my brother. Assalamu alaikum.
You've asked your question. Can I give you a reply? Yeah. We're solely here to prevent any disorders or prevent anyone from coming to harm. If you want any answers from the Met on terms of where they stand on claims such as what you provided yourself, call 101, ask to speak with our media team. They'll provide you with statements, they'll provide you with answers, whatever you're looking for. Thanks. We won't be taking an interview today, we won't be answering any questions. We're solely here just to protect ourselves.
And I respect that completely.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Appreciate that, and I hope you have a solid session.
Thank you.
Take care of yourself. Salam alaikum, as I said. I assume you're a Muslim.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I am.
Salam alaikum.
One of the results.
I actually have I'm going to take a little wander around from the thing. If you guys want to follow me, and I mean, if you're still laughing at me getting shat on by the bird, I don't think it's as funny as it really is. Get me here. I can put on to it. I have not taken breath. Upwind for my next theory.
And at 4:30, someone from abroad is bringing and someone is fully aware of what happened in the Quran.
That's in Arabic grammar.
Show me in the Quran. Who cares about Arabic? You care about your book?
So what language
I'm asking you, you think you are Arabic speaker, so I'm asking what does the Quran say?
Good luck, enjoy it, enjoy it.
And I wonder why, but
What I need to do is just control the windage. This is my normal site over here. See the bog standard answer from the old blog there. Hello? do hope the audio, and I do apologize for the wind, all those sorts of things. I think it must make it very difficult to stay in that and listen. So I do appreciate you stopping by and giving us a thumbs up. And if you fancy buying me a coffee, I'm quite thirsty, so I would take that gladly. Yeah, I'm just getting myself a little bit away from the hubbub, as it were. As you can see. Let me just turn this camera. It's been a lot. I mean, did you guys see the beginning, the first hour? I had, for a long time, for about an hour, I had a group. Oh, my toes are cramping. I had a group of 20, 30 people holding up there, you know. It was pretty epic. I wonder if I'm a little short on salt. I'm getting a little bit of a cramping in my toes. Just need a little stretch here. Do apologize. Hi, mate. Mighty Adam. Dean. Epic. Thanks, bro. Just bear with me a minute. I'll be with you in a sec. Dropped a little bit. It's understandable. I'll get back to the action shortly. Just need a little smoke break. How's that? Oh, it's 3.5 hours now. Oh, okay. How's the chat been? I haven't actually looked at it all. Thanks, Nathan. Memorial Gardens, Tony Wickham. Foxtrot Oscar, yeah. There's still a few more of the trolley types to come, so you can look forward to that. Hey, Bond, very interesting conversation. Yeah. Bearsworth, man, if I won the lottery, Dave and Music Guru are 1 and 2 on my list. Well, why don't you just come to Spain in September, bro? 21st, 22nd of September. Or, yeah, something like that. It's actually 3 days, because we've got a Friday. I'm lining up to sort of have a hangout with people on the beach down in Alex's place in Spain, in that town called Javier. Meet up. I'm going to do some activism. I'm going to do some activism, and well, I say just put a banner up and then use that as a sort of gathering point, and people can play frisbee and blah blah blah. Maybe do a little picnic. I felt like we needed that, because when Alex and I were talking about the arrangements for this party, I said, well, if you do the Saturday and Sunday, then people will have arrived on the Friday and would love to get together with other fellow brothers and sisters in the community. So why don't we do something on the Friday arvo into the evening, maybe a dinner at the local Indian restaurant, and that's the plan. So a few people have contacted me about the plan for that, and I'll put more specifics out closer to the time. But I thought that the Friday would be a good opportunity for people to start gathering and getting to know each other and blah blah blah. Theory of a system that was, I'm not got the glass on to explain something, yeah. Independent of the thing to be explained. Well, that's my tea break. Andrea made me a coffee, which is very kind of her. I've actually finished that, so let's get back to work. But yeah, I've had a good footfall today. I've been very pleased with that, and I hope the audio has not been too difficult for you to follow along. All right, I think I've seen that guy before. So yeah, I'm here next 2 Sundays following this, so there's a lot of brown-skinned people around, and I don't say that from a prejudiced perspective, just it is what it is, right? It came up on Friday, actually, and we gather, that the world is being changed. You can rail against it, but that's the reality, and there's a great design going on here and exactly how it ends up. Have you seen this before, my friend?
No.
Is this the first time you've looked at this theory that we don't live on a globe? The thing is that for me, I believed that we lived on a globe for most of my adult life, and then 10 years ago I came across the formula for curvature on the globe. It's so much that it should be in 10 miles you can't see anything, but we can see things 10 miles, 50 miles away with a powerful camera or in the right conditions. And these things should be hidden by the alleged curvature. It doesn't exist. Water, when at rest, will find level. And that level we can use as a datum line, and we can use it for topography, we can use it for building. It gets worse that we can't actually measure that the Earth is spinning or moving at all, around, rotating or even traveling around the sun. Yes, the sun moves through the sky, but the inference is that that's because we're moving, but we can't measure that movement. We can't prove it. It's a mathematical construct, but not reality. Of course, we're ingrained with the idea when we're too young to think about it ourselves. There's nothing on my banner here that isn't real world. There's nothing here we can't go and test for ourselves. And all of this reinforces the idea that the sea is level. There's one sea level across the Earth, tidal variations aside, storms and weather and stuff like that, but really it's only one sea level. We can't do this in reality. The water would run off, but we're told when we're very young that because this ball is so big, it'll make this water think that that's up and that's down. And of course, that's not reality. And notice, if you will, that I say gravity is displacement in a medium, meaning that if we displace very little air, then we're going to fall through it. But if we displace a lot of water by weight, we will float on it. And that's all we need in this world. Helium goes up, hot air goes up, cold air comes down, things that are heavier than air fall because they've been lifted. And they can't float unless it's a boat that's been hammered out into a hull, a lump of steel that's now a hull. It will displace more water than the weight of that steel and its cargo. Yeah. And that's all we need to, gravity was invented after the idea that we could float ships by displacing more water than their weight, their total weight, or displacing. So that's really it. And because air is so thin, most everything except, helium balloons and a few other things, with the exception, are going to fall through it. whereas liquid mercury, well, you can float an iron anvil on mercury because it is a more dense medium. So things go up because they're lighter than the medium, like water. The football will go up, the apple will go up. If it's underwater, it'll go up. Same as a log, unless it's waterlogged, it will float. And it's only floating because it is creating buoyancy. It's less dense than the water it's displacing. But because the air is so thin, it's very easy for even this paper to fall. But the paper will fall more slowly than the stone because, there's more drag, there's more surface area. And even gravity, if we go to a high altitude, 5,000 meters, and we drop a stone, it'll fall more quickly than it will do at the sea level, because the air is more dense at the sea and slows it a little fractionally slower as it falls. So we don't need gravity in our world, but it's electromagnetic. Yes, there is an electromagnetic static force that holds things together. You can take a flyer if you like. Some food for thought. Why would they lie? Because that's the big question. Why would they lie? And how would they pull it off? Well, you're welcome. All the best. Cheers. Earth is flat, not a spinning rock in space. NASA fake space. Space travel is all made up. Pseudoscience is all Disney. I want to put a bit more chalk down now, but there's too many ploddies around, and they'll have a word with me. By threat of force. There's a lot going on. I see how I don't know how much of this Palestine stuff you're allowed to say anymore, or whether these Palestine people will get arrested for having this guy, he's noisy. How you going?
Shut up!
تعال في واحد يصلح لك. تعال طربوش احمر يرتفع عند الشجره. تعال يصلح لك. تعال. Some information. How are you? Good, brother. I got a new flyer. You got this one? Okay, cool. Nice to see you. Can I give you some information, sir? It's about why they lie. Why government lies. But if you know why they're lying, it has to do with you. It has to do with you. Yes, you can. Yeah. Okay, so I agree with you that perhaps we can't change the wars the banking, the systems of corruption and control that exist in the world. Seems to me pretty much everywhere you look. Yeah, I can't change that. However, with the knowledge that I have, I can change my world such that the light that is in the room that I exist in is brighter for my family, for my community. And I think that's once we realize that we are against some monstrously powerful system, we're not trying to overcome that system, we're trying to overcome our own system, because our own system has been weaponized against us. We've turned into hating ourselves and hating on our brothers, when we are all the essence of the magnificent Creator, the Most High. You see, we are all that essence, and yet this game has tricked me into thinking that you are different from me, when you are not. And that's yes, but the good thing is that like well, what about if yes, brother? Well,
you are handling it a different way from where I would.
Well, I say to people this: well, if I take 10 puppies, I put them in a cage, and I put 3 puppies of food every day, those puppies will tear at each other. Some will become bullies, and some will become frightened in the corner. Well, that's happened to all of us. You see, we've all been mistreated long ago, maybe hundreds or thousands of years ago. The white people and then the black people have been mistreated in such a way that they have turned on each other. And that's what we see in nature. If you do that to the puppies, that's what happened to mankind. And so until we see that, no, they shouldn't. But the game is deeper now than it was 100 years ago. There is more control over what you think and your understanding of the world than it was for your forefathers, your great-grandfather, for example. He had a direct relationship to God and nature. There was no man interfering with him and his village. Today, men are interfering with your village and you from the day you were born until the day you die, such that you never know your true essence. So that means that if I say to you, I have poisoned you, but I know there's an antidote, but you need to take this information in order to understand that when you take the antidote, you know what you're taking, because it's up to you now. Once you take the antidote, once you leave the prison, you have to become now the master of yourself. You can't rely on the prison guards to do all the things they used to do for you. You see, and the village needs to take care of itself, not have Mr. Policeman come from the high command and say, well, I'm going to tell you what you do now. Not the village elders. They can't work it out for themselves. We in charge. Yeah. Thank you, brother. Or you take my flyer? Oh, I'll shake your hand. Yeah. Well, I'll give you a quick story then. My journey started 10 years ago. I was an atheist. And then I had like what I would describe quickly to you as a near-death experience. In that 6 minutes that I was in that portal, I connected to my higher self, and I discovered that my higher self is an eternal being that cannot be harmed by anything that's happening to me or on earth. And that when I leave this body, I return to that higher self. That higher self is connected to the Most High through some mechanism I can't speak to because I don't know that answer. But this is what I got from that experience, that at 47, as I was 10 years ago, I had this experience and came through it. And my first words out of my mouth as an atheist, first words were, it's true, there is a God. So I had connected to God through that experience and my higher self. And I discovered, yes, this does not die. The body is an avatar that's carrying the spark of your higher self, ultimately God, but your higher self. And it has come here for a learning, a testing. It's going to be put through a fire. To make steel, to temper steel, you need to put it through the fire. To make the captain of a ship, he needs to sail the big seas and be able to handle the ship in the worst weather. And that's the same with his life. And some people, it seems to me, may have been given more choppy sea than other people. But even that's, the thing is that if it's not choppy sea, it can make you lazy. So you're no longer that disciplined with your boat drills and the things that you need to do on the boat. So when a big storm comes, you capsize. So the true captain is the man, woman who has had tests and risen above those tests, not being subsumed by the tsunami. And that's what God, I think your higher self, has offered you, or you offered yourself, to come here in this avatar at this time. We may be reincarnate, but at this time, to learn a certain amount. It may not be the full story. We're only getting one level up at a time, 2 levels up, I don't know. Well, it may be, but sometimes, but there are hopefully nuggets that a man can take away from this. But you see, most of us, this brother is going to be the hardest thing for you to hear, is that we do not live on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. We never landed on the moon, and they do not have a spacecraft 250 miles above your head. The thing is that 99.9% of men, intelligent men on this earth, believe in space travel. They believe that NASA is telling us the truth about we live on a globe, we come from monkeys, there's a big bang, and that's what explains it, rather than we were created on purpose. Ah, you know. Okay. Pretty good to talk to you. All right. Okay. All right. And you still think we live on a globe?
I like you.
Listen, yeah.
And so far, I've heard what you said already.
What's your name?
And your name is
Dave.
Hi.
All right. Well, maybe I'll see you again, Steve. Yeah? All right. Nice one, brother. Cheers. Okay. Evolution is a lie. So let's see if we've got someone to talk to here. Earth is flat. Earth is flat.
Are the people above the would that be like the last or would that be like
Cowboy hats give you special powers. Yeah, witchcraft. Interesting. I sometimes have speculated that the roof, the top here, if this is how the world works, then it's like a witch hat, and that at the center, at the top here, is a black hole, perhaps, or a white hole, but it could be the white hole. But that there is a top, like a circus tent, and it comes to a pinnacle at the very center, a witch's hat. And I saw that in the quantum physics, and when I was doing those drawings to do with the quantum side of the conversation. Earth is flat, bro. Globe is a lie. Earth is flat. Globe is a lie. Did you know that? You agree? Good man. Can I give you my flyer to take away? Don't throw it in the bin. For it to read. Yeah, but it's to share with your friends. You agree? Yeah. I'm not sure. This is just an idea of how it might be. A lot bigger, more continents. Yes, I like that. I'm not. Yeah, but the cosmos. Yeah, with the moon being an X-ray.
Yeah, and then the moon is remarkable.
Yes.
You need other people suffering from Mars, so they don't suffer more.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, like an X-ray. Imagine energy. Yeah. Or reflection. Oh, because my theory is that it's energy rising.
The water is like
Yeah. And it creates that reflection. Yeah. I like that. Yeah. And so that means there's more land according to that map.
Yes. No, according to what we see every day.
Yeah, I mean the moon map. Yeah.
No, what you see with your own eyes. I think that's like the fact. The other things are not invention, okay, but that's the fact is there every day, the same.
And it turns the moon, yes? You notice that? The moon is rolling like this. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah, but the sun also.
Huh?
Feeling the sun, and you see the sun rolling.
Also rolling, yes. Yeah, so the moon like the crescent.
Clear shape.
Yeah.
That's one way moving.
Yeah.
We have cameras like the Galileo.
Yeah.
When he formulated the thing, the zoom that he had was only 14 times.
14 times zoom, yeah.
My phone is 10 already.
Yeah. People think,
Yeah, the guy was able to elaborate this, and now with more
and it looks with the Nikon, the P900, you see the flickering.
When I try to share this content, you don't know the problems.
I know the problem, brother. I've been doing this 8 years. Good luck. Good luck. Stay flat. I think the plods were listening in. Let's go get some water. A bit dry. Been on the chat for a long time. Hope you guys are having a good time in chat. It's sort of raining a little bit. Just a little bit. I know it was threatening to rain. More water. Go well. So obviously people are
moving at 1,000 miles.
Yeah, 1,000 miles an hour. You got it. 1,000 miles an hour. Hey! Because I can't measure it to be curved.
How do you not measure it?
How do you measure it to be curved?
Because you see it across the road.
Okay, see, but measure. The question is, how do you measure it to be curved?
How do you measure it?
Well, okay.
If it were flat, you would be able to see from here to like Qatar.
Have you heard of perspective? Do you understand perspective?
That's not perspective. That's like if you put
Do you understand what is perspective?
what's perspective? Okay.
All right, I'll explain to you because I had to look into this in order because I come from the globe background. I believed in the globe all my adult life. Up until age 47. So I know the globe science, and I know how I was tricked into believing that a ship was going over the curve at a certain distance, right? But with perspective, I can see a ship go over the curve and then go up 10 meters and still see that ship again. If I go and stand on a hill, now I can see the ship for another 5 miles or whatever. That's the expression of your angle of resolution on the thing, and then the expression of the perspective is that we all know that the train lines look to go together in the distance when you look down the track. Yes, you understand that. So it's that compression that's happening that way is also happening that way. And when you're right at the bottom of the image, such as standing on the beach, then the compression is faster at the bottom than it is at the top, observably. But when you go say to that's why you'll say that the bottom of the ship has gone away.
Is your source like another flat earther, or is that actually?
Well, the source has to be you. Only you are going to unpick the brainwash that is currently running in your head. And the brainwash can only be unpicked when you go and start doing experiments, where you go and test it. No. So let's not, before we jump out of perspective, because this is important, I started with that we are told that the water is curving. And there's an observation that seems to support that.
It's a fact. It's not.
Okay. No, you were told that. You actually, when you were young, when you were young, let me finish. When you were young, you knew that water is level when at rest. we can say that our swimming pool or our lake is perfectly level. You can see your friend walking on the other side a mile away on the lake on the other side. You can see all of their feet and what have you, and you do not get a sense that there's any hump or bulge in that water. So what we're told is that okay, so I believe the same lie myself. There's a thing called the well, yeah. Well, no. Do you have a religion? Do you have a religion?
I don't.
Okay, so the Christian teachers are not lying to their people or themselves. The Muslim teachers are not lying to themselves or their preachers or their flock. They're not. Do you think they are? About their religion, you don't believe it.
They have faith. It's not
yeah, and so is it's true.
And that's what you do.
And they truly believe it. And so with the globe, we truly believe it, even though our senses tell us that water is level. And then when we try and measure this curvature that's meant to be there, we find that it's not. That we can make observations of 10 and 20 miles ourselves, just with a camera you can buy in a store. You can go and see things at 20 miles. So the world record photograph in Guinness Book of Records, so it's not going to be a fake, 245 miles. So where's your curve? Well, if you say the ship is going over at 3 miles, or that's what we're taught, it's going away at 3 miles, 4 miles, 5 miles, depending on the size of the ship, yeah? Bottom up. Now, if I can see 200 miles and see small things, but
And this one.
Okay, so the photograph which is in the World Guinness Book of Records.
It's 200 miles away.
No, you see, remember, okay, let me bring you back to perspective. See, let me bring you back to perspective. Those people that are walking away from us, they look smaller. Why? They're getting smaller as we walk away, yeah? You understand that's perspective. Do you understand that?
That's not perspective, that's just they're getting away, so like
So no, they look smaller. The train in the distance looks smaller. Yes? You've seen this, surely. You seem smart enough to have, you seem smart enough to have observed that a train coming towards you on a flat track is getting larger and larger as it appears, yes? This is perspective. And if I take that track, if I can see 5 miles, then the train becomes an invisible speck to my eyesight. Although with a very powerful camera, I might be able to resolve that train. However, if I use something like a mountain, for example, which is many times larger, then guess what? I can see it from further away in the right conditions. And this photograph, which is the world record photograph, can only be taken 2 days of the year. Why? Because the sun sets behind the gas-barred mountains, this island. It sets behind. Let me finish. Well, because the point is that there's meant to be 8 inches per mile squared of curvature. That's according to the globe science. 8 inches per mile squared curvature, which means that it's 10 miles. It's 10 times 10 times 8, which is 800 inches. So I should be able to scientifically go out with a laser and test over 10 miles. And guess what? We've tried that. We've tried that. 10 miles, 20 miles, 50 miles. There's a very famous photograph of Chicago across Lake Michigan, all of Chicago's high-rise buildings from 70 miles away. Now, that's over flat body of water. There is no curvature. You're made to believe that, but at the small scale, I can show you how water is level. And then if I make if I make the container bigger, this is science, which is scaling. If I make that bigger, it doesn't start to curve. This one here, for example, if I made this chamber with all these liquids in it, this one here, if I made that chamber 1,000 times bigger, would it start to curve?
Yes.
I can't help you, man.
My question is,
I can't help you. Yes, your question. Okay, is that a fair question?
We can get a 7-year sentence in prison for staying.
Yeah, I know, it's outrageous.
Why is this
Outrageous. Well, because this is the gateway to realizing that your government and your religion, and I see you're in a religion. Do you want to hear my answer? You've asked the question. Listen to me. This is my answer. You asked the question. My answer is that because when you realize that they've conned us with NASA, ESA, space travel, all of these sorts of things, then the top table the governments of the UK, Russia, China, and America are working in cahoots towards the controlation of all of us. And in my view, by the way, and in my view, to the degradation and disrespect of the Most High and the Most High's creation. Because the Most High gave us a book, and in the Old Testament he says that I've created this earth by separating waters from waters, and I've created a roof, and I've created it stable, and I've put a sun and a moon for the day and for the night, and I've created them in this order, and yet Christians believe something that's completely against that. And so I say to you that the flat earth is a gateway, like the Hebrews.
Why should it be my priority when I'm questioning if we're living in a terrorist state? Why is this important?
Because you,
space,
yeah.
Matters that are actually urgent over something that is actually quite insignificant.
No, the game.
Scheme of things, right now, we've got an urgency, we've got time, and it's really important right now that we send a specific message.
No, bro.
Because
no,
this won't matter in 10 years.
Do you remember? Are you old enough to remember the Million Man March? Hold on. Are you old enough? Palestine.
No, not yet. And then I'll be sent to a prison where they do work.
This flat Earth topic is shadow banned by YouTube. Has been. They admitted it in America. They admitted it in 2018. Fine. Is it fine? Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. So I speak to other people. I speak to other people. I speak to other people. Yeah, man.
I'll come back in 10 years.
Yeah, but the religious kind of.
No. You live very comfortably and you don't understand that there's 500 Nigerians who just prefer the lives in Nigeria. You're confident. You live in a very, very secure, confident world. So you can't see the reality or even engage with the reality of 500 people being burned alive in the last month.
And so many children molested,
So many children.
You know what?
Just because you don't see it, you don't give a fuck.
No, but there are myriad issues, man. There are myriad issues. There are myriad issues. Everybody has their hobby horse. Some people it's all about pedophilia. Some people it's all about pedophilia. Some people it's all about
But you're smug about it.
the terrorism. No, he's only smug because he's standing at the flat earth stand. Everybody's smug when they come to the flat earth stand. Have you guys looked into this at all? Have you looked into this? What if I told you that up until the age of 47, I believed everything I was told on the media? Turns out that 9/11 wasn't done the way they said. Turns out that COVID wasn't what they said. Turns out that we can't prove that they landed on the moon for sure. And we've not been back in 60 years. So there's question marks as to whether we actually ever went. And if we never went, what would be the justification? Some say, well, it was America versus Russia. Others say, because we can't land on a light in the sky. And I'm one of those. I'd say the sun, the moon are lights in the sky, and we can't travel to them. We can only travel, I would say, 70,000, 80,000 feet in a commercial, perhaps in a military craft, 80,000 feet, and with a few exceptions, maybe to 200,000 feet, something like that. We cannot get out of this place. It's enclosed. The water that surrounds our continents is level. Every mountain that you've ever walked on in your lifetime is given a height above that same sea level. There's one sea level on Earth, and every mountain, Kilimanjaro, Everest, is all given a height above the same plane. I'll show you this quickly. See this here? This is a cut. This is what you can draw out of the internet, but this is if I asked Google to show me what are the heights. I'm going to walk from East Coast America 3,000 miles to the west coast of America. What are the heights I'm going to have to encounter? And it'll take you up a bit, down a bit, up a bit, down a bit, up a bit, down a bit. Guess what? There's no curve on that. That's a flat baseline, yeah? In order to determine how far we are from a star, we use triangulation. Flat baselines, all flat baselines. The furthest we can see over, it's a world record, Guinness World Record, the furthest photograph has ever been taken is 240 miles. If the Earth is curving like they say it is, that mountain that they're looking at should be all of it covered by the ocean, by the bulge of the water.
So what's your theory if it's not a globe? What's your thought?
Electromagnetic universe. So think in terms of like something we see in nature, like a fruit, an orange, apple. And if you cut that apple, if you imagine that that's our universe, the whole apple represents our universe as we know it. All the stars, all the lights that we see in the sky, they're all inside of the skin, within the pith of the orange, yeah? That's where that is. And where we are is at the core. So if you cut the orange or apple right open and you see where the seed pods are, that's the only hard part of the fruit. And that's the continents in my model. So it's an electromagnetic torus where energy is flowing in the center like it does with the apple, down the butt of the apple and around and creating this donut, this electromagnetic donut, which when you look at the atomic science, it shows you a similar thing. They say, well, the atom is somewhere, or the electrons are somewhere in this sort of donut shape. 97% of the time we can sort of say it's going to be somewhere around there. So it's all torus. Our whole world is built on torus. So if it's a torus, then we are around. You're Australian or Kiwi. We are around, and then when the sun is in Capricorn, it's your summertime, and it's sort of further out on my little model here I've got on the ground. It's further out. It's like the record player, the LP is on track 1, and the sun is right there. When it gets to track 6, it's now in Cancer, and it's all the way in the north. And so in that time, you would have winter down in Australia. The waters of our ocean are contained within this. As far as we know, there is talk about there being other continents and stuff like that, but everything is contained within a bubble. That's why we have a pressure system, and waters are pumped in and out in the system, and twice a day we have the tidal movements, which are like a breathing of the system. By the way, oil is abiotic on our model, so oil wells will continue to refill, and so blood will continue to be formed in your body. We can never run out of resources on this Earth. Climate change is a complete hoax. It does not exist on a flat Earth model. Everything is inside. If there is extraterrestrials, we speculate that they might come from outside of the Antarctic ice ring, which is the circle that's around us. Captain Cook is said to have sailed 65,000 miles around Antarctica, which is apparently only 12,000 miles. So how would he do that, and why did it take 3 years? If it's possibly not this. And by the way, because Australia's got its own Antarctic kind of, you got your own station and your own involvement. Well, South Africa also, surprise, surprise, has one. These are all original signatories to the Antarctic Treaty, which in 1958 blocked you and me, and no matter how wealthy you are, from going down there and exploring the heck out of that place and just having a good time or whatever. We're not allowed to go down there. And then the other place, South America, we see are in Peru, is where they have the Americans. They all go down the Americas and they sort of meet the ice down there. What we've never done is flown in one end at Peru and come out in Australia. We've never done that. We've never flown in 180 degrees and come out the other side.
Like satellites, like NASA and stuff, like actual photographs of like what's your thoughts on that? Because don't they? I'm pretty sure we have photographic images of Earth. I don't know, what's your thoughts on that?
Okay, so in 2007, iPhone came out with a new phone, and on it they put the blue marble image. It was very famous. The blue marble was a picture of Earth.
Oh yeah.
Of the globe. Yeah. So the guy who painted that is a guy called Rob Simmons, and he worked for NASA in their art department. And here's a video of him on YouTube talking about it. I got all the accolades for it. I was really surprised to find out that my painting became the blue marble. And he said when I painted it, I used a bit of green here because there was more data saying there was more ectoplankton, but I had no photo to work from. I had nothing to work from. I've never been up there and I don't know. And so when you look at the images that we get from NASA, you'll find that the 2012 image versus the 2018 or the I forget now, but you'll see that the size of North America is very different in these different images. And it's the same size circle, but with a much bigger footprint for the United States. Like when Felix Baumgartner went up, people were like, that fisheye lens. I mean, that shows you we're on a globe, but the landmass that his fisheye lens was catching was half of Kansas or whatever. But it looked like it was half of the globe, a quarter of the globe. You know, so no, the photos from NASA admit this. If you really dig deep into their pictures, is that all of their photos are images, and images are a construction. They're not one man or one shutter, click, boom, there you go. That's the whole Earth in one shot. And in fact, when they did the moon landings, so you know, if you and I, three of us, we were going on the moon, right? Okay, we don't know exactly which of the two of us are going to walk on the moon, but two of us are going to walk on the moon. When we step out of that craft, one of the very first things you will do is look back at the Earth. You'd be like, look at our beautiful planet flying there, right? That would be the first thing you do. They never speak about it. For 5 missions, they never say, hey, let's look up at the Earth there. They never said that. And in fact, they didn't take a photo of the Earth until the final mission. And so therefore, it couldn't even be challenged. And one of the weird things is that they take video camera, they take golf clubs, right? And they don't point that video camera while they're on the moon, go, while we're here for 10 hours or 12, 24 hours or whatever we're here for, we'll just run the spool and let the film of the Earth turning. That'll be one of the most valuable pieces of footage that exist. Even today, you could fly a 4K camera up there and film the Earth spinning in space. Land it on the moon. If they put men on there 50, 60 years ago, they can put a 4K camera up there today on a little satellite rover, get it to point at the Earth and stream live footage. Nike, all these companies would pay big money to have their adverts in between you watching live footage of Earth spinning in front of you. It's like, whoa, here comes our daytime. You know, Australia's just coming into the light now. We're actually watching ourselves in real time. And here in Sydney, the light's just starting to strike the tallest buildings. Why does it strike the tallest buildings first? It's all about perspective. The higher you are, the further you see. If I go into a plane, guess what? I can see that plane much further. I was in Dubai one time. I'm in the airport. I watch the sunset. I get on the plane takes off, and there's the sun again above the clouds. It's like, what the heck? This is before I found flat Earth. So I just was like, wow, that's wild, you know. Now I'm like, okay, perspective could make it work like that, where, you know, you may not see a street lamp or Sydney, MCG or Melbourne Cricket Ground, yeah. You know, they've got all the lights on right now, but if you're 20 miles out of the city, you don't know that. However, if you're 20 miles out of the city and you jump in a hot air balloon and go to 300 meters of altitude, you see it. You've changed your perspective. It's the same thing. Control, and it's not only material control as to make you a good tax slave, which is what most of us are, but actually to control your spirit, your soul. I think that is a soul journey, actually. It's something much more, it's more metaphysical than physical. And our world isn't, it's a little bit like the Matrix. It isn't necessarily like hard rock and wood like you think. Like I suggest to people, if I took 100 kilos of firewood tonight and burned it, what would be left? In the morning there'd be like 500 grams of ash and no weight departed. No one took 999 kilograms of weight and took it away. Heat and light was 999 kilograms of that so-called weight. Everything is made up of zeros and ones. Everything is light. Everything is frequency. Everything is vibration. We are just interpreting that vibration as plastic. The bottle that's containing your water, it has a certain property to it that can contain the water, and we feel it as plastic, but it's really just vibration. Our whole world is vibration, and we are an expression of that. So we are no less connected than, you know, like the tree and its leaves. We are one. We are the expression of the one, and that expression has been usurped, controlled. The religious people call it Satan, but you know, it has been controlled. You know, and I mean, some people seem to think we were seeded here by aliens and blah, blah, blah. I used to believe some of these concepts myself were possible. But now it's like, no, we were created on purpose. Your higher self said, I'm going to turn up and look just like I look like in this incarnation. And I'm going to have 100 years, I hope, that, you know, and I'm going to learn something. But the game is going to do everything in its power to distract you, to pull you off your divine intended course. That's what I believe. And that's why the globe. It is one of those minimalizing, materializing kind of things that I raise my older children on globe science, on evolution, heliocentric, Big Bang, all of that. So I raise them on all of that. And I know now, honestly, that is a diminution of what they are, who they are, what our place is in this place. So we wouldn't give up our power to the kings and the queens, because we are meant to be sovereign and equal. But governments, you know, we've all subjected ourselves to government. And if you have any doubt about that, look how they locked Australia down in 2020. It was like something out of a horror movie, out of a dystopian horror movie.
Yeah, we were there.
Yeah, you lived through it. What?
It was
What?
bad.
What?
It wasn't
What?
like the worst thing, but it was pretty.
Oh man. In France, you couldn't leave your little village without having papers to say why. And I know in Melbourne, I'm sure other places as well in Oz, where you had to have paperwork to leave your own freaking house, man. You tell me that is not mad only reinforces my sense that you are in the Stockholm Syndrome phase of like you're making excuses for that. I should never take your freedom from you. If I came to your house and said put a mask on and you're not going out for 3 months, you tell me to fuck off. But the government told you, so you did it. And who are the government?
Pretty reasonable, to be honest.
Sorry?
I mean, it's like once you start believing in one, like, they call conspiracy theory,
Yeah.
you kind of, it's like a chain reaction, start believing in many.
It can happen.
It feels that way.
Yeah. I was a believer
You
in...
might be worried about, like, losing track with some things, and start believing in so many things that they might even subconsciously
I don't know.
themselves
I mean,
sometimes.
to be honest, when I was into the mainstream science, I believed in dark matter, which we don't know what that is. 99% of the universe is in dark matter. We don't know what that is. I believed that we were traveling in the vacuum of space for billions or millions of miles in the Voyager and was doing all these things. And we were doing all these incredible things that I'd only ever seen on TV. So for me, it is the insanity that I came from, that I can see. And so, yeah, I have to keep a clear mind about that. I mean, I kind of went along with the moon landings. And I went along with 9/11 up until about 2012, 2013, and then things started to chip away at my veneer of things are okay. Even though I didn't believe we knew the truth about JFK, even though I, as a youngster, 19, went to a war in Angola where I knew that the Americans were supporting the same people we were supporting in Angola, but the press didn't know that. The press in South Africa didn't know that we were fighting tanks in Angola. You know, so I knew as a child, a youngster, that not everything is as it seems. However, I went along with general kind of, you know, everywhere, milieu, this is what we do, this is how it is, blah, blah, blah. And the Challenger blew up and I believed that and I was traumatized by that and blah, blah, blah. Now I'm willing to, although I mean, for me, the space shuttle is all a hoax and all being done by the same trickery, I am willing to put on the table things that do sound extreme, like the idea that there are extraterrestrials. I'm willing to hold that still, even though for me they wouldn't be coming from Mars. I used to believe we'd find life on Mars. Now I think Mars is a light, which is what I see in the sky, not a rock. But I do think that there are things unknown about our realm when we look at some of the research stories from ancients or whatever, that there are things that have changed. You know, I've seen globes, old globes, 1600s globes that don't include Australia, that have, it's there. No. These maps are supremely accurate, and they include things that really we shouldn't know about. In fact, they found that some of these maps map continental elements of the Antarctica perfectly, even though they're covered in ice now. So there is a theory that goes that what if some of that Antarctic ice was melted at one point, because if I took, let's just say I've got an oven lamp here in the center, then we understand that the ice will melt in a circle around that. But if I shift the lamp this way, then the freezing can return and maybe cover Australia for 1,000 years. And then the people who survive that or who come through that are the Aboriginals. And then after a time, when the Europeans discover that, there's some land now there, and in Canada, they've got a place called Newfoundland, but we've got New Zealand. What if we discovered these later on? Because, as I say, you know, the 1600 maps were amazing of the Earth, and that they couldn't know. What have you got just above here in Australia? You got Guinea. You know, and that they couldn't know that, and then the Guineans kind of go, there's also land down below here, you know, that they couldn't know that. For me, it's much more likely that this land was covered and that the Aboriginals were the survivors of whatever cataclysm occurred there, and then the Europeans came in and they brought what they did. Have you come across this evidence now, or not evidence, but the fact that the you know, the heads on that island, what's that island called, where just the head sticking above the ground? Easter Island, they've excavated and discovered that its entire body, they found the entire body. You see people in the digs all the way down, you know, the legs are like way up here, and these people are digging these things out. It turns out that they're not just heads, they're entire bodies that have been covered. Well, for me, it reinforces this idea, like the Noah's flood story, which exists in other cultures other than Christian stories, is true. That if we live inside an enclosed system, it is possible to raise the water level and drop the water level or bring about, like they say, sort of biblical events, fire, air, water, earth, that you can have events, and I call one of them the mud flood, that a lot of our buildings, even in Oz, a lot of our buildings are 3 floors, 2 floors under the ground. But they weren't originally dug out like that, because people with horse and cart do not build down. I've been in Africa a lot of my life. I know that the simple people build simple structures. They do not bother excavating millions of buildings into the ground. Have you been to Canterbury Cathedral?
No.
That's a beautiful cathedral, but there's so many beautiful cathedrals in this country, right? Now, the people who built that in the 1300s, right? Magnificent engineers, magnificent builders. I'm meant to believe that they could build that, but couldn't consider how to sweep their streets. So when you walk through Canterbury, they'll take you 5 stairs down and say, this is the street level from the 1700s. Then they'll take you further in the building and 5 stairs down and say, this is the 1500s. And I'm like, no. I'm not going to believe that the people for 100 years just thought, let's not sweep the streets, let's just throw all our rubbish up, because eventually we'll just give up the ground floor and move upstairs and create a new doorway. We've excavated buildings where we found doors that open into the mud. I've walked into buildings in this country that have the same structures, where there's window arches down below in the mud. You would not do that. And because the alternative is that we have flooding of the world every 500 years. Yeah. I agree with you. But the victor writes the history, right? Yeah, the victor writes the history, and the schooling system that we all love. Well, before we get to that, the schooling system that we love and from which we receive our sense of intellect is only 150 years old. There are, you could say, some institutions that go back maybe 200 or 300 years, Oxford, blah, 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 blah. But this is where you create the knowledge. Say in a school like Oxford, in a town like Oxford, we bring all the bright minds to here. We use them as our acolytes, who will then go out, just like the religions did. They will go out into the world and spread our poison. Our intelligence, our education. And so that's what I believe has happened. And that in order for me to be a good student in science and get a star and maybe go on to be in the A class and get to university and so on, I have to simply repeat the history that's taught to me and not question too far outside of that. In fact, if you go into uni level guys, master's levels guys, some of them will do a paper that challenges the narrative, and the guy who does that paper that challenges the narrative, he will not get published, he will not get support, he will not, if it's in medical industry, he will not get funding. Like cannabis is a great example of, like, if you're trying to do cannabis research and say I can cure certain things with that, the pharmaceutical industry have not.
There would be some more written accounts or evidence everywhere else about a big flooding event that happened.
Well,
it would still be within like the English or the European history.
That's a great question. It's a great question. Back to the 1600s, you can get an unbroken story for this country, I think, for sure. But before that, it gets a bit sketchy, and they talk about the Middle Ages and the Dark Ages and all these sorts of ages, when these ages, dark as they were, produced some of the buildings that we still revere today and that are still standing today, a bit better than what we built. So the whole story of all of that, and then therefore the narrative. We believe that the Vatican holds thousands and thousands of volumes of books that we are never allowed to read. Why? The book of Enoch, taken out of the Bible when there was 88 books in the Bible, tells a lot about how the earth really works, including that it's not moving and it's flat, blah, 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 and that there have been cyclical ages. This comes out through ancient texts. There's the other texts, other ancient cultures have said, we have these ages or eons or epochs, and that we might now be living in epoch number 5, for example. And if you go back each stage, then the beings that were inhabiting these places were bigger than we are. So what we see even in Australia, where there are buildings made with doorways that are made for men that are bigger than we are. When you're simple men trying to build what you can, you build like you might build it 8 foot. you know, for 6 foot men, 7 foot, be grand. But
that doorway would be enough evidence for me to suggest that we're bigger.
yeah,
Barn doorways are also
smaller.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I've got my 6 foot son, 6'2" son standing. We were in Wells the other day, and he's standing at a door where the doorway is like this. You know, this doesn't make sense. But we've got these grand buildings that are owned by the government. You know, their parliament and all these sorts of buildings that are built by people that have scope and grandeur and so on. So the idea, I mean, there are, back in the day, we had museums in America, like in the Midwest or whatever, a little museum owned by one curator who, you know, loves his stuff. And there's pictures of them standing with these giant femur bones, for example, in the 1800s. And these belong to a man. And Smith.
Images being created by somebody else.
Yeah.
Not being real.
Yeah.
But that could also be
Okay, I wouldn't disagree with you on that. However, I don't know, we might agree on this, that the further back in time you go, the less control of the media was centralized. And so, you know, today, the Jewish folk in America, you know, are proud to say we own all the media. There are 6 media companies in America that control 90% of what people read. And the small local newspaper that once existed is now sort of controlled by some larger house that holds 150 local newspapers under their umbrella, right? So there is a lot of potential to control what people see in this day and age, less so back in the past. And now today, like for example, if you find a find on your land, you have to report it by law. You know, you have to, you know, hand it in. Whereas back in the day, like 100 years ago, if we found some bones or some gold or whatever, we'd be like, hey, look at our haul. And we get a picture in the local press and people are like, well, you're lucky you got that gold, or look at that amazing bone. Well, so I'm much, and back in the 1800s, there were plenty of people saying cannabis cures cancer. There were plenty of people saying the earth is flat in newspaper, in print, and so on. So I think that we live in a far more controlled media echo chamber now than we have ever done.
Yeah, fair enough.
Ever done. I enjoyed it. My name's Dave. I really enjoyed the conversation. All the best, guys. Yeah. Stay well. Cheers. Well, here we are. Thanks for the thumbs up, guys. Thanks for the support. If you put something in the coffee tin, our links are there. Nice to see you, Tony. I got glasses in my hand. I've been chatting so hard. The muscles underneath my ribs are aching. Oh, don't talk to the Popo. Yeah, well, yes and no. Hi. How are you doing? Hi. How are you? Good. I'm filming on YouTube today, just so you know. I'm live on YouTube. I go around the country trying to inform people that the powers that be, the religion, the government, the science, all of these things are designed to trick you from not knowing your Godhead, not knowing that you are the expression of the Most High. I don't have a religion. As I said, I think the religions are part of the control system that wants to rob you of your divinity, your power, your true power. And they do that through all sorts of means. Religion, we can see, has people fighting with each other all the time. Even inside Christianity, people are squabbling over who's got the best version of the Bible or Jesus' teachings. The same is true with the science. The science is designed to make us believe that we come from an evolution story, and monkeys eventually form and become man and all of that, when there is a creator that looks like you, that created you in its image. This is what the Bible says, that we were created in God's image. And you have... I believe that we are the expression of the Most High. Yeah, I mean, God...
We are created on His image.
In His image. Or in its image. If we were created in His image, we'd all look like boys. Yeah, because there must be girl and boy. Because we have girls and we have boys. But
you don't follow anybody.
None at all. None at all. But I think that because you are a fractal of God, you are an expression of God, you are intimately connected to God at all times. So when you call out or when you think, then you are in communication with the Most High. You may not want that. You may say, oh no, it's none of that true. I'm not really doing it. But it doesn't matter what you think. The truth is that you are as connected to God as a leaf is to the tree, the bark to the tree. And yeah. I think that we are here for a spiritual school, a teaching, a learning. So we come here in this body for this lifetime to learn something and take it back to our higher self. Maybe we reincarnate, I don't know, but I think that your higher self is looking to elevate, to evolve. And if you come here and you get caught up with the traps, the greed and the avarice and the anger and the I'm better than you, my ego says that my religion is better than yours and I am somehow better than you, or you're inferior to me because of my skin color, something like that. If I think that, then I have lost and I have not achieved harmony, the balance, the love that God gave me. I have been tricked by the game to becoming a bad boy or a bad girl or a misusing of my temple. This is the temple of God and I am misusing it or not, because I understand where I come from. I think I try and honor myself and the world around me.
What is your morality compass based on? Like, what do you believe is good and what do you believe is bad? And what do you believe is, like, because different religions, different professors, different philosophers say something is good, something is bad. So what is yours based on? How do you make something good or bad?
It's the golden rule, really, to do no harm. So to love thy neighbor as you love yourself, I think is a core tenet of how we should interact with each other. And we may not always get it right, and we may fall foul of something, like for example, I'm very hungry and I end up stealing some food from someone, or whatever my reason is for stealing from someone. I may do a thing like that. But I know in my heart, because God wrote the truth on my heart and yours, that what from right from wrong. But sometimes it might need you to say to me, hey, what you did there harmed me or felt like a wrong to me. So is that you being super sensitive, or is it me needing to learn a lesson about how to honor you without causing harm?
Oh, I understand. It's just a philosophical question.
Philosophical, yeah.
I was asked who decides what's good and what's bad, and what makes you believe that you are the right, because if the golden rule is love your neighbors as you love yourself, the question becomes, well, what happens if I love being hungry? Should I also make my neighbors hungry? What happens if I love being attacked or bitten down?
Hold on. No, sorry, no. You know where you stepped out of do no harm into do harm when you said to your neighbor, I want you to stop eating because I don't like eating. It's the same as the mask thing, right? If you like to wear a mask, that's up to you. If it's going to help you, fine. But to make me wear a mask is to enforce your will upon me, and there is the harm. And so you can't. I think that example fails a little bit in that you're having to impose your will on somebody else.
Well, I mean, we have a huge society. We're no longer just one person or another. That's where the society rule comes in, right?
Yeah.
And so the question is like, what if what I believe is correct, or is the morally right thing to do, is causing harm on someone else?
Yeah.
And who gets to decide if it's correct or wrong?
Yeah.
Oh, believe me, I have my own moral compass, so I'm just asking, like, who's the one that tells you? Because some people believe it's proper to, behave your children by beating them. Others say, no, do not beat your children. Some, say 5 years of prison is enough, while others say, no, you have to be killed for doing such types of things. So who's the one who's actually
Well, I think I like to go back, you see, because our lives have become ever more complicated where we have centralized power and control. Once upon a time, I think we can all agree that the control was held at the village elder level. So the village decided for itself what was the correct and appropriate conduct in a particular situation. Like we don't wander around without our clothes on in this village, if you don't mind. That would be nice. And so we've all agreed that. And if you can't, then we're going to have to kind of ask you not to come into town. So you can run around your garden like that. That's no problem at all. So that's your thing. And so I think there does come a time. So let's say we're in the village and you and I have had a grievance and a claim of harm. Your sense of harm, and I'm like, I can't see that. I can't see that I've harmed you. So then we go to the elders and we ask them to adjudicate upon that action, and then hopefully I learn or you learn from the experience from that. Earth is flat. Earth is not a spinning ball. Earth is flat. Earth is flat. Take a flyer. Take a flyer. Earth is flat. Take a flyer. Government is lying to you. Space is fake. Space is fake. NASA never went to the space station. NASA is Disney for adults. Take a flyer. Have a nice day. Get in there. Get in there. There you go, ma'am. Did I give him?
It becomes more difficult when
Did
it
I?
comes to society.
Okay.
Everybody is just like, when you get people who want because they want rest or private.
Yes. Normally out of fear or some other thing. Like I often say to people, ma'am, is that if I took 10 puppies, beautiful puppies, and I put them in a cage, and I only put 3 puppies worth of food in every day, and I didn't walk them, they would not make baby, but they would fight each other. They would become vicious animals. They would become horrible animals, right? Well, what if we've all been put in a prison, and we're all fighting each other because we have been starved for knowledge and natural wealth, because the world should be, God gave us a world that was abundant, and we have been put into lack. And with lack, I'm going to stand on your back so I can get ahead. And that's what I see in the world today. There are mostly good people. I totally agree with you. I totally agree. But why do we do psychopathic things like go to war? Because we've been programmed. The fear and threat, yes. Yes, absolutely. No, I think that's right. But what if I go to the neighboring village and I start throwing stones around and saying, it's you? They're going to come to you thinking you're the bad one. Well, not in the course of the world wars and the wars that we get involved in. Is that if I Nice to meet you. Cheers, all the best. Yeah, no, in the wars, I think that these things are unfortunately choreographed.
Years and years ago, and I was like my personally, we didn't have all these questions and anxiety and this and that and the next thing. We were told to go enjoy our life. God has given us everything.
Yeah.
And if you know somebody who needs...
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you
And
very
if you
much.
know...
Just one question.
Oh, sorry.
Where I live,
Yeah.
is there any reason why you are going
Barefoot. Yeah, I'm earthing. I'm grounding. Tarmac is not the best for grounding. It should be on the ground. Because we are electric, this is an electric universe, then your body builds up charge. When you're on the rubber soles like this, it's like an electrical cable. It cannot earth. But we are meant to earth so that the electricity or the charge in your body can discharge into the ground. We can prove this is not, it's mainstream science. You can take the probes and you see the charge in your body. Stand on the ground and the charge dissipates into the earth. Like the conductor, electric conductor that comes from the roof into the ground, we are meant to discharge the electrical charge that builds up in our body. So every day, at least 5 minutes, barefoot on the soil. Should be for a lot more. Do you want a picture? Nice to meet you, ma'am. All the best. All the best. Flat. The religious. Hello. Hello, sir. How are you? Yes, sure.
first, I mean, who is God, number one, and number two, what is God, and number three, where is God, number four, how do we get to know about God, number five, what is the technical definition of God? These things after, and what is God feel?
What is God?
God feel.
Okay, so I think God is
why resurrection of life, and why we need life after life.
I think God is everywhere in all things. So we live inside a bubble. Imagine I was inside of a bubble or a balloon, and inside of that balloon, including the skin of the balloon, is God. All of it. Everything, the air, the whatever's in there is all the expression of God. God is everywhere. God is love. We are the expression of God, and we emanate the physical experience of this system that God cannot. God is us, but God cannot do what we can do, which is to go around and touch things. I need to ask this guy a question. Yes, my friend. Good afternoon. Please, that's why I'm here.
Right over here, gravity's displacement in the medium.
Yes.
Gravity's displacement in the medium. How would that take to affect Earth?
Okay. So if I take a bed of water, a pool of mercury, and I float an anvil on it, an iron anvil, we understand that the reason that the iron anvil has not been pulled to the bottom of the pool is the same reason as the football will not be pulled to the bottom of the swimming pool. Yeah, it is. There's a buoyancy because it is displacing more water than the thing weighs. I could take a ship and crush it into a block of steel and it won't float anymore. Same weight, but now no displacement or very little displacement. So it will fall through the medium. And then when I take a helium balloon and release it, a sealed helium balloon and release it, it does like the football does. The football, when I squish it to the bottom of the pool, fires itself up. The helium balloon, similar, starts to shoot itself back up. Why? Because the air that's surrounding it is more dense, and so it's pushing it up. It's essentially pushing it up. And as I say to people, like if you take a stone and drop it from 100 meters of height and measure that time when you're on the seaside at the beach, and take the exact same stone, same conditions, at 5,000 meters of altitude, you'll find that the stone will fall a little bit quicker at altitude because the air is thinner, and therefore the amount of displacement that is supporting the stone, if you like, is less, and therefore it'll fall through the air quicker. So that's how everything, even gases, work in exactly the same way. When they're stable, the light ones are at the top and the heaviest ones will settle. And so hot air rises, cold air sinks. So our whole system works on strata of different liquids, like we've got there different strata, and at those different liquid points, or they have different density, and therefore different objects will either float or fall through that medium. Yeah. Well, if we were, say, imagine this was the globe,
Right.
and this is South Africa, and this is South America, say, for example, and this is England, for example. We're meant to believe that, okay, yeah, the water does this, it'll sit in a cup, but it's going to do that in for people standing this way. It's going to do that in South America. Water has to be kept on the level. So you can have different mountains or what have you, but you come back to the sea. Eventually you'll come back to the sea. Yeah, I know that's the mainstream position. I used to be in the mainstream position with that. Yeah. See, for us, the flat Earth doesn't need. There is an electrostatic charge. Like in quantum physics, I'll tell you that gravity is so small we don't even consider it. It's so tiny. The electromagnetic force and the nuclear force, strong nuclear force, are the primary forces in quantum physics. Gravity's got nothing to do with it, really. And gravity has become less and less relevant. I mean, you've got to believe that gravity nowadays is bending time and space in order to kind of get balls going around it. Yeah. And when time is a construct that we use simply to measure the passage of this moment, right, from the next moment, and space, you know, if this is space around us or there's a vacuum of space, you can't bend that thing. So it's just a concept.
Except Leibniz's definition of space, that it's something that's fixed and can't bend.
As a definition of space.
Yes.
No, my definition of space, bro, is like the distance between you and me. We would describe that as space. This is God's space. as we know that if you go to Everest, right, you go as high as Everest, you can't breathe. Yeah. So the higher we go, the less habitable this place becomes. Yeah, and then the deeper we go, we've drilled 8 miles into the ground. The deeper we go, the less we can live down there, you know, or the less we can do down there. So God created this perfect habitat. This is the Goldilocks zone that we're standing on, and this is the only space that exists, is the place between here and Australia, or here in America, or here in China, whatever. That's the only space that exists. And even that, when you start really getting into quantum physics, might simply be like all compressed into a single, you know, what they call the, that singularity. And everything is happening inside a singularity. You know, it could be as mad as that our sense of distance between each other is really just a hologram, and our computers are making that distance between me and the tree and you and what have you, you know? And everything is actually all happening inside of a singularity. I allow for that possibility, but I know for sure that I can travel across the earth, you know, across flat plains or over the mountains and whatnot, all around us. So I feel like it makes sense that our electromagnetic world has resolved itself, just like your father and your mother came together with electricity and resolved a human being, you know, like a living being. So that came out of the seed and the light, and it's that seed and the light which gives us all of what we have here around us. And we're inside that or a part of it or whatever. It's a beautiful thing. Here's my flyer. Thanks, bro. Appreciate the questions. You're welcome. You're welcome. How well indoctrinated are you guys? Because can any of you tell me the formula for curvature? If we live on a globe, there's a formula for curvature. Can you show me that? This is North America here, 3,000 miles across North America, all the mountains, all across a flat baseline. A flat baseline. Show me water clinging to the underside of a ball or on the outside of any shape. Water must be contained. You can't prove the earth is spinning. We have to believe it's spinning. But what about if the earth is, like the ancient cultures knew, the earth is not moving? That's what the ancient cultures, you look Japanese, you Japanese, Chinese? Your culture, Taiwanese, okay. Your culture, old as they are, knew that we live on an enclosed system. Absolutely, absolutely. And we can't prove that we live on a spinning rock, we have to believe it. So that's like a religion, that we believe that we live on a spinning rock. So you came from Taiwan, you flew. We have no evidence of that. The only evidence, I asked the European Space Agency, what's your proof we're on a spinning ball? And the lady said to me, because the sun rises. Well, I mean, when a plane comes towards me from the distance at cruising altitude, it looks to be rising. Rising, rising, rising. Setting, 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 yes? So what if we've got a light source coming over top of us? A light source coming over top of us, and it appears to be rising, and then going away and setting. And comes around this, if it's like this, like I've drawn over here, then it's going around once a day, bringing us a light once a day. Japan truly is the land of the rising sun. Starts there and comes to Hawaii, and then comes back around. But water, flat. You cannot measure water curvature, and they tell us it's 8 inches per mile squared. But there is no curvature to be measured. Water is always level when at rest. No? Can you show me evidence to counter that? Can you show me evidence to counter that? What? Okay, well, what evidence should I be searching for?
Do you have any evidence?
Yeah, but you're the one who's claiming there's evidence to prove that it's curvature. Can you show that there's curvature? Hello. Hey, where are you guys from? Poland, okay. You know there's a Polish astronaut who went to space, and he came back and said space is fake, we've never been. Polish, because they cannot get out. We live inside an enclosure, like a snow globe. We cannot leave this place, we've never left this place. And the reason we have gas pressure is like your tire. Your car tire has pressure because it's enclosed. Without the enclosure, no pressure. No pressure. Now, when I discovered 10 years ago that you cannot measure curving water, water does not bend over the surface. Let me take your bottle here, if I may. Look, this water, when it comes to rest, will be level. It doesn't matter which way I hold the bottle, it will hold the same level. Yes? It doesn't matter. And now if I made this bottle, thank you, if I made this bottle 10 miles long, would it start to curve? Do you think so? In Russia, there's a lake called Bilkal, where it freezes over, and it might be the same in Poland. There's lakes that freeze over in the winter, and they turn them into an ice rink. Why? Because they are perfectly level. This lake I'm referring to, 300 miles, level. So there is no curvature. When you say you see the ship going over the horizon, it's not going over horizon. Yeah, I've measured it. Have you measured it? No, you haven't. No, you haven't. How have you? Well, look, I've got images here that you can see that when we take a photograph with a high-powered camera, we can bring a ship back into view that already went over the curve. How is that possible? Maybe it's perspective. Do you understand that when a train goes in the distance, it goes smaller and smaller? That's perspective. So the same is true with the ship. The Earth is not curving. The ship is going away because it is perspective. Now we take a laser for 20 miles and 30 miles and we can see the laser from one beach to another beach. We can go to France and we can take a photograph of the White Cliffs of Dover, 300 feet tall they are, and there's, according to the curvature formula, there should be more than 300 feet of curvature. But if a ship is going downhill from you, is it coming back up? Is it coming back up? Of course not. We cannot prove this. Take a flyer. Take a flyer. Earth is not spinning. Earth is not spinning.
Excuse me, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
If Earth is flat, what is holding it?
I don't know. I don't know. But if Earth is floating, what is holding it? If Earth is floating in space, what is holding it?
I believe the Earth is flat.
You do?
What is that? Space.
Space is holding it. How can space hold anything? You see, if I throw a stone up in the air, it's going to fall back down, yes? So how is Mars staying up in the sky for millions of years and not coming down? Maybe. But the thing is, in reality, gas will not coalesce. Jupiter, Neptune, these things they tell you are gas giants. Well, gas will not coalesce. Gas will spread into the available environment. You take your Coke can or your deodorant can and you puncture it, which I'm sure some of you have done, and immediately the gas will equalize. That is the law of thermodynamics. So if we do not have a roof stopping the atmosphere from leaving, it should be gone in an instant. So no, we cannot prove. By the way, there's no science experiment. Einstein said, we will not find an experiment to prove Earth is spinning. We have no experiment that proves Earth is spinning. You believe it, but you can't prove it. You can't point to me the direction that we are spinning. Can you? And when your plane from Poland came to England, well, he got up to 30,000 feet and he held the nose up at 1 and 2 degrees the whole time, like this, not going down, around. And I fly to South Africa often, and that's 11 hours in the plane from here in England to here in South Africa. Do you think the nose ever goes down like this? No, the nose stays on a plane 1.5 degrees up for 2 hours, 4 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours, 15 hours. You're meant to have gone 90 degrees, even 180 degrees. Impossible. Yeah. This is impossible in reality.
And the horizon always stays straight, doesn't it? No matter how high you go up, the horizon will always...
The horizon will always stretch out in the distance like that, and it'll all stay level. Yeah. You can't prove the Earth is a globe. You've been brainwashed. Magellan. Yeah, you can sail around England. Doesn't make it a ball. You can sail around flat Earth. Look at my chalk there. Look behind you. Look behind you. Look. This is how Magellan and Captain Cook sailed. Look here.
But where is...
Look here. How can you get to the end? Have you not researched the Antarctic Treaty? The governments of the world stop us with the Antarctic Treaty from traveling beyond 70th South Parallel unless you military convoy. You need to research this. 70 years ago, Russia, America, China, they all signed it. And they do not allow us, if you're a multi-millionaire and you take your boat or your plane or whatever down there, the military have done, turn people away. They turn people away. It's called the Antarctic Treaty. So we cannot leave. Now, there was an explorer, very well-known American explorer called Admiral Richard E. Byrd. Look him up and you'll find that he spent 15 years researching Antarctica, and he came back and said, we found land that no man has ever stood on and resources that would last lifetimes for the human race. They locked it down. But their planes have to fly below 13,000 feet when they're out in Antarctica. So what if there's a dome? What if there's a dome over the top of us? What if the Go Fast rocket, have you seen the Go Fast rocket?
Yes.
You've seen the Go Fast. What did it hit? What did it hit? Bro, it's gone up 50, 60 miles.
The tower.
It's hit the roof. You see that? That Go Fast rocket is one of the best proofs that exists. That it's hit something and stopped. It didn't break. It just stopped spinning and it stopped rising instantly. So what if that's not what they say? And in the Bible even they say it. That there's a roof over the top of us. There's a roof over the top of us. And we can't get out. We can't get out. Take a flight. Don't be shy, it's only information. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. So where did he sail? Where did he sail? What? So look here. There's Africa, South America, Australia. You can sail around that. You can sail. Yeah. No. There's no. You can sail around England. Yes. Doesn't make it a ball. You can sail around this. Doesn't make it a ball. And all the old sailors, by the way, before the first globe was invented, we have maps of the globe. We have maps of the earth. Before the first globe was invented in 1493. So but the sailors of the world were sailing the world knowing that it was flat before the invention of the globe. Okay. Have a nice day. All the best. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Now, yeah, I've been on a roll today. So, as they say, oh my goodness, the microphone's pointing at me, that's going to have been loud. Raise your hands, do you feel the pull down? Yeah, of course we do, but raise your hands in the water. You don't feel no pull down, right? So, what's missing? It's the density of the medium. I'm going to talk about that. I mean, you raise them up, they're going to fall down. Earth is flat. Hello, man. How are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
Good, thank you. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Where's your son today?
Goodness, he hasn't been for a few years now. He just graduated.
Oh, okay.
And he's doing really well.
Okay,
I'm actually really pleased with him. But he brought me here, and I've stayed.
Yeah.
He left, but he might come back.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah. In the fullness of time.
Yes, he's good. He's probably better at debate than I ever. I mean, there's always hope.
You live in hope?
Yes.
You live in hope.
How are
lovely
you?
to see you. Yeah, I'm great.
Good.
Yeah, I'm good, thanks.
Yes.
Can I give you one of my new flyers to
please.
take home to read?
Yeah.
Cool. Hey, brother. Have you seen this before? Have you seen this before?
I'm just reading it.
All right.
I haven't seen it before.
Any questions, just let me know.
Did you see this? This is the biggest ever in the world. Happened in Marble Arch a few weeks back.
Oh yeah. I was too far away to come, but I did see it. Were you here?
Yes, yeah. I was sitting at the front with my malformed eggplant. Yeah.
Okay.
I said, "Why are you bringing eggplants to these things?"
Yeah.
I said, "Well, look at this. Look at it. It's like three things going on in one. You know, it's barium. You know, all this radioactivity. It's bound to have an effect on the genetic structuring of
and there's
everything.
Apparently the eggplant is the highest amount of nicotine that you can get from any plant. Other than tobacco is from eggplant.
Oh, they're saying that's
and so it's really good for your nicotinamides that you need to keep various conditions away.
Yes, Dr. Artis is talking about that, isn't he? Okay. About like how it's a cure for COVID, and that's why.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why they want, but it has an addictive quality. But I've never been addicted to eggplants, although I do love
and it's a lot lighter. But some people are using the patches for the nicotine. Yeah.
That's right. That's right. But
you can't get addicted to the patch.
You don't think so? Oh, because it's just nicotine.
Yeah, it's the way of the delivery of it or whatever. Yeah, because the nicotine apparently is not addictive. It's the other substances in the tobacco that make it more addictive. Yeah.
Oh yes.
Nicotine is addictive. It's the chemicals in the smoke that deliver it quickly to the brain. It's like a hit. Whereas if you just take the inhalator, it's an infusion.
Right.
Nicotine itself is not addictive.
I'll get you. Let me zoom back out, get the whole thing, or are you looking at specifics?
We will think about it.
You think about it, take my flyer.
We already have them.
You have them? Okay.
Yeah,
No worries.
we've got them.
No worries. You think about it and come back to me with any questions. This is all belief.
Why you start to think about the globe is flat?
When? 10 years. 10 years ago, I was 47. I was 47. Why? Because, well, one night I discovered that things like 9/11, they're not true. The way they tell you on the history books or the TV is not necessarily true. The way that wars like World War II and all sorts of stories that I used to believe, they have a second story or a third story that once you start thinking, you're like, wow, there's a lot of lies. What happened to JFK? You know, why don't we know the truth about what happened to JFK, for example? And then I came across this flat Earth idea, and I thought, no, you're not going to get me. You're not going to fool me with that. But the globe requires curvature. Yes, if it's a sphere, a ball or whatever, it must be bending. So you should be able to stand on the beach and see it bending, and which is why they say the ship. When you stand on the beach, the ship is going away. Yes,
but the globe is really big. Yeah. So every so long, it's basically impossible for us to see that it's circular too.
Yeah.
And it's flat in the.
Okay. So do you agree with some globe believers say that the reason they believe it's a globe is because when they stand at the beach, they can see the ship go away? 100%. Have you ever heard that? Yeah, that's one of the most common. It's probably the second.
That's not the reason.
That's probably the second or third. But the reason I'm bringing this up is that most often what people say to me almost is that I know it's a globe because the ship went away when I was standing at the beach. So now you can't have it both. You can't say it's too big, so you can't see curvature, and you can't say it's so small I can see the ship 3 miles. According to Google, 3 miles is the horizon, and it will go away from there. They will say that. Now, I grew up by the sea, and I know we can take powerful cameras today, and we can wait for the ship to go away, and then we can zoom in on the ship, and we can find the ship is still there. And if it's a powerful enough camera, we can find ships behind that ship that we thought had already gone away. So that evidence that we're on a curving water cannot be substantiated. At the small scale, if you had a bath, swimming pool, a lake, all of these things, we can show is level.
Where's the end? Where's the end? Where's the border of the world?
Okay.
Because
the thing
world
about
is flat, that flying from basically, I don't know, if you believe like Australia is there and after Australia there is nothing.
Okay, here's my drawing. Have you seen my drawing?
Have you ever been on? Yeah, we've seen that.
Okay,
And
okay.
also, how it's possible to go in, like, for example, from Australia to go, I don't know, north. Have you ever been to North Earth is flat?
Okay, so one at a time.
North
right?
and east,
I
and
appreciate-
then
yeah.
how do you
Okay.
end up in?
Okay, I can
other side of the
answer these questions, but what I realize, having done this for 8 years, is that when I'm talking to people who do not want to have their belief challenged, like if I went to a religious person and said, I don't think Jesus walked on water, they would say, he absolutely walked on water, right? Because that's their belief. Well, you're saying to me that it has to be this globe, and so I'm going to give you suggestions as to how it could be otherwise, but your brain is shut to that. You do not want to hear, this is what I'm used to, is that you don't want to hear that why it could work or how it could work. Because people say, how's it day and night? If it's flat earth, should be daytime all the time.
Because,
How come you don't fall off?
I just want to know, like, what's your point of view, because I sometimes come across people.
On the flat earth.
I mean, I heard about that people that believe that Earth is flat. I personally don't, and I just want to see your point of view.
Actually, we should end.
We need to go. We're sorry.
Sorry, yeah.
Well, maybe
There is no edge that we can go to. Just to answer your question. We can't go to the edge. That's been cut off. Antarctic Treaty. Look up Antarctic Treaty. You can't go there. All right.
So what do you think about what Jesus said? If you deny me, I will deny you before my Father. What do you think of that? That's the child. Yeah, as
Can't prove it. You can't prove you live on a globe. It's a religion, a belief. Water doesn't curve. Water surface is level. 70% water. 70% water, and you can't prove we're spinning. These are two tenets of your belief. We're not rotating, and the water's not curving. Have a nice day. This is mine, guys. I was in the Middle East one time in Dubai. The sun set while I was in the airport building, and then we got in the plane, and the plane took off maybe half an hour later. By the time I get through the clouds, and I see the sun again above the clouds. Impossible on the globe, but it makes sense on a flat Earth. In which perspective, it means how high you are will determine how far you can see. So if I was on the ground, I could only see the sun setting 50 miles away or whatever. Now I go in that plane, I can see hundreds of miles away. Same as the ship. When you're standing on the beach, you're watching the ship, it's going away, disappearing. But if your friend is on the Burj Khalifa, 1 hour later, with the binoculars, he's still watching the ship and it's going over the same body of flat water. Perspective and your angle as you're looking at the thing will determine how far you can see, how much of it you can see when you can see it. And that includes the sun, includes the ship. So water is always, at rest, is always level. And the glass, no matter how you hold your bottle and how you got your cup, the water and the liquid inside will be parallel. Parallel. Every body of water on the earth is parallel to the single datum. We call it sea level for a reason. Alright guys, have a good day. Yeah, you've come back. You got a question? Or at least if you've got a mind that can hold two competing concepts simultaneously, that would be great. I have a round mind. A round mind? Yeah, not like a frisbee. Frisbee's round? No, like a globe, not flat. Oh, that's a sphere. You see, it's a round in 3D as a column. Yeah, my brain is. What do you think about gravity? Gravity? Yes. It's the expression of buoyancy in a medium. So, for example, if I drop an apple onto a pool of water, what's going to happen? It's going to float on the water, yes? The apple will float on the water. Why?
Because it's very heavy.
The water is heavy and the air is...
No, the apple is heavy, so it goes down.
The apple floats on water.
Okay, I'm done.
You don't know that? You don't know that? Okay, let's use a football then. A football, maybe we can agree. A football floats on water, yes?
Yes.
Why? Why? It's filled with air.
And it's lighter.
It's lighter than what?
And why do rocks fall to the bottom?
Why do rocks fall to the bottom? Because they are more dense than the water they displace. However, if I take a 100 kilogram rock of iron and make it into a boat and displace more water than 100 kilos, I can make it float, yes?
Because of
yes. So
shape
because I've created displacement. The same with your paper aeroplane. A ball of paper will fall to the floor quickly, but an aeroplane...
Yeah, a boat is a curve, and if you do a flat, it's gonna float. It's gonna fall down.
Yeah, I agree with you, but it's about displacement. What you're doing is you're displacing a certain amount of water weight, and if you can displace more than the boat and its cargo, then it will float. If your cargo is too heavy, the boat will sink. The same is true with you know what Mercury is? Do you know Mercury?
Yeah, it's a planet.
Do you know what Mercury is?
It's a planet like planet Earth, yeah.
No, I mean the liquid mercury.
Oh yeah, that too.
Yeah? Mercury is such a dense liquid that you can take an anvil. Do you know what an anvil is?
Obviously, yes.
Iron anvil. You can float the iron anvil on a pool of mercury. It will not go down. You can push it down like a football, it will come back up. Why? Because that's density.
We gotta go.
All right, good luck. All the best. Hello, man. How are you?
Good.
Good. What you up to?
I don't know, just see.
Yeah, okay. Take my flyer, man.
What's the...
We've been lied to about who we are, where we are, what we're doing here, what the nature of the game is, how are you doing, what the nature of the game is, why we're here, what the trick is about, because we are all the expression of the Most High. We are all that, but we are at war with each other because we do not know who we are.
Look how we are alive. How they lie us.
Pardon me?
How they lie at us.
Lie? Well, for one, we didn't evolve from monkeys.
Yeah.
Yes, you know that.
Yeah, we created
We
from
didn't
God.
evolve. So that's a lie. Would you agree with me that the mainstream
that's a
teaches
lie.
a lie? Yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm from this area. We don't get this.
Yeah.
We're against this.
You're against you're Muslim?
Yeah, Muslim.
You're against evolution. That's good. We're on the same
Yeah.
page. So I also say that the Big Bang, where an explosion occurs and everything comes from nothing, is also against God, against Allah.
Yeah.
Because
Allah created the whole earth and on 6 days.
yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
I'll not argue with that for the sake of brevity. I will say I agree with you.
Yeah.
So the mainstream science teaches us that it took billions of years and that the Earth came first and the Sun and the Moon came later. That the Sun came first and the Earth came later. Whereas the Quran and the Bible say that the Earth comes first and then the Sun and the Moon are created for day and night.
Yeah.
Yes. So that's what I believe.
Yeah,
But that is only supported by what Hebrews and other ancient cultures said, and that is that the lights in the sky are all inside of a dome, all inside of a firmament, and that we live underneath God's firmament and God is above there at the top, looking down like grasshoppers upon us.
Yeah.
And then, so this is what is flat Earth. This is basically Malcolm. It's Malcolm. Martin.
Really? Very good.
This is what is flat Earth. Is that it's like biblical. Like it's that this Earth was created. It was designed, and it's a terrarium. It's like a place that can keep the human being in a perfect state. No asteroids, no dinosaurs, no things that are going to take us away, except flood. Maybe like the Bible says. Maybe it's saying in Quran. That God says you are going to fall away, and when you fall away, eventually I'm going to come and wash it clean. Yes, so I think that happens, and that happens quite perfectly on a flat Earth. We can see evidence of buildings that are built where they're well underneath the dirt, which means that the dirt is piled on top because they were originally built on the ground floor, which is 10 meters below our feet.
Yes.
So I believe that in an enclosed system, you can flood it, you can empty it, but on a globe, no. The more water you put on, the more water is going to fall off. Gravity is a lie.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Go well. Who's next? Martin. Are you coming to the Hope Festival?
Probably.
I'm talking on the Monday, actually.
You're going?
I'm talking on the Monday.
Oh, okay. All right. Cool. Cool.
I'll expect your attendance.
Maybe. I mean, I've caught your show before.
Yeah, yeah. I've got a slightly different theme this time. I'm
Maybe.
trying to give people another flavour, another reason. What is the purpose of life? You know, one of the questions I always ask myself, what is the meaning of life? What is the purpose? What is it all about? And I gave up. I was the same as you. I was like, nah, there's no bloody meaning to life. There's no God. There's no nothing. Well, the meaning, in my view, honestly, having done all of the research and peeling back all the bullshit, I believe that the meaning of life is to have a spiritual evolution. The evolution of man from monkey, that's a lie. But the evolution of man from monkey is a lie.
But we don't belong to monkey.
No.
We just come from
yes,
family,
correct.
like,
from source, yes. But not from monkey.
Yes.
We do not come from monkey.
That's
We
right.
agree, yes?
That's right.
But the evolution of your soul, your higher self, well, that for me is that the body is carrying the spark of God or your higher self. And the purpose of you being here is to become the higher version of self. What the game wants to do is turn us into rabid dogs so that we bite and fight each other, rather than we become higher spiritual, beings, who are self-masters, rather than I need a policeman to stand right here and keep an eye on me in case I don't hurt someone. All that sort of stuff.
That's right.
So we're meant to be self-mastery, but the game is trying to pick at you, pull at you, say, look at him, he's done something to you. Look at them, they believe this and they want to do this to you. So now, like me, when I was 19, I went to a country called Angola and got involved in a war. Why? Because I believed that there was a threat coming from the communists, from the people above, and I believe the people around me. And in religion, you see that too. One religion has gone to war with another, or even inside Christianity, there's been this group has fought that, the Catholics have fought them, the Protestants, blah, blah, blah. They're all fighting against each other, bro.
There is.
Because we do not know.
What make them fighting against each other? Religion.
But if you were the people who ran the world and you were like, you know what, it's hard to control them, there's so many of them, why don't we just get them to fuck each other up? That way we don't have to worry. They'll be so busy fighting, look at them, so busy fighting each other, they will not see the shit that we are doing to them with COVID and with banking and
the
with
thing is,
corporations.
what's making find each other? What's make them find each other?
Ego.
Only
Need
the
to be
ego,
right.
the religion as well.
Yeah. But you can't blame a man for his religion. His religion was given to him by his father. His father said, "Son."
Yeah, but he have mind. He can think in.
No, but 90% of people, right, are given Catholics. They're going to die Catholic. Given Muslim, they're going to die Muslim.
That's right.
That's the fact. That's the numbers that you see.
Okay, I asked you in the beginning. You believe in evolution or not?
No. Evolution
So how,
of the
how
soul.
deny all this science?
Evolution of the soul. I used to believe in evolution. Up until 10 years ago, up until age 47, I believed it. But I was a believer then. Now I know that we are created and there have been epochs. I believe this, that there have been epochs in which bigger men walked on the earth.
Okay.
Bigger men. But those epochs have ended, and here we find ourselves. White, brown, black, whatever. We all find ourselves all different color roses in God's creation. And now we've been set in this game that is like Hunger Games. And I must fight you. And you must get over on top of him. And if you cannot pay your bills, they're going to make you homeless. And blah, 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 blah. When God created a world that is infinite and so full of abundance. But we've been put into a little
believe in
cage.
God, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Well, let's say like the natural disaster. Who made it?
The what? Natural disaster?
Yes.
I think it's like this, that I think most natural disasters are natural disasters that you see, like in a living system, like your body, for example. You know what a pimple? Yes. So every now and again your skin will have some kind of toxin or whatever, and it needs to get rid of that through the skin.
Yeah.
So it causes a little volcano, and we call it a pimple. And there's an eruption, and it cleans out, and then it heals itself. Well, this is a very big living beast that we're on. And
God
so
can avoid this. He can leave us in peace.
well,
he can do it.
Yes
So
and
why he
no,
can do it?
brother, because yes and no. I'll offer you this, that like for example, we need the summer, we need the autumn, we need the
Okay,
winter.
but he still can
We
do
need that.
everything perfect without any problems in the life.
I would say I've got two answers for you on that. One is that in nature, things do happen. A tree does fall, right? And when that tree falls in the forest, little creatures might die, little parts of the ecosystem may change, and then new things will happen as a consequence of that. So that is the natural thing. And there is another thought, right, which I'll offer to you, and that is that
suffering.
Well, not necessarily suffering, but decay. Decay.
Actually, we are just suffering in this life. Suffering.
It's a decay. Remember.
Well, so you have to eat animals. Animals eat each other.
Yes.
Again, it's this
Yeah, that might-
suffering.
yeah.
There's suffering.
So-
They measured that even if you cut grass or wheat,
it feels
there is like a distress signal. They measured wheat. It gives out a distress signal when a combine harvester comes into the field.
Yeah.
So even if you're just eating plants.
Yeah.
So this is a big challenge he's giving here.
So
It's
so
like
here's
about the meaning of
my
life. That's
here's
a massive challenge.
Here's my response to that particularly is that there is this theory that there is a monad, a god that is above all the gods that exist, and the creator of this world is not that. That the creator of this world intended to make a world of hardship in order to create like an antichrist or an anti-god or an anti-god's creation to make it hard. Now that's the one answer
but
I
who
will
created
offer.
that?
I will offer that, but I do also say to people that if you want to temper steel, you have to put it in the forge. You have to put it in the fire. You have to become the captain of the ship. You have to sail the choppiest seas. Yeah, you can't just stay in the safe harbor. So if I created a world in which everything was perfectly safe, then you'd be living in the COVID bubble, bro. No one would be touching no one. No one would be. You wouldn't be able to go anywhere.
If he's full of peace, he must give me full of peace in this life as well. Not just make me suffering. We're just suffering. Suffering in this life.
Well,
nothing else.
You can find peace here as well. You can't invent that yourself, but there is no question there is suffering.
So why he made it the suffering? What?
Well, that is it. You're asking the question about the purpose of life, right? Can I say a few things?
Go on, man.
because it's just my own thing from the stuff that I've looked at as well. And it's like this flat earth thing goes to the core of like, well, if we've been lied to about that, it's kind of like, what really is going on?
Yeah.
And where I am with stuff now, there's so much evil that is beyond human machinations, and it's. I mean, I don't know. I'm just exploring now. I'm questioning like deep level. I don't believe in flat Earth.
I don't believe in flat Earth.
But I can't believe in the globe either now. Through the questioning. So I'm in a not knowing phase.
He asked why we suffer.
Well,
Yes.
no, yeah, but you
about
ask.
globe.
No, but it relates to it. It relates to it because you also the purpose of life.
Yes.
And so yeah, that's the question I'm addressing. Okay, and you try to give some answers about God that we're learning or this. I don't buy that. I don't buy that we're here to learn. This is not helping anybody. It's like we're being goaded. It's like being taunted. That to me is what it's like. And it's like it's possible for us to rise above it at times. We've got divinity within us, I'd say. But I think that it's like the idea of a soul track.
Yeah.
It's like, we have got divinity within us. It's clear to me when I look at any person, there's divinity, even him, even someone like him, there's divinity within us. But we're like trapped. And it's like, to me, it's like reincarnation now, from the evidence I've listened to, it's a fact. I accept that as a fact, that we're coming back and back and back. We may have been here a billion times. But if that's the case, and it's all for our benefit to learn and grow, why don't we remember what we learned in the last life, or the last 1,000 million lives that we've lived? Why don't we? It seems to me that we're here for a purpose, to suffer for some other. That's like. Well, that's like the harvest. It's like some other.
What is most important question in this case?
Well, to recognise where you are. Recognise where you are. If you're in a trap.
We already realized we are in a world of suffering. Yes.
Right.
Yes. What is the most important question in this case?
Make sure you don't come back.
But let me
put it to you in the option.
Let me put it to you in a materialist way.
Man is suffering.
Let me put it to you in a materialist way. If it's true that we are suffering because of the nature of the game, the way that the banking works, the way that corporations work, the way that countries work, the way that the system works, yeah? If we're suffering, it's because we have given away our authority to these extra organizations, such as the United Nations, such as your local government, blah, 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 and the banking.
Are they giving away their authority?
No, can I ask a question, please? If you believe that God is full of peace, okay?
Yeah.
You believe in that or not?
I think that. Okay, so did you hear me say earlier on? I think that there is a super god, and then there is a sub god that is the god. Well, no, there might be more than two gods. I'm just offering you a way to think about it like this: that at the top of the pyramid is the god that we could call Allah. You could call the Most High.
I'm Egyptian actually, so I know how the pyramids.
Okay, then they're missing the capstone, right? Well, what if that capstone is God, and beneath the capstone is 4 stones, and beneath those 4 stones represent 4 different gods or entities, and one of those might be the most dark motherfucker you've ever sort of imagined thinking about, and that entity may well be the one that the Christians call God, the one that even Islam calls Allah. It might be. I'm not saying that that's true, but I'm offering you a way of thinking about, because I had a near-death experience that made me atheist, from atheist to a knowing God, and in that experience I was immersed in such love, it was beyond my mother's love.
Yes,
and so I know that's what I believe from my experience anyway, that we come from. And I've done a research with so many other people's experiences that for me, that there is something higher. But the trick on this world, whether you call it man-made or some super god made, some sub-god made, doesn't matter to me. The fact is, on the ground, children are being harmed. The fact is, we're going to war. The fact is that people are working limited from where we can travel, the things that we can do, unless you're the elite and you've got the very few, or you've been a good boy in school and you've gone to university and go whatever, right? So I'm not for this system. I'm saying step out of it, but you will never fully step out of it while your mind is trapped on this globe. Because if I've created the lie about me being your father, you will never get out of that lie until someone comes to you with a DNA test and says, no, here's the proof. Now I'm telling you that you have been lied. Okay, whatever. I'm telling you that the lie on your mind, on your soul, is so relevant that for me, after my near-death experience, I was willing to come and look at flat Earth because I'd already heard. I knew 9/11 was a con. I heard a lot of things. I still believe in the moon landing.
He's suffering.
The suffering will continue.
These guys start to speak about
the suffering.
You start to speak 5 minutes long topic. He's question about suffering.
The suffering will continue.
My question: what is the most important question in this case?
My people die for lack of knowledge, and this is the beginning of that knowledge journey. Is to realize this is the gateway to say,
what is the most important in this case, in his case?
But I can't stop his suffering. Only he can.
No,
you are the master of your journey, right? So we now know that we are being tricked. The question is, are you going to continue
being
tricked?
Establish first what is the most important question, at least for beginning.
I'm going to ask, these guys have got a question for me. No, you guys have got a question? Come on, don't run.
Is this about the Earth is flat?
Yes.
Just 10 minutes of
Do you know that I believed in the globe and all the science of going to space for 47 years? And then 10 years ago, I discovered that there's no formula, curvature formula for the ball is 8 inches per mile square. You never got told that. You've never heard of it unless you've researched it. 8 inches per mile square. Work that out. At 100 miles, we're talking about thousands of inches.
This quite close to flat either.
The sea, the Earth is 70% water, and the sea is level.
Flat. Yes. Okay. If I go to the edge, can I fall?
You can't go to the edge. You know why? You know why? Do you know why?
No, tell us.
Do you know why none of us can go to the edge?
Tell us.
The Antarctic Treaty. Research the Antarctic Treaty signed in 1958 by all the big countries of the world after their big exploration of 15 years with the military, the US military, had come away and said, we found land bigger than America out there. We've been on land that has resources that will last lifetimes. And they lock it down the next year. So look at the Antarctic Treaty. We are not allowed to travel beyond the 70th South Parallel without government permission. Water cannot be proven to be curving, man. Which direction are we spinning? Can you point
conspiracy theorists.
Can you point the direction the Earth is spinning?
I just want to know, how did you come to this conclusion sober?
So it took me a lot of research, and it was actually getting out of the drunkard kind of mind state that I've been programmed with since the age of 6, just like you, to believe that I lived on a spinning ball, because your 5-year-old self would have said, you're not moving. But your 7-year-old said, teacher told me I'm moving. I'm too small to feel it. Let me tell you, there's no science experiment that proves that the Earth is spinning. You don't feel it? You don't feel the Earth is spinning. You can't point the direction.
How do you explain the fact that they flew from Los Angeles to Tokyo?
Oh, look at my flat Earth map down there. All ancient flying maps from the 1950s look like that. The United Nations logo.
I flew 2 years ago.
Around that. Yeah, you can fly around that, no problem, and you can do all of the flights. But here's some anomalies, right?
What about satellite?
You can fly around it. You can fly around.
About
let me just answer you this quickly. From South Africa to Argentina, if you take a piece of string when you get home to the next globe that you see, take a piece of string and you'll find that piece of string is this length. And then take it to Heathrow from Johannesburg and you'll find it's a little bit longer. Guess what? The flight from South Africa to Argentina is 3 hours longer than the flight to London.
It makes a different route.
Straight lines. These are straight lines. Back until just back 10 years ago, you couldn't take a flight from Argentina to South Africa. You had to fly into the Europe and fly down again. The same as how we get to Hong Kong and all these sorts of things. Look at those routes on a flat Earth map projection. They're straight lines. On the globe, yes, you're going up, you're coming down.
Yeah, but that's kind of a mark.
You had a question. One at a time. You had a question.
What do you do for is this your full-time job? Or?
Job?
Yeah.
What's a job?
Are you Okay.
The job is for slaves.
No, I mean, what do you do during the day?
I'm raising my child. He's 8 years old, and I won't have him in school. So I spend quite a bit of my day teaching him, taking him out on excursions to explore and see the world. I mean, he's already into calculus. He's 8 years old.
But I have a question. From the satellite images, the Earth is...
appears to be a globe, yes. Yeah. Now, NASA admit that all of those images from space are composites. They are images, they're not photographs. So even the guy who gave us the blue marble on the iPhone, he admitted that it was a painting that he made, a guy called Rob Simmons. He's on YouTube talking about it. He was a magazine cover dedicated to him. He was the guy who gave us the blue marble. And he said, I've never been there and I had no photo to work from. I just worked on data. And if the sea said it had a lot of phytoplankton, I colored it a little bit more green. If it was, I used my clone tool, put in clouds here, there, and everywhere. And when NASA give us new images every now and again, and the size of the continents look different. So no, unfortunately, what we have from space is only the best we can do is from high altitude balloons or those spy planes so that they can take them up to 70,000
What do you
feet.
say?
Then
why the lie? What about pictures of the globe, like from space?
Here's the question. Everyone asks me that question. Here's the lie.
I want an answer.
Take this. Take this. What was your question?
How is this profitable? Like, are you running the YouTube channel?
Yeah, I run a YouTube channel, but guess what? YouTube took my big channel away because they don't like me talking about things like this and telling people not to take vaccinations. Okay. They want people to take as many vaccinations as they can get their hands on.
I agree with vaccination.
You agree with taking vaccination?
No.
Well, I was in South Africa for a year, walking up and down the beach.
South African.
So telling people not to vaccinate, and they took away my channel. The police chased me off the beach for not wearing a mask. We live in an insane asylum, and people want to continue believing the other stuff that they got taught. Now, science, there's many a good doctor who believes still that COVID was real and that you should take a vaccination. Yes, there's many good doctors who believe that, but it's not true.
I had COVID.
We get flu all the time, and COVID was always known as, bad flu. COVID was always known as flu back in the 1960s. If you look at medical journals, COVID was a flu. It still is. So no, we had a bad flu go around, yes, and whether that was a leak from a lab, that's another question. But don't trust the government.
I get a fire.
Why everything around us is round?
Well, it's been quite a workout today. Presents. Whoa, another one. Just missed me this time. Nice try, babe. Oh, see that? That shut on my nose earlier. Hello, man. How are you? Man, what if I was to tell you that we do not live on a globe, that the Bible is true, God separated the waters from the waters and set the earth upon pillars to keep them moving. This globe thing is all the devil's work. Water is all...
What's the purpose of the devil work? What's the purpose of the devil work?
To control your soul.
Control our soul?
Yeah.
That's not going to control my soul.
No? Well, that's my opinion. I believe that. I believe that, having been an atheist, I now know that we are created and that there is devil's work at play here in the world.
I know he's working. He's doing all kind of things.
Yeah, and the globe is one of them. The globe makes me believe in monkeys evolving into people.
He's playing with people's heart and their thoughts.
Yeah.
That's what he's doing.
Yeah.
But this is not going to... This is saying it's not a globe. It's not going to... Salvation.
Man, it's so biblical. When I was 14 or 12 years old, I said to my preacher, why is the Bible so wrong about science? Because science says that we're spinning in space, and the Bible says none of that. The Bible says that the earth is not moving. Yeah, and the earth is set upon pillars, and God separated the waters with a roof, firmament. You know, this is what the Bible says. I don't know if you've ever read the Bible, but that's what the Bible says. So anyone who says, nope, that's not what God created, they are basically spitting in the face of their Creator. And that's my view, and that's why they teach us we live on a globe, man, because they want us to denigrate God.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right there. They say a lot of things. But you know, this is not going to give me any salvation.
salvation.
Okay, I accept that. But for me, it's the gateway truth, because if you know this is true, then you know that the governments of Russia and America are actually working together to get us to go into World War III and all the other wars.
That, yes, I know that.
These things are being done by design, and when you see it at this level, by
These
design
don't work by
to
the devil.
control.
That part
Yes.
is totally by the devil.
Yes. And I think the globe is the devil's work. The idea that there is a sun that is bigger than the earth. When God said, "I'm going to create a light for the day," not a sun that you have to be worshipping, but a light for the day.
No, you're right. I don't worship the sun.
No.
And I don't know who worships
But
the sun.
heliocentric globe requires the sun. Without the sun, we die.
Well,
according to
of course, we need sun to survive. If God take away the sun, we always drop dead. God give us oxygen to give us.
Awesome. Well, you take care, man. It's really good to talk to you. All the best. All the best. How are you? All right.
Do you believe in Jesus?
I believe Jesus was a teacher, but
He
I
was
don't
a
know that.
Jesus?
Yeah, but I don't
He
need
was
him
a
to.
Jesus.
Well,
Not the Jesus.
well, I think that we are all the spark of God. So I think we're all carrying what Jesus carried. However, he was a great teacher who had great knowledge, as far as I can tell. He went very far up the ladder. But I do not think that he was
Which
any
ladder?
more
Which ladder?
than you and me.
Which ladder? Which ladder?
Which ladder?
Who says up the ladder? Which ladder?
Jacob's ladder. I don't know, the seven heavens. You know, there are meant to be seven heavens, and I think that we're at the bottom level of the ladder right here in this material incarnation, and that perhaps after this, if we've done the work and achieved what our soul set out to, then maybe we go to the next step up. I'm not sure, but I don't come from the idea that we are born sinners and that we are all naughty and that we need Jesus to save us. I think that we, through our own good deeds, will save ourselves.
But are you capable of doing that?
Yes.
Saving yourself?
Well, I mean, you know, when I lay my head on the pillow at night, yes, am I in hell or am I in heaven?
Do you wake up at 7? Because you know, to me, sleep is a mystery. I find sleep so mysterious because I lie down to sleep. Sometimes I said, you know, I'm just going to bed for a little while. I want to get up, do some reading or to do something. But when I wake up, it's 6 o'clock in the morning. I didn't plan to do that.
Yeah, where do you go?
So sleep is a mystery to me.
Yeah, and dreams.
If you can explain sleep to me, I'm very grateful.
Well, I think we're electromagnetic beings. That's what I think. We're electromagnetic. We are a vibration of God. God spoke the world into existence, and we are an expression of God. So all is vibration, and then when we leave this material realm, we go back to that core vibration.
Well, it seems to me like you choose part that suits you, and it sounds good.
Yes.
Yeah, but you're not choosing the part that may be true.
Love your neighbor as you love yourself.
Yes.
You know, the golden rule of do no harm.
One, eh?
If we all work on that same principle, then it shouldn't matter which part of the religion I choose or not choose. You know, you can have all of it. Jehovah's Witnesses are more strict than some others. Baptists are this, Catholics are that. You know, they all have their own interpretation of that, right? But ultimately, how they live their life, the goodness on their heart, is the most important thing. Muslim, Christian, Jew, Sikh. It shouldn't matter what parts of they believe.
We all have to go down one road? One way?
One way?
Yeah, or one road or
Well, I mean, I think there is a narrow path to be walked, you know, if we want it.
Who's on this narrow path?
Who is on?
Who's on the narrow path?
Well, I mean, along the path you will find wolves and thieves on the path, yes? But I think it's God's path. I mean, it is, you know, and I don't wear, because I had a lot of religion growing up, and I don't like the idea that, oh, if I don't do this right now, then I'm going to be in trouble, or at the end of this life, it's going to be all bad for me, or whatever, and I'm going to be in hell, and whatever. I believe in the golden rule, so I'm not thinking to like, oh, well, I can do whatever I want, you know, it doesn't matter. I think there might be consequences for doing harm on people, particularly if you're doing it on purpose. There might be that, but it may not be like what we understand it in the human incarnation. It might be something completely different. Because I had this near-death experience 10 years ago, for me it took me to God, where all the ills, all the wrongs were gone, and I was now in a place of love. But it did take a little journey, a transition of about 30 seconds to go from living to not living and being with God. And that's why I know God is real and God is love. But this world is set against us ever knowing that and ever having the freedom to be what God intended. So I say to people, get away from the city if you can. Get away from the crazy, because the control system for the farmer is nearest the farmhouse, and that's the city of London and so on. The more they can control you, you know, I was talking to a Jamaican, you look like you're from the Caribbean. I was talking to a Jamaican guy the other day, and he, you know, he says back on the mountains there, the Rastas, they live so naturally, so in one with Jah or God, wherever. And that's really what God says, is that this is Sodom and Gomorrah. These trappings, all the flashy things that people love having in the city and so on, they're going to come at a price. And that price is perhaps going to be on your soul journey. I think that. I believe that.
All right. You told me, no, I'm not finished.
Okay.
You told me you were an atheist, yes?
10 years ago, yes.
And what brought you from atheist to where you are now?
Well, I had this near-death experience.
Near death?
Near death. I was 47 years old, and in 6 minutes, I had an experience so profound that even though my mother, who died 4 years before, I would not accept God. 4 years earlier, in 2011. Here I am in 2015. I have this near-death experience, and I am confronted with my higher self, this eternal being that can never die. Now, I think that God is beyond my higher self, that there is levels to it. That so the engagement I had, or the encounter I had with my higher self, I'm not saying I met God, but I became aware of God's presence in that experience. And I was immersed in a love greater than my mother's love. And I realized at that time that my physical avatar will end, but the spiritual avatar that I found, and I was an atheist, like I said, hardcore. The spiritual higher self that I found there is an eternal being that cannot be quenched by a nuclear bomb, by nothing that happens to it here on earth. I will go back there. And this higher self, by the way, he was like a blue-looking being, and he had a big smile on his face. He was lying on his back like this with his arms crossed, and he had a big smile on his face, and he kept giving me this message: nothing matters, it's all okay, everything is fine. I lost any fear of death, and I came back, and the first words I said were, "It's true. There is a God." And since then, there is a God. And since then, I've been researching, going back to biblical studies, trying to make sense of my experience and how it relates to us in this world. And along that way, I found out that the Earth is not a globe; it's an electromagnetic torus, and we live inside the middle. If I cut an orange through the equator like this, and I open it up, and I see that star pattern of the orange segments here, with the seeds in the middle. Well, those seeds are our continents. If you made that orange 1 trillion times bigger, those seeds are our continents where we stand. And above us is the roof of the orange that we can't leave. And then the heaven or the throne of God is, they say, above that. So that may well be. That may well be.
That sounds all good. But really no. So did you read the Bible?
Yes.
And you found this.
And when I was 12 years old, I used to tease my preacher, and I used to say, "Why is your Bible so out of date? It's all full of flat Earth references. We know the Earth is flat." I was 12.
What's the out of date? What's the out of date?
Sorry.
What's the out of date you saw?
What's the out?
Out of date. You said it was out of date.
No, not out of date, man. When I was 12 years old, I used to read the Bible and say to my preacher, I see that the Bible is out of date because the science says it's not flat. The Bible says it's flat. The Bible says it's not moving. Job, God pressed the earth out like a seal, like a stamp, yes, into wax. You don't get a ball from that, man. You get a flat thing with an upturned edge. And that's what we say that the earth is. And that God created the sun and the moon on day 4. When the science says the sun came before the earth. All of these things are wrong. If you believe in the Bible, then the science is teaching you, misteaching you according to what the Bible said. I could never understand why my preachers were comfortable with the science teachers teaching us that we lived on a globe from monkeys.
So what is a globe? A globe is not circular?
It's spherical, yeah, spherical ball. But we can't live on a ball. We can live inside of the ball, but not on the outside. See, the orange contains the fruit. the eggshell contains the egg. You cannot break the egg and expect the eggshell to survive. So we live inside a closed system.
Can you show me Job?
Job 42:1, and then read Psalms 19:1. Psalm 19:1 says, God stretches out the skies like a firmament, and He created a roof. 19:1 Psalms. I think it's Job 42. Job 42, I think. Yeah. It's been a while. I don't know if you guys have got that verse. There are 200 verses. There are Christians who say there's 200 verses.
Scientists say different things.
Yeah.
They don't all talk with one mouth. They say different things. So who should we believe?
Well, man, in the Christian religion, there are many preachers who talk different things from the same book. Yeah. So these scientists, they're all basing their ideas on the same baseline that we've all taught: gravity, relativity. Everything has to work from the baseline of gravity and relativity. People like some of the best scientists in the world from the 1800s, Ironside and Tesla, Nikola Tesla, all these people, they said the Earth is an electromagnetic system.
42 what?
42. Are you on Psalms 19:1?
Oh, no, Job.
Psalms 19, verse 1.
Job 42.
Oh, you're on Job 42, okay. Sorry, where's my glasses? I can't read that. Hold on a sec.
No, I don't think that's maybe somewhere.
I might have the wrong one. Yeah, you guys got that? Okay. I might be off on that one.
Maybe let's go to another chapter.
Oh yeah, see this one, the next, go back one more page this way.
One,
See this one, it says, hast thou perceived the breadth of all the earth, declare thou knowest the breadth of all the earth, which of course isn't a ball, it would be a flat thing. Is that it may take hold of the earth, into the earth and the wicked. It is turned to clay to the seal, and they stand as a garment. So it's in different Bibles, it's interpreted in different ways.
Okay.
But this is saying like the earth is a clay seal, yes, and that you do not get a ball from. Where will I when I lay the foundations of the earth? Foundations, yes. Foundation doesn't move. Who hath laid the measures thereof, if thou knowest, or who hath stretched the line? Now you stretch a line across a flat field, you do not stretch it around a globe. Whereupon are the foundations thereof fastened? Or who laid the cornerstone thereof? This is all building, man. This is all not moving like a globe. When the morning stars, and they're all stars, sang together, and the sons of God shouted in joy, who shut up the seas with the doors? Now this comes also from Enoch, the book of Enoch. You know that the sea and the air has doors and gates that allow water in and out. When I made the cloud, the garment thereof, the thick knot and breaker, yeah. Anyway, that's really got quite a lot of interesting stuff that refers to the flat. But now look at this 19:1 on Psalms. Oh, I jumped forward a lot there. 17, 18, one more page. 19, one more page back this way.
20.
Psalms 19:1. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. Now firmament comes from a word rakia. A rakia is like a tent, a roof that you spread out. In other Bibles it says God spread out the roof in the Genesis like a tent. And man, a tent is something that would cover a flat surface.
So isn't the firmament like we see the stars? Because he said
they are in the firmament.
He said that the showeth his handiwork.
Yeah.
So what's his handiwork? The stars and the moon and
all of these are in the firmament. Actually, they have.
But they're God's handiwork.
Yes, these are all God's But there are small lights, and we find that the sun is a hot light and the moon is a cold light. And the moon is a feminine energy and the sun is a masculine energy. This is the yin and yang of this system. You know what? We can take a laser thermometer and point it at the moonlight on the ground, and then go around behind the moonlight of the tree or whatever in the shade from the moon and find it's 2 degrees Celsius colder.
So man were able to do
warmer.
that?
Yes,
Man was able
yes,
to
you can
do
do
that?
that. Yes. We've done that. I've done that myself. Sorry. So it's warmer in
So
the shade.
you have been up where the moon is?
No. The light of the moon that comes down onto the ground.
Yes.
It's like sunlight but opposite. So where the sunlight is making things warmer, the moonlight is making things colder. And we can demonstrate this by going behind the tree. Say the moonlight is striking on the tree and we've got the laser thermometer, it's perfectly accurate. And we go around the back and we find it's warmer in the shadow behind the tree. How's that possible? Because the moon is giving off or taking energy and it's a cold light. This we can prove. But the sun and the moon are meant for signs and seasons. The lights in the sky are meant for signs and seasons. And these have been the same signs and seasons for 6,000 years, since Noah. We've had the same constellations in the sky. Man, if we were flying around in space at 30 miles a second or 66,000 miles an hour, as they tell us, we would never see the same star.
God created all because he can't change too much of things because he don't want us to be confused. He wants us to believe in his handiwork.
Correct. The devil wants us confused. The Bible is very clear. The earth is not moving. And God stopped the earth or stopped the sun for 3 days, yes? In the Bible, he stops the sun for 3 days. The sun stopped. If we were moving around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour and it had to stop, we would die.
Well, God could do anything he wants.
God can do anything he wants. So,
but
his physics is our evidence. His physics is our evidence. Water will run downhill, and it will pool in the lake, and then the lake will overflow, and it will run down to the next lake. And each of those lakes will be parallel. Each of those bodies of water will be parallel. So that's God's evidence, and God shows us in the egg, in the apple, in the orange. It shows us that the seeds of new life are always at the center, and we are the seeds of God's new life, and we are at the center of the universe. And around us is the firmament, and beyond that, we don't know. We don't know. There's a lot of government effort goes into hiding the truth.
But he told us in the Bible, he tells us.
But we don't believe the Bible. The Bible says the earth is flat.
That's it. Some people don't believe us.
No, but even Christians, most Christians think that they live on a globe. And the globe is invented by the Big Bang. And the Big Bang is invented by a Catholic priest.
No, not everybody believes that. I don't believe that.
Good.
I don't believe that.
We didn't evolve. God created us in God's image. We were created as we are. And you know what I mean? Like African, European, whatever. There is no evolution between us. Yeah? Black parents do not have white children. And white children do not have black children. White parents do not have black.
You know, one day, God wants to bring us all back to where he starts.
Yeah. So it's like the Noah's flood type thing.
God wants to bring us back as we were from the beginning. You believe that part?
Yeah, I think eventually we go back home to God. How many years, how many millions of years, I don't know. How many reincarnation cycles, I don't know.
No, we don't know. But you know, he tells us, if you believe part of the Bible, you believe the Bible, it says, hello sir.
All right. Cool. Peace.
Yeah, I was listening to you about talking about the world.
Uh-huh.
You're saying that the world is not round? Is that something? Okay. I never had...
You've never heard that?
No.
Okay. You know, ancient cultures used to believe that. All the ancient cultures, if you go back 500 years, 1,000 years, they all believe that.
Yeah.
Now we've been told to believe that the earth is too big. Changing the subject, yeah.
Continue with that.
There.
I'll come back to you.
All right, you come
I'll
back.
come back to you. I'll come back to you.
Yeah, I'll let the lady.
I'll come back to you. My apologies, madam. I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you.
So yeah, what I'm saying is that God wants to bring us back to
Yeah. From deception, through deception, are you believing that that in order to come back, or in order to go through the journey that's happening for humankind, we are going to go through Satan's world, or we're going to go through.
No, we ain't going to Satan's world.
You don't.
We are
you
in
don't-
Satan's world right now.
Correct. Okay. Well, I feel like that.
Yeah, you feel like
I feel like that. So if this is Satan's world, however, my people die for lack of knowledge. So however, are we ever going to find our way back
Yes.
whilst we are off course? And the reason why we're off course is because when we were born, as the ship came out of dry dock, someone hit the keel and it put a little dent in the keel, so your ship is never sailing true. And that's what I believe the globe is an intention to set you off course. That's why I spend my time saying to people, listen, the globe is one of the big lies, because when you get through that, you can recalibrate your relationship to God, to Jesus, to government, to science, to all these things, based on a truer understanding of who we are, or rather where we are. The who we are comes after that. You go, okay, well then, if this has all been this, if I'm the government, or I'm the powers that be, and I've gone to all of this length to deceive you about where you live, call me Satan if you like, but I've gone to all of this length, it's because I'm benefiting from that. And until you're willing to recognize that I have misled you, I'm mistreated you, I have done something against you, then you will never be able to fully redress the damage that misdirection
Who is this
caused.
who? Who is this who?
Who
is this who?
Well, who's Satan?
Satan.
Well, yeah, if you think this is Satan's world, then he must have the ear of Donald Trump, of the Vatican, of the powers that be, of the parliament, at the very top. I don't mean all MPs, I don't mean all people in government, I don't mean all people in science, I don't mean all people in religion, but at the very top table, the Satan has to be whispering into somebody's ear.
Satan is God's enemy.
Yeah.
Yes. So if you're my enemy, you're going to try.
Yeah. So if it's God's enemy running our world, man, then I should be given a medal for coming out and saying all of this is a deception. All of this is the Satan's machinations to set me against you, to make me and you enemies based on religion, color, national borders, whatever. And we see this continuing.
I said, I read the Bible, right? And he said that all of this will happen, always see happening here. It's not a mystery to God. It's happening. He said this will happen.
Yeah, it's natural.
And then after a while, he let it run its course, and then he will come and make it new.
Yes, a new world, yeah. Yes. I see that coming, but you see, part of my research beyond flat Earth is the understanding of what ancient cultures were, because in Africa, in the Americas, South Americas and so on, we see grand Roman-style buildings that are, or even cities. You will probably know this. They found cities in the jungles that they never knew existed. They found pyramids in those places that are staggering in size and scale. The Incas and the Mayans were building things that we still look at today and wonder, and how these people did this, right?
Yeah.
So we know for sure.
Thought we created electricity.
Yeah.
But that was going on.
And free. It was probably free electricity. You see, I think they had free power at a point. But all of that has been hidden from us. The history of the greatness of the cultures of the Americas, of Africa, all of that has been turned into, they were cavemen just 1,000 years ago kind of thing, savages, and they didn't know anything until we brought them civilization, right? That's not true. The truth of our history is that we've had great civilizations that would make us look simple before on the earth, but those have gone away. Fire, cataclysm, Noah's flood, fire. It says there's four things, isn't there? There's fire, earth, water, and wind or air. And that's what these things, every 6,000 years, every 500 years, there is an event that washes it all away, because mankind is greedy. You see, mankind, if you put him at the cake shop and you left the cake shop open, some of the men will eat cake all day long until they get sick. And this is the nature of the deadly sins. Yes, hello.
Excuse me. I don't want to deviate. I want to come to a conclusion.
Okay.
He and I are having a
We're having a very good conversation.
So then people come in with questions, then change the subject. So I want to come to a conclusion.
Let me finish with my friend here. Let me finish with my
I will
friend.
not let anybody come and interfere, because
much
this is
respect,
what
man.
happened. This is what happened here all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this song now kind of sounds all reasonable and nice and everything. But focusing on our time only on the globe, we live in here already, yes?
Yes.
So the best thing to do is to live as how God wants us to live. We can't change all these. You may understand everything.
Can I offer you two things?
Yes.
One is that God created a perfect habitat for us to live in.
That's right.
Climate change is a lie.
Yes.
That's one. Because on a flat Earth, in a closed system, this system is cleaning itself all the time. Mankind is too puny to actually create climate change. The climate will change naturally, yes? That's the one thing. The second thing, man, is that oil is abiotic. In other words, oil grows in the earth in the same way that blood grows in your body. So we will never run out of oil. So the shortage that they make you pay so much for your oil,
man didn't make
all a lie. Man doesn't make oil. God created it. It's God's. Well, in the same way as your body does, you're not creating the blood. Your body is creating the blood. Yes. Well, the earth is creating oil. So that's just two examples quickly of where control of the globe, because the globe has got limited resources. God's earth has got unlimited resources, unlimited trees. Yes, we should be good stewards of the land, but if we understand that the earth is, the whole thing of the globe is a lie, we won't buy into climate change, we won't buy into COVID, we won't buy into vaccine agendas, we won't buy into oil running out. You're old enough to remember the OPEC crisis of the 1970s. Oil's running out, we've got to queue up, blah, 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 blah. Today, 50 years later, we're pumping way much more oil every day. So what happened to the oil is running out? People have forgotten. When I was a youngster in the 1970s, they told me that my city by the sea was going to be swallowed by the year 2000 would be swallowed by the rising water tide.
All of those ideas
all is lies.
Was to take people's mind away from the
it's all distraction.
Well, to me, this focusing on this only, whether we know it or we don't know it, it's going to come to an end. And I'm looking forward to that day when Jesus said he will come and gather his children home, and that is why.
That's beautiful.
That's your belief?
That's a beautiful thing, and I feel the same way. I feel the same way, and for me, I say to people, it doesn't matter if say Noah's flood happened tomorrow. I'm okay with that, because it's like, where am I at now? Where is my heart at now? Have I achieved what I hope to achieve by this point? I think so. So I'm okay with if God says it's today, I have to change, I have to pull the plug. So I'm okay with that, but it might be 100 years in the future before that event actually comes about.
The way things going, I don't think it will last.
It may not. It may be a few years. It may be
because he give us this and this will happen, and then the end.
Wars and rumors
and we
of wars.
could see all those things that happen. Yes. So it's going to be there. So are you looking for Jesus to come the second time?
No, I'm not.
So you believe?
No, because.
Why is that?
Because for me,
you're so grounded in this.
Because for me, the Jesus comes in you. You are the expression of God.
Yes, I have to live like Jesus to make people understand.
So, but the second coming, I mean, the Jews have like he's never come. The Muslims have he's come, but it wasn't the final prophet. And then the Christians have he came, but he's coming back. So everybody's sort of in.
What did Jesus say? What did Jesus say? He said, "I will come again."
Yeah.
He said, "I'm going to prepare a place for you, and I will come again and receive you unto myself."
Now remember me
That's
talking.
what I'm looking for.
Yeah. So remember me talking about my higher self. In the near-death experience, I felt like I encountered my higher self. So I feel like my higher self can come, that it can manifest again. That you can have children, not now obviously, but in your lifetime, you can have children, and those children will be a manifestation of your own creation, and you will, in essence, come again through the aegis of your child and your grandchild. And so I think that if we are all God and we are the expression of God, then are we not through the ages of our family line re-expressing whatever that is, whatever God is, we're re-expressing it. But in a world that's carrying the sins of our fathers. So if my father has gotten my world into a really dark place, then I'm going to be born into that darkness, and there's a good chance that I'm going to have to fight my way out of that darkness or get subsumed by it. That's what I believe. So we are here to work that stuff out in the fullness of time, maybe in lifetimes. I don't know, but that's the one of the reasons I say to my Christian friends, because I have Christian friends who are flat earthers. And I say to them, if that flat earthers, we say the earth is flat, not a globe. I say to them, if they've lied about the earth being a globe, if they've lied about that, why would they have told me the one key truth, which is that Jesus died for my sins and he will come again, or that Jesus died for my sins?
Well, that is what I like to preach.
That Jesus died for my sins. Well, if that's
before you
all
go further, do you believe that for yourself?
That Jesus died for my sins? No. I want to hug you, man.
Well,
I love you already.
You're looking forward
I love
to
you already.
something and you don't believe the basic thing?
Well, no, because I think that God may show himself, and so on. But I don't know that it's in the form of a man, other than you and me. Like you are the expression of
God.
God.
That he condescend himself and become as a man.
But that could be you and me. You are an expression of God, and you come as a woman, yes. But for me, if God breathed life into me,
I'm not
then
I'm not a God.
I'm not saying you're a God, but you're an expression of God, you see. And so God has, through God's creation, created you out of clay or in God's image through the rib of Adam or whatever you believe. God created you on purpose. So you are in the image of God. You are created in the image of God. Yeah. So you
I'm
are.
not there yet. I'm not there yet.
Okay.
I'm not there.
Yeah.
Because he said, we have to grow to be Christ-like.
Yes, we have to grow to be Christ-like. I accept that. Or even, I think the teachings of Muhammad. I have no problem with a man who says, I think that in order to be a good man, you take care of the woman, you don't steal, you treat your neighbor with love and stuff like that. A man who speaks like that is speaking like Jesus spoke. Yeah, or Muhammad, and they did say, listen, if a man comes to you with weapons and he's trying to harm you, then you must defend yourself, yes?
But you believe God is a God of love?
The highest God is a God of love. There may be sub-gods.
There's only one.
Well, there's some theories that go that there are more than one, and that's what Saturn and Jupiter and all of these might be representations of.
Well, if
other
we have
gods.
more than one, that's why we're so confused then, because we have different gods. But no, there's only one.
Only one. And here comes God's rain. This is God's,
and he said,
God's
I love
water.
you. I love you with an eternal love, right?
It's been lovely talking to you. All of it.
What's your name?
My name is Dave.
All right, Dave.
You want to take my flyer? Thank you.
Thank you very much. How are you, boss?
Good. How are you?
I like standing without your shoes. This shows that you are actually a natural gentleman who likes to put your feet on earth.
Earth, yes.
Good. Now, my question is, I want to say it, but I would like to ask my friend to give him the privilege of asking you. We have got the same question, but I ask him to ask you. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, I assume you believe the earth is flat, yes?
Yeah, it's a simple way of putting it. It's more complex than it.
If it's not a globe, what is it then?
Well, it might be a globe, but instead of living on the outside of the globe, we live on a plate on the inside of the globe. So imagine if I take an orange, take an orange and then cut it through the equator. You've got the top of the boat and cut it through the equator, let it fall open. So now you've got two half circles, or two circles, sorry. In the center of those circles is the seeds. I say to people, if you magnify that orange up billions of times, quintillions of times, the seeds now become the continents that men like your size and my size, we can walk on.
Okay, but still the earth for you is like this shape and flat above.
And with a roof on the top.
Okay.
Like the Quran will say. والسماء بنيناها يعني he made cover on the top of it. So the Quran has prescribed this describe it for 1,400 years. But the question here is that the question here he's going to remove. The question is if you remove the cover, it will become flat. But we don't believe that the Earth is flat. Actually, it's globe. And then my question is do you know that NASA exists?
NASA?
Yes.
American.
Yeah, American.
It means,
exists, yeah.
it means in
But
Hebrew it means deceive.
No, regardless of the of its interpretation in Hebrew. Do you know NASA as laboratory exists? Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know they have sent satellite and rockets to the moon?
Yes.
And to the outside planet.
Yes.
Wait a minute. Did you see that they have taken? Sorry about that. And do you know that they have taken a photo as an evidence that the planet is global and
Yes,
round?
yes.
So what makes you believe you are against that? A pure evidence that the Earth is a globe, and you are talking about it as flat. Where is your evidence?
Okay.
Where did you get this knowledge from?
All right. Well, firstly, before I used to believe in the moon landings and space travel. I used to believe all that. Yes, up until 10 years ago. But then I heard the formula for curvature on water. You see, if we live on a ball, the water must be bending, because people say when they stand on the beach, they see the ship go over the horizon, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Most people's evidence of a globe is that the ship went over the horizon.
As far as your eyes can see, as your eyes, the sight of your eyes will see, it will be bending. So more you go, more it will be bending like that. Exactly. So the ship, you can see only one line, but once you reach that line, you'll find another line.
Yes.
But this is actually confirm that when you go and you do like this, you are going around. You are not going flat.
Okay, so I used to believe that.
That's
However,
it.
what we've done is we've taken a laser and fired it at 30 and 40 miles, and we can see it on the other beach. So the ship is not going down. In fact, if you take the ship, you let the ship go away from you, right? And you pick up a powerful Nikon camera, a P1000, something like that. You can zoom back into that ship and watch it for another half hour.
Of course, because still your eye is more powerful.
So it's got nothing to do with curving, going over the water. It's still there on the flat level. You just can't see it no more. Because everything, even those people in the distance, they look smaller, but when they get here, they look bigger. Yes? That's perspective. So the ship is getting smaller, 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 and you think it's gone over the horizon. But actually, it's to do with you standing on the beach. Now, if you go on the beach, right, and you see the ship go away, then you jump in the Burj Khalifa and you go up to 800 meters high, you'll see that ship for another hour, still going over flat water, and you will see other ships behind that ship that you thought went over the curvature. So when it comes to NASA and giving me photos, I used to believe everything that NASA gave us. Now when you research it, you find out all of those photos are CGI. They're all CGI.
Photoshop.
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 He told me that he's going to answer you. It's Photoshop, and you did it exactly. But it's not. It's unfortunately it's not.
What do you do with the concept of magnetic force? Magnetic force. Inside the Earth, there is a magnetic force. Okay, it makes you feel like it is flat, but we are like this. Okay,
that's not magnetic.
It's because Earth is very, very big, and the curve is like this, not very strong.
You know the
that
formula?
we don't feel it.
What's the formula for food?
I don't know this formula.
We should be taught this, though. You know,
I don't know this formula.
If you're a man on a boat, right, and you're like, okay, so I'm 10 miles away from shore. When can I see the beach? There should be a formula for me to calculate that, right? Well, that formula is 8 inches per mile squared.
I don't know the formula, but I know that this magnetic force exists, and the Earth is not.
The Earth has a magnetic force, but it's not, according to the globe science, it's not the magnetic force that makes you feel like you're the right way.
What is it then?
It's gravity that makes you walk like that. You see that where I've got that there, where the water's coming off the side? That's what they say is gravity. That's not got to do with
gravity. Gravity, it makes you.
You cannot see gravity actually.
No.
You cannot see it. But what happens is you can measure it, and you can feel it, and you can see its impact.
You can't feel it. You can't feel it.
You can.
No.
You can't feel gravity. You feel gravity.
Excuse me. Who discovered gravity in the first place? Isn't that person who was sitting and suddenly he thinks about an apple and it falls on his head?
You feel gravity. You just, when you jump, you cannot jump up to the sky. This is gravity.
When you jump in a swimming pool. When you jump in a swimming pool,
yes.
Are you able to lift higher? Do you weigh less?
It's not a swimming pool, I tell you.
I'm telling you.
Because in water, it's not the same force.
Why? Because you're not.
Because you have Archimedes, poussée Archimedes. It's not the same thing in water.
It's displacement, right?
It's not the same. On the earth, on the ground, there is gravity. You just have to jump, you feel gravity.
No.
The leaf that's falling from the tree, thanks to gravity. Everything's gravity.
Okay, let me. I believe.
Without an engine. You can't fly without airplane.
That's true.
So you are actually limited by that but that power.
Gravity
that
is a force. If you want to go against this force, you have to have. Dave, gravity is a force. If you want to go against this force, you must have a force that is more powerful, and then it's okay.
And the only powerful force that you can able to change the gravity is petrol and engines and machines and some kind of wings that can have balance.
What about
and hydraulic.
What about
what?
What about what about the helium?
I don't have to. Helium is gas. It's not the same conception. It's
very light.
Very light.
So the gravity can't hold on to the helium, right?
It holds on. It's just that it's more. It's lighter.
Lighter than what?
Lighter than the air.
Ah, there you go. So that's what it is. It's lighter than the air. It's things are either heavier than air and they fall, or they're lighter than air and they go up. Things are either heavier than the water. Wait, guys, you're not wanting to learn. The mind, if it's going to learn anything, needs to be open. Okay. And you've got to.
We are very open.
No.
We are very open.
Changing your mind, actually.
I come from the globe.
Okay,
I know how the brainwashing works.
Okay.
Now let me tell you. I was 47 years on the globe, man. It's only 10 years since I've been flat.
Where?
What do you mean where? Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
You're very interesting, gentlemen.
Yeah.
But let me tell you
But the thing is that things that are light will float. Things that are heavy will sink. You know, like mercury. You know, liquid mercury. Yes? You can take an anvil and float it on the mercury. It will not go through. Why? Let's get under the shelter. This was the promised rain. This was the promised rain. How are you doing? Well, my brothers here. I'm enjoying this to and fro. But the thing is that things that I say this: the steel, right? The lump of steel is going to fall through the water. Yes, we agree with that, right? But if I hammer that steel to make a boat and it displaces more water than the weight of the steel, it will float. Yes, this is basic, simple.
No. There is a law of nature that nobody is capable of challenging it, and nobody is capable of deviating it or tamper with it, no matter what. Concept stay concept, idea stay idea, but the reality stay the reality. You cannot fly without the helium and hydrogen and air are part of the nature. God created them the way how He wants, and He fashioned them with wisdom. Therefore, we should accept that, and we are not allowed to interpret according to our small brain or our own whim, to make sure that we are actually taking what God has created and we shape it according to our own idea without any evidence.
Yeah, but what if your ideas are shaped by someone else, like a dark force, and they've given you ideas? Put ideas in your head. Racism,
it means,
religious
hold on. It means you have got some kind of doubtful of everything. And you are going to start having this theory of doubtedness and the theory of conspiracy everywhere. And you won't live in peace of mind. You won't have the basics balance whereby you can be able to have a critical analogy and critical thinking whereby you can have that balance. And you can be fair and have value judgment whereby you can be able to say, religion's point of view, God created the universe in this fashion. God created the earth. Okay, human being has reached, no problem. Human being has reached to the. Are you going to go?
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm getting ready. Yeah, I think, my brother, you could say what you said. I really appreciate that.
Nice to meet you.
But I would put a mirror up. All right, good.
Be careful,
Yeah. Yeah, it's all good. Thank you. I appreciate that. Guys, it's pissing down with rain. I can't keep the stream going any longer, right? I'm going to have to take shelter. Oh, my Lord. I had a bird shit right on my face today. No shit. I shit you not. But at least it's getting washed now. Anyway. So it's been an amazing day here at Speaker's Corner. I've had some awesome conversations. I've had up to like 40, 50 people just like milling around, hearing bombs. As much as they may not like it, I give them some truth. So,
Did you draw that?
I drew that, yeah.
Okay.
It's gone away now.
And you believe in God who created that?
Yeah.
Okay, why He didn't protect that? Why this is happening? If there is, the life is not built in
There's no
redness.
firmament, because there's no firmament.
Look at that.
There needs to be a roof. Yeah.
Why He didn't protect it? Why?
You can say the same
I'm asking a
for
question,
any.
look.
You can say the same
It's
for any
gone.
religion. It's called chalk. See, chalk is washing away. When God's rain,
Everything's
chalk,
built on Redmonds.
water will wash everything away, bro. That's raining. I'm gonna wrap this up. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, my phone is gonna get absolutely pain now.
Crazy.
That's cool. Nice, thank you.
It's not supposed to rain. It said no rain today.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's why it came out.
They were chemming us earlier, so maybe that's why.
Yeah, that's it. They sprayed us.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Clear all of the shenanigans.
Oh my gosh!
Look. They were like, let's go. We'll tell God to stop raining. Come, I'll tell you now.
This is the shenanigans. Yeah.
Everybody away.
There's some hardcore guys come down here, huh? They got some beef. Today when I left home, I thought, you know what, I should grab a sweater. And then I didn't.
I kid you not, I was going to grab the umbrella and I was like, nah, it's okay, I'll leave it alone. I don't need to grab it. I just like, yeah, I'm going to move outside. And then I come here. I think the earth, water is now flooding us from the dome. I think the dome is breaking today.
You know, part of the flood story on the flat earth is that water comes from the deep and it just pushes up through these geysers. And nowadays, modern science will say that's where an asteroid hit the ground, rather than that's the exit point where the water came up.
I'll ask you a question. How can smoke carry such amount of liters and liters and gallons of liters of water where it just floods like now from one single cloud? How does that work?
It doesn't.
It doesn't make sense.
For me,
smoke cannot carry water.
No, for me, there must be some electrical activity happening in that cloud space that draws water out of the ether in the same way as your cold beer on a sunny day will draw water out of the ether and put condensation down the side of that glass, right? Well, imagine that's been magnified up billions of times. How much water is coming out of the ether and then ringing out of the ether and then coming down this rain. So that's my preferred current theory about how millions of tons are coming from.
I found it very difficult.
You know, that are somehow floating up there. I don't believe that anymore either.
I don't. I found it very difficult to accept that the clouds are just carrying the rain, you know, like gallons, like smoke carrying like buckets of rain. All right, I'm gonna drop on these fuckers.
Just right now, just right now.
Forget all of these guys. And sometimes one area is raining, and then literally like half a meter, or no, not half a meter, a couple of meters, the rain is not raining here. You're like, there's rain there, but yet there's no rain here. How?
I've seen that.
How?
They tell you that there's wind blowing around in the clouds.
Science can explain to you the reason, not the religion actually.
Science? Science, you see, the thing with science is that because I used to believe all the mainstream science, right? I loved it. But the thing with science, if I'm critical with it, is it got an explanation for everything. And an explanation is just like the guys from the ancient time, a few hundred years ago, going, damn, how do we explain that? What could be, given our model, how could that work? And eventually they come up with relativity and gravity and all these things, Big Bang. How could it be, if it's not created by God, how could it be that this thing is flying here for billions of years around a blah, 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 bending of space and time, bending of two concepts that we've made up.
But if you couldn't find the answer, you don't have to get God.
You don't have to?
If you couldn't find the answer, it doesn't mean there is a God still.
Doesn't mean there's a God.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm not going to argue with you about that, because honestly, for me, I was such a strong atheist up until age 47. Nothing
could change?
I had a near-death experience. That was the change for me. At 47, my mother died in 2011. I wouldn't accept that there was any God. She was going to any God. That was 4 years before I have this experience. And the first words, 6 minutes after this, I go in, I come out. The first words out of my mouth is, true, there's a God. But I had to go there. I had to die before my fucking arrogant ego arse would accept that this place was created. Even though there might be a devil in charge of what's going on in the world, which is why there is so much suffering, yes. But ultimately there is a Most High. And I saw that, but until you see it for yourself, you may never want to, and I respect that. But I know.
A question. You said in the beginning, you used to believe in evolution.
Yeah.
Then you change your mind.
Yeah.
That's true?
Yeah.
What's make you change with evolution exactly? Because science proved that.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. You know, have you heard of the Piltdown Man? Piltdown Man was a science con that was put on the whole science community for more than 40 years, where these guys, I think they were Irish or something, scientists, they came up with this skull and bones from what they called the Piltdown Man. They said it was 50,000 years old or something. It had been trapped in peat, and this was the proof of the missing link. Later, scientists, decades later, discovered that they were chicken bones and other bones, and it wasn't one man. So the Piltdown Man is one big lie. So I used to believe that there was, there's this woman, they say, from Africa called Lucy, 200,000, 300,000 years ago, and stuff like that.
I believe in that.
Yeah, I used to believe in all of those things, but
still what's making you change, I don't know.
What we don't see, bro, is we don't see half monkey, half man. We don't see that. If you believe in evolution, some people say the African is still you know what I mean, which is bullshit. Because if we've come out of Africa, how do black people have white children? First thing, that doesn't work. And then we do not see partially evolved anything. You see speciation, a bird with a longer beak might survive in this place where the plants require the longer beak. So there's a speciation that those birds with the long beak, they survive. The small beak, they don't survive. And so you see speciation. Long beak's only now for that bird, right? But the idea that monkeys, the thumb changes, we lose all the hair, we stop going, and we start talking. No, God gave us these things, bro. God gave us language. God gave us language. I used to believe that, so I don't expect you to change your mind. I'm not trying to change, just so that you've heard that there is someone who has no religion. I do not subscribe to any religion, but I do know that there is a source, and that when you leave this life, you go back to that source. You go back to your higher self. You never die.
So you believe there is life after life?
Absolutely, but I didn't until I had the near death. I didn't. 47 years old, and I raised my children to university level on the heliocentric. We live, we die, there's nothing else. Now I know for sure that you are eternal beings, and even the hardship that you are suffering now will seem as nothing when you leave here. It'll be like you went to one day, your whole life was one day at Disneyland, you didn't like it, now you're back home. But that's it, it's one day, one hour of your eternal life is this lifetime now. And I think that it's designed to be hard to make it a test, because to see if you can step up.
If there is a God and He knows what's in our mind, He don't need to give you a test to see if you are good or bad.
Yeah, but men have come here and tricked you. See, that's it. Because you have the relationship to God is direct. Men have tricked us.
Our mind can say what is the wrong.
Yes.
What is the truth.
In your heart,
Yes.
In your heart.
With just my mind. I don't need religion or I don't need anything else. Just me, I can say it's wrong.
Yes.
Or not wrong.
Correct. I agree with you.
Then I asked you in the beginning, what's the meaning for the suffering or natural disaster or all the things happen in this earth? You didn't give me an answer.
I don't really know the answer. I'm not the guy who created either the lie or the creation. I see some tricks and I have some theories about that, but it's not my lie. It's like you and I, we walk down the street, we come across a dead body. We don't know why they did, who died, why they died, who did it, why they did it. But I'm seeing that there is all of this death and destruction and stuff happening, and I know that these are people that are not dying of natural circumstances. There's a knife in the guy's back in his back. There's a bullet hole in the back of his head. These are definitely murders. We know that. I know that now, but I just cannot tell you exactly why they were murdered and exactly who did it. But I see the fingerprints of those people from the governments and the religions and so on all of these things that are happening in the world. Religion has a big part to play, but government has more power, and the science that we come from monkeys, more power.
As you said, if there is a God, you believe in God, yes? Why He didn't connect with us?
He's trying to talk to us all the time. I see, because we are so distracted, there is so much noise, there's so much rage. We cannot connect to that. The stillness that they say Jesus spent 30 days, 40 days or something in a cave.
He existed, I don't have to
He may not. I'm just giving you the idea, this for your thought, is that if you want to achieve stillness, you have to leave the city. You have to go and sit in a mountain for 1 month.
Okay.
Maybe. And in that time, you will find stillness, you will hear your own inner voice.
Maybe your brain is play against you. That's only the thing.
Because if I can trick your brain to believe that you are less worthy, you are less important, you are less this, then your brain is fighting you.
Yes.
And I believe that's happening. But brother, I've got to go because I'm getting cold and wet now.
Thank you,
All the best. Go well, brother. Cheers, man. Did I give you a flyer? Did you have my flyer? Not this one.
No, I'm gonna follow you on YouTube.
You got my YouTube?
Yeah, I will do. I will subscribe to your channel.
Please do.
I will.
Please do. You got my channel. You got my channel. Yeah.
I just.
Trinity.
You're gonna receive my.
Okay.
I go your channel, yes.
Yeah. Okay, guys. This has been awesome, but I'm getting wet again. I gotta go.